Dragon's Captive, written by Cassie Alexander and Kara Lockharte. Narrated by Matthew Holland and Bunny Warren.
Whilst in my boundless world, I feel both deathless and dead cold. Lucy Farrell, Mihai Eminescu. Chapter 1. So, Damien doesn't know any eligible guys, at all. Sammy was sitting across from her best friend and old roommate, Andy, at Jones and Shaw Coffee. They were hanging out before their separate evening plans. Sammy hostessing at a high-end restaurant downtown, and Andy going in early to the hospital to work into a night shift. The small cafe was lightly crowded, full of the scent of strong coffee and the iced lemon scone Sammy'd bought to wolf down before work tonight. Other people's conversations wrapped around them as spinning spoons clanked against glasses and the espresso machine hissed. One woman laughed loudly in a corner as she flirted too hard on a first date. Sammy recognized both the woman's tone and her date's slight expression of horror. First dates always suck, Sammy thought. Sammy, Andy said flatly, giving her a maternal headshake, calling her attention back to the table. No, you do not want this kind of hassle, trust me. Her best friend waved a hand over herself. Andy was dressed in purple scrubs and wearing Dansko shoes with a cute checkered print on them, and the blue streak in her black hair was barely visible in her I'm going to work bun. Tearing off a bite of the scone to push into her mouth, Sammy had absolutely no idea what Andy was even talking about. The hassle of someone giving me a 3-carat diamond ring? Sammy licked icing off her finger and then mimed difficulty raising her coffee with her left hand, even though Andy wasn't wearing jewelry right now. Oh yeah, I can see how that must be a really heavy arm workout, Sammy teased. Andy laughed. A ring that I can't wear to work because, while gorgeous, it's ridiculous. But no, really, Sammy, you know what I mean. And Andy gave her that look that was all, we've talked about this before. You know I'm engaged to a dragon shifter, right? Which meant it was Sammy's turn to give her a meaningful, but why can't I ever see him as a dragon? Stink eye back, until both of them grinned. Honestly, Sammy, Andy said, getting real, looking around the room they were in and leaning forward. There are at least 3 security cameras in this coffee shop ever since that attempted robbery. And I guarantee you that right now, all of them are pointed at me. Sammy pushed a wave of red hair out of her face as she glanced up to see the little plastic bulbs set in the coffee shop's ceiling, which were new. Andy was right. Why? Because I don't want to have a bodyguard. This is our compromise. Sammy pretended to think. So, you're kind of like Beyoncé. Is that what you're saying? Andy laughed again. No, although I do sing better than you do. She stuck out her tongue at Sammy. Damien's people have better things to do than watch over me personally. But there's a trade-off. If I get to pretend to have a normal life, then someone's going to be low-level watching over me all the time. Or listening in, she said, tapping at her phone on the table between them. So don't say anything lewd. Who? Me? I would fucking never. Sammy put an affronted hand to her chest, laughing as Andy laughed too, before taking a sober inhale. It's just hard to believe that your life's changed so much, Andy. Don't get me wrong, I do believe you. Sammy knew the long-term consequences of not being believed. She had known her best friend for too many years, and they'd gone through too much stuff together for her not to. If Andy said her man was a dragon, well then, he really was. Somehow. It's just different, is all, she said with a half-shrug. I mean, who would have guessed a few months ago that Andy No would become a dragon's most valuable possession? Yeah, Andy said, giving Sammy one of those dreamy, hopelessly in love smiles that she'd been prone to, ever since she and Damien had become serious. The kind that made Sammy really happy for Andy, but a little sad for herself. Sammy knew it wasn't fair, but she was also only human. So she tried not to beat herself up about it. She shoved another tart bite of scone into her mouth. Although he doesn't treat me like a possession, Andy went on, in her man's defense. He's not an asshole. Well, actually he is, just not to me. Sammy laughed, then picked up Andy's phone to talk into it like it was a microphone. "Did you hear that? Damien's not, I repeat, not an asshole," she said loudly before setting it back down and grinning at her friend. "There. You're covered." Andy snickered and pocketed her phone. "All right, girlie, so enough about my relationship. Why are you asking about eligible men? What happened with the smart guy, Mr. Working on his PhD? "Yeah," Sammy began slowly, sinking toward the table to massage her temples with the first 2 fingers of each hand, bringing her closer to the comforting scent of her coffee. "Remember that research project he was working on so hard? I suppose you could say it was a group project." "No," Andy gasped, already knowing which way this story was going to go. "Don't tell me that. By which I mean, do tell me so I can go and murder him." "I bet your phone caught that, too," Sammy said with a head shake, although she and Andy had probably watched enough true crime shows on TV together in their time as roommates to get away with actual murders if they put their mind to it. "How'd you find out?" Andy pressed. "I drove over to pick him up from campus, and because I miraculously found good parking, I decided to surprise him and caught him boning some other grad student on his desk." "Ugh," Andy said, furious on her behalf. "I mean, you're so much better off without him, obviously, but the gall." "Down, girl. I know." Andy's eyes narrowed and she frowned. "Sammy, why didn't you tell me?" Sammy looked across the table at her best friend and couldn't really say what she was thinking. "Because you look so happy. You make things look easy. Why can't they be easy for me?" Andy reached across the table to grab her hand, reading a little of it on her anyhow, and Sammy squeezed her hand back. "It just happened 2 days ago," Sammy said, blowing things off. "And I knew I was seeing you today. Now that you're not living with me, it's a lot harder for me to keep track of whether you're sleeping or not. Plus, I'm not wrecked or anything. More just disgusted with the gender." Andy let go of her hand but kept staring at her, and Sammy knew she was being nursified. "I feel bad leaving you all alone, Sammy. What if you get another roommate? Or a cat? Or a puppy? I mean, now that Damien's bought the building..." "Don't think I don't appreciate that, Andy, because I do. Not having to pay rent, thanks to Andy's bajillionaire fiancé's largesse, was pretty damn amazing. But a cat is not the same as a person. Though it can't just be any person, you know?" "No, it can't, can it?" Andy said, agreeing with her, then getting a wicked gleam in her eye. "I mean, I probably am pretty irreplaceable as a roommate." "Yeah, I'm not sure how that Craigslist ad would go. Roommate wanted, 20-something woman, must be into serial killer documentaries and cars." "Hey, now, I wasn't into cars." "Well, if I'm going to bother replacing you, I might as well aim for perfection." Andy laughed. "Actually, yeah, you should. Hold out for the good stuff, always." She picked up her phone to check the time and grumbled, "I'm sorry, Sammy, I've got to get going." Andy got up and navigated to the condiment bar to grab a to-go lid, while Sammy not so subtly tried to see if the security cameras really did watch as she returned. "Dress shopping? This weekend?" Andy asked. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Sammy said. "And you'd better wear your ring then." "Why?" Andy questioned, picking up her bag. "So, if we get into trouble without any bodyguards, you can punch somebody out with it," Sammy told her, pretending to give someone a left hook. "I don't need bodyguards, Sammy, when I have you." Andy beamed and gave her a careful, not spilling her coffee hug. "Talk tomorrow?" "For sure," Sammy said, and air-kissed her cheek. Sammy waited until Andy was off to the bus stop, knowing that Andy wouldn't accept a ride into work unless she was going to be seriously late. Although maybe being on a bus was safer for her than being on the open road, because Sammy was going to have to break a few traffic laws to make it to her apartment in time to change and drive back downtown. She parked outside her building, jogged up the stairs to the blue door of her apartment, let herself inside, and ran for her closet. Andy was right. It was a little lonely here, especially since Yumi wasn't downstairs in their bakery anymore. They were off doing God knew what. Sammy'd lost both her nearby best friends in the space of a few months. Andy wasn't really lost, but she was busy, hanging out with Damien or letting him dote on her. Sammy had been over for a few awkward dinners at their place, and it wasn't the same as it had been. And it wasn't even Damien's fault. He was an excellent sport, and he played the host nicely. It was just that things were different now. What with Andy living there was all. The last time she'd gone over and they'd tried to make a girls' night of it, watching the latest Netflix murder show, some horrible-sounding alarm had gone off in the middle of things. Sammy about peed her pants, it was so loud, and Andy wouldn't tell her what was going on. For your own safety, I mean it. And then had been tense until a few hours later when Damien had come back. From where? Doing what? Dragon stuff? Sammy supposed Andy knew, and she knew she didn't have a right to know. But now that they were keeping secrets from each other, things just weren't the same. Then again, she'd been keeping a pretty big one from Andy, and everyone else she'd ever met for the most part, her whole life. Sammy sighed and tugged down the tight, cream-colored dress she'd be wearing tonight, then de-sexed it with a loose pink silk scarf around her neck and a fitted navy blazer. She pushed her feet into matching navy flats. She was verging on stewardess, but that was okay, as long as she looked like she worked for a high-class airline. It would just take time for their friendship to find a new normal, was all. Sammy knew that, and she could be patient. It wasn't like she had a ton of other friends besides. Acquaintances, maybe, and a string of disappointing men, for sure. But none of them were as solid as Andy. And Sammy just had to believe that if she waited out this phase in Andy's life, even if she wasn't sure what it was or how long it would last, that they'd be strong again. In a new way. Eventually. Right? She looked at herself in the bathroom mirror, pulling her long curly red hair into a loose bun, swiped some lipstick on, poofed herself with blush, used the same blush for her eyeshadow, grabbed her purse, and ran for the door. She swung it open to find a small box on her stoop, clearly labeled for their address, but not to anyone in particular. Seeing as she hadn't ordered anything lately, it had to be for Andy. She swiped her phone open and found Andy's contact in it as Lefty. Because once upon a time when they'd still lived together, pre-Damien, Andy had expressed a desire to date Vin Diesel, and Lefty from the Fast and the Furious movies was as close as she could get. Plus, it was kind of funny, since Andy didn't know how to drive. "There's a mysterious box here for you," she texted using voice-to-text as she brought it inside. "Don't worry, it's too small to be a body part." Andy texted back an eye-roll emoji, faster than Sammy would have thought. She must have still been on the bus. "Dee warned me this might happen, that people would send us stuff just because to try to get in his good graces." Sammy snorted softly. "Well, it's not a toaster or a shoe rack, so I know they didn't get it off your registry." "Oh, wait, you don't have a registry," she said. Sammy had maintained that people would still want to buy them gifts, whereas Andy said it was silly because they already had everything. Andy sent her back an emoji with its tongue sticking out. "If it's not ticking and there's no loose powder, want to open it?" Sammy hesitated. Yes, she might be late, but what the hell would anyone send someone like Damien Blackwood's fiancé to try to get on his good side? As Andy's old roommate, she already knew that Andy's most useful possessions were an infinite number of pens and Sharpies. There must have been some nurse version of the sock-eating dryer monster that lived in the hospital basement, subsisting entirely on black ink. Or maybe it was a small box of Vietnamese instant coffee packets. She set it down on her kitchen counter and opened the packaging. Inside the shipping box was another box, fancy and old, made of very structurally sound black cardboard that was embossed with tiny ripples. And inside of that, she found a dark purple velvet jewelry box. Sammy knew she probably should have slowed her roll, but she also felt the need to just confirm that it really wasn't any body part at this point. And her get-to-work-on-time clock was ticking. She flipped the lid, and inside, cradled in more purple velvet, was a lovely teardrop-shaped red cabochon the size of her thumb. strung on a delicate gold chain. She pulled it out of the box so it could swing freely. It looked old, and old-timey, because girls her age hardly ever wore jewelry like this. Then again, could someone her age afford something like this? She honestly didn't think so. She snapped a photo and sent it to Andy. Oh God, gorgeous, but so not me. Who is it from? Sammy investigated the rest of the box thoroughly. No clue. No card. Well, I'll ask around, I guess. Although I don't think anyone in my contacts list sent that. Me either. They both knew their friend group was more of the gift card or booze set. Your brother? Sammy guessed, although she felt it extremely doubtful. The only jewelry Andy's brother had ever gotten Sammy when they dated was a little peridot solitaire ring for her birthday. She still wore it sometimes at work on her left ring finger to detour creepers. No way, Andy agreed, and then went on. Hey, so don't hate me, but I think I'm going to have to pass on dress shopping. Sammy stared at her phone, mysterious jewelry and upcoming job forgotten. If you picked a dress out without me, I will not be your best friend anymore, so help me God, she typed, followed quickly by, joking, not joking. It's not that, Andy protested. We're taking a last-minute trip to Italy. But what about your job? Sammy asked, knowing full well that Andy only worked because she wanted to. We just bought my hospital a new wing. They'll manage without me for a month just fine. And I've been thinking of going part-time anyways. Sammy huffed at her phone. This was the first she'd heard of it. But just like she hadn't run straight to Andy to tell her about Mr. P.H. Dickhead, maybe Andy was pulling back a little too. We'll dress shop the day I get back, I promise, okay? Andy sent her. Sure. Love you, Sammy sent, with an emoji smooch. Sammy put her phone in her blazer's pocket and stared at the necklace for a little bit longer. If no one knew who it was from, and Andy didn't like it, and if they'd shared clothes all the time back when Andy used to live with her. Sammy's hands rose, and she clasped the necklace around her neck quickly. The flat back of the cold stone warmed up quickly against her skin as she hid the gemstone with her scarf, and voila, no one would be the wiser. Chapter 2. Getting paid to be nice to rich people was exhausting. Andy had warned her about that. Actually, she'd said, try sick rich people, they're twice as bad. But now that Sammy didn't have to pay rent, she'd decided to job hop a little. And when a friend of a friend had told her about an opening at Bellissima's, she'd mentioned it to Andy, who'd almost certainly had Damien put a good word in, and the hostessing job there fell into her lap. She circled the block in her Subaru WRX looking for parking, and Ernesto, working the restaurant's valet stand, took pity on her, flagging her down when she'd made her third loop. Need a hand? He asked as she slowed down and lowered her window. Yes, please. She was already 15 minutes late, and who knew what mood Bastian was in tonight. He whistled up the next valet and made a gimme motion for her keys. She practically leaped out of her car and tossed them to him. You're a lifesaver. Yeah, I know, he told her with a grin, handing her keys off to the next uniformed man. She paused right outside the restaurant's tall glass doors to compose herself. At first, hostessing had seemed interesting and fun, challenging even, to get used to a whole new workflow and way of being. And getting to dress up every night was nice. She had to admit that working downtown was a whole lot snazzier than the car shop. She could have manicures now that lasted even. But over the past month, the dark reality of the situation had begun to settle in. Because if the naysayers at the car shop talked to her long enough, they'd eventually realize she knew what she was saying. Sometimes it was like she could feel them finally acknowledge she was there after she talked about torque or turbo lag. But at Bellissima's, there was never going to be any equality. Not really. She was paid all right, but she saw the cars people brought up to the valet stand. And not for the first time had she thought she might be happier out there, driving around other people's expensive vehicles, except for the fact that she knew she probably shouldn't be trusted with them. Just because she'd never gotten arrested when she'd done dumb shit with Danny didn't mean she hadn't deserved it. No, the people who came to Bellissimas were just better than you, and they generally weren't afraid if you knew it. Most of them were pleasant. It was just that the ones that weren't, the ones who treated Sammy like surprise gum on a Jimmy Choo heel, were so tragically awful that it wiped the memories of the relatively decent vast majority away. It felt like someone yelled at her at least once a night. The first week, she'd assumed the problem was with her. The second week, she realized the problem was with them. Men would schedule their anniversary dinners on the wrong day and it suddenly became her fault. Or a party would get upset that you couldn't accommodate an extra 3 people in the fancy room, which had limited seating. It was in a refurbished bank vault. You literally could not squish extra people in there. It was illegal. Or someone who she very clearly remembered double-checking their entire menu for their allergy considerations would still show up and, she didn't know, pull a shrimp from home out of their Birkin and pretend that it had magically appeared in their salad? It was weird. Rich people were weird. And everyone was unhappy when they didn't get their way. At the car shop, when someone was an asshole, she could generally give as good as she got. Her old boss didn't mind, and he'd never heard of Yelp. But Bastian was a restaurateur. He actually gave a shit. And Sammy knew he had a reputation to maintain. People weren't going to pay $22 for shrimpless salads at a 1-star kind of place. And he was also a yeller, which Sammy just didn't like. Camaraderie yelling was fine. Like in the bleachers during sports games or checking in to see if everyone was getting their shit done, that was okay. But 4 drinks by the end of the night yelling was not. Which was probably why, subconsciously, she'd started running a little late to work each day this week. Like her feet were smarter than she was and just didn't want to put her body through the rest of the drama. Feet that she rewarded with flats, although Andy's Danskos were looking comfier by the day. "You're late again," Janine told her as she checked in. She was Bastian's floor manager and had a seemingly psychic ability to avoid getting yelled at. In fact, Sammy wasn't sure she could ever remember seeing Janine and Bastian together in the same room. Maybe they had a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation going on. "I couldn't find parking, I'm sorry," Sammy said, not really sorry at all. There was glassware to polish and a stack of menus to fold, and Sammy started in, dodging around Janine's disapproving presence for the menus Bastian had printed off for tonight. "Look, if I could get paid to avoid all this crap, I would. But I can't, and neither can you, so adjust your schedule to allow time for parking. Or else your pretty little accent and your pretty little ass won't be able to save you." Sammy bit back a retort and nodded. "Got it." The doors opened at 6 p.m., and the first wave of customers came in, older people who liked to eat early and go home to bed. It was easier then. No one had to wait for tables, so everyone got seated quickly, and usually they just made small talk. It was nice, and Sammy made sure to keep her Irish accent on, because she reminded them of past vacations, which led to fond memories and higher tips, even though at least once a shift someone would start to ask questions. "What part of Ireland are you from, dear?" asked a woman with perfectly coiffed, white as a Q-tip hair. Sammy smiled at her. "I'm not. I live in the Laurel district. My parents were from a small town in County Mayo." "Oh, that's so nice. It's so beautiful there. We used to go there every few years on vacation, didn't we, Charles?" the woman told her husband, expecting him to chime in. He cupped a hand behind his ear where Sammy could see the tiny pigtail of a hearing aid. "What was that?" "County Mayo. On vacation, remember?" "Oh, yes. Lovely place. So many sheep everywhere." Sammy's smile ratcheted a few microns higher. "So are here," she said. But hearing's all she'd ever done. She'd never put a foot on Irish soil herself. Her parents had always planned to take her when she was older, but it was always easier for her grandparents to visit her in the U.S., since they didn't have jobs and her parents did. And then one by one, they died, and flying back home as a family for funerals was always too expensive, and possibly too sad, until everything went to hell and it was too late. because after one family trip to the beach, she and her parents had had a horrific encounter with a mysterious, violent stranger, and an 8-year-old Sammy was the only one who'd come back alive. She'd gotten a brief flash of notoriety and then been turned over to the foster system, where the kids had made fun of her until her accent had mostly faded away. And now that she was 26, she only used her pretty little accent because it felt like all she had of her past. But even then she knew it was a relic unless she was being silly, emotional, or drunk, or playing on the sympathies of elderly white people. The woman who just sat down cleared her throat, waiting for Sammy to hand her a menu. "Thinking of Bunratty Castle?" "No, only castles made out of sand." "Yeah," Sammy said with an apologetic headshake. "No problem, dear," the woman said, putting a warm hand on Sammy's arm, as Sammy blinked herself back to the present and handed them their menus. "I hear the Sam is really amazing today," she told them, before quickly excusing herself. At 8, the grown-ups came in. People who might spend as much on alcohol as they did on the food, considering Bellissima's vast wine cellar. And Sammy was glad she wasn't the sommelier, Salvatore, although she did find the man unbearably snooty. She hadn't quite figured out how snoot adjacency worked. Like, how long did one have to work here before you thought you were rich yourself and started looking down your nose at Applebee's and saying things like, 2007 was a great year for Pinot. She knew if she stayed here, it was coming for her. It seemed to have afflicted everyone else who worked here, with the exception of the valet team, and that, she thought, was because they were lucky enough to be working outdoors. She had enough money to afford to look nice, but other hostesses definitely looked nicer, and what? Did they do nothing but shop on Poshmark for deals on designer stuff all morning? Or did they just let more of the clientele hit on them and wind up dating people who could give them gifts? Speaking of, she fished the little peridot ring out of her blazer's inside pocket and slid it on because here they came. Guys from the financial towers downtown, maybe even some who worked for Damien, rolling in to visit the bar and bullshit about their days, raking her with their eyes. The ring was for them, so that in addition to looking professional-ish, she always looked a little bit taken. And it helped with the attached women who came in for their fancy dates, anniversaries, or birthdays. The fake engagement ring made her look safer to them, too. Samantha O'Connor was not lonely, and she was not here to steal your man, no siree. She was just here to safely guide you to your table. There was a brief lull for no good reason around 8:40, and a well-dressed couple came in, looking like they'd already pre-gamed a little down the street, giving her unreasonably expectant smiles. Sammy tensed. She knew that look. "Do you have any tables open tonight?" the man asked. "Just the bar," Sammy said, glancing back. "We can serve food there. There might be some seats, let me check." "No," the woman told her. "We need a table. It's important." "I'm so sorry. All of our tables have been booked for weeks." And this was where the snoot would have come in handy, because if she just could have acted somehow like they belonged here less than she did, she might have been able to deflect them, but... "I see one right there," the woman said, pointing an exquisitely manicured nail through the semi-frosted glass behind Sammy. "Yes, well, are you..." Sammy began, consulting the books, and then remembered what a bad idea that was, because people were not above lying sometimes, and once they were seated, it was impossible to gracefully kick them out. Things were sure to end in tears. But then she saw an annotation in the reservation book in Bastian's thick, blocky handwriting. "Rax Janvier, single top, give him anything he wants." "Give him anything he wants" was underlined. She licked her lips as the man in front of her in the bespoke suit waited expectantly, perhaps hoping he could be a smith. "Mr. Janvier?" Sammy asked, trying to say the last name right and having no idea if she was accomplishing it or not. At this point, she was more curious to see if these people would just boldly lie. "Yes, of course, and that's my table," the man said, giving the woman with him a look. What was this to them? Some kind of game? "I'm sorry, but I'm going to need to see some ID," Sammy said. The man's eyes widened. "Who are you? Are you a cop? Are you carding me?" His voice stepped up in volume with each phrase, and Sammy knew it was only a matter of moments before it carried back to Bastian, who was surely hitting drink 3 by now. Then, behind the couple, through the tall glass doors, she spotted a man getting out of a 1972 dark metallic blue E-Type Jaguar at the valet stand. Legitimately the world's sexiest car. Garrett, one of her foster brothers who'd gotten her into cars, would have wept to get to see one in person. And as it was, she was having a moment. And then the owner got out of it. He walked into the restaurant alone, with the kind of stride that said he had places to be, and even through the glass, there was something about him. His hair was dark and wavy, barely tamed by whatever he'd put in it. His skin was the kind of brown that came naturally and stayed that way. And his eyes were... She looked away before she could see them, because if she saw them, then he'd catch her staring and... She returned her attention to the couple in front of her, even as her hands found one another, and she slid the peridot ring from her left hand to her right hand quickly. "I refuse to show you ID until you show me to my table," the man in front of her went on. "Mr. Janvier," Sammy guessed as the man from outside strode forward, giving him a look that said, "Rescue me?" He frowned at her lightly, maybe not a frown, more of a pensive look, like he was wondering if he'd ever seen her before. Sammy was very sure he hadn't. But now that she could stare a little, his eyes were a shade of rich amber. "Yes," he said, coming up to the side of the host stand, looking impatient. She glared at the two people who'd just lied to her, picked up a menu, and said, "Right this way."
Rax sat down at the table the woman directed him to, which had been conveniently set to face a nicer view toward the back of the room and the windows. And he didn't like that. First off, because he wasn't comfortable not having his back against a wall, and the windows counted as a wall more so than the rest of the space in the room did. And secondly, the hostess, whom he didn't recognize. But he hardly ever ate out, although this was the only restaurant he went to when he did, on the rare occasions he had events to celebrate and felt like dipping into someone else's wine cellar. There was no reason for him to remember Bastian's prior hostess or the one before that, and so on. Except he rearranged his seat to be on the other side of the table, moving all of his place settings until the windows were at his back and he'd given himself a view of the hostess stand. The lightly frosted glass couldn't hide her from him. In fact, it made him feel freer to stare as though she were an exotic animal trapped at a zoo. From his new position, he could easily make out her disappointingly sensible flats, which led up to creamy calves dotted with light freckles, and those led up to her possibly pert ass. As if hearing his mind's silent plea, she pulled off her blazer and folded it neatly, tucking it onto the shelf with the menus beneath the stand. Pert, indeed. He drummed his fingers on the white tablecloth in front of him. Who was she? And why did she radiate magic? He didn't take his eyes off the woman as the server took his order. He knew what he was having, the same thing he always did when he was here to remember the anniversary of his release from imprisonment. If it wasn't currently on the menu, he knew Bastian would make it for him. He folded his hands in front of him, still considering the girl. Anyone wandering through life with that much magic on them should know better, know to stay shielded, hide it when they were out, lest they attract unwanted attention. Like his, he thought darkly. She was beautiful, yes, even though her dark blue eyes were set a little too wide and her chin was a little too narrow. Freckles dusted her pale, peachy skin, and her red hair was barely tamed by the bun she'd wrapped it up in. There were licks of curls springing free by her ears and against her neck. So he might have even found her entrancing regardless, despite the fact she smelled entirely human when she'd led him to his table. But the field of power practically pulsing off her guaranteed she'd intrigue him. And what was more, her magic had a familiar tinge to it. He licked his lips. He'd been alive a very, very long time. He'd encountered all sorts of energies. Of course, everything felt vaguely familiar. There wasn't much in this world that could surprise him anymore, or in any of the others. But she seemed familiar somehow, even though that was impossible. "Can I interest you in a glass of wine, Mr. Janvier?" Salvatore, Bellissima's obsequious sommelier, came over with his hands folded behind his back and blocked his view. Rax's gaze flickered up at him. Here was a man who made his living by recommending rarefied gastronomic experiences, which was, in a way, Rax supposed, like what he offered at his casino. Except the experiences he recommended there were more costly and occasionally violent. Rarefied nonetheless, though. "I'll take a bottle of whatever you think pairs best with my order," Rax said, instead of asking for what he really wanted. A bottle and the woman. But he could just as easily drink and contemplate her from his table. She wasn't going anywhere else until close. And maybe, between now and then, he could figure out why it felt like he knew her.
Sammy felt Mr. Janvier's gaze on her, tracing down the back of her body like a lover's hand, and she hoped she was far enough away from him that he couldn't see the prickles of her goose flesh. Had he really just switched his place setting around to see her better? No way. But maybe? At first, she assumed she was just making it up for her pride's sake. He was the hottest man she'd seen in months, and she was bouncing back from being cheated on. She would have been lying if she'd said she hadn't wanted him to look. But as she sat table after table of Bellissima's patrons, she realized her fever dream was, in fact, reality. His eyes had a dark amber fire as they narrowed, watching her with intent. His chiseled jaw that was shaded by just the right amount of stubble clenched periodically, and his lips were pursed in contemplation as he stared at her unabashedly. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. She'd taken off her blazer because it had gotten hot. All right, she'd gotten a little hot and bothered there for a moment, right after he'd come in. But that could have been because of his car. And now she felt like she couldn't put it back on without, what, being rude and interrupting his show? A show that a tiny part of her was all too willing to give him? In fact, right now, she found herself comprised of too many parts to count. There was the common sense part of her, fueled by her childhood, past bad decisions, and her obsession with serial killer documentaries, and it was all run, girl, run. But some other parts, just as loud, were remembering the shock of seeing her so-called boyfriend railing some other chick over a desk a few days ago, and as unfeminist as it was to welcome male attention at work, it felt good to have someone be interested. Especially someone who looked like him, because fucking hell. Oh, Andy, I'm going to have such a story for you. But then she remembered Andy was off in Italy, which was possibly where Mr. Janvier was from. Or was the name French? "Sammy?" asked Janine. "Yes," Sammy said, snapping to, as the manager gave the group of people coming through the door a meaningful look, and then ditched her. She realized why a moment too late, as the person in charge of the group, a waif of a girl, all smiles and cheer, not much younger than Sammy, although it was clear she'd led a very different life, leaned over and happily exclaimed, "We've got the vault for 9:30. "Is everyone here in your group?" Sammy asked, hoping her quick head count was wrong. "Yes, some friends came in from out of town and—" This was why her manager had run off, so that they could play good cop, bad cop, forcing Sammy to be the bad one. I'm sorry, but that room only has space for 18 people. There were 25 tightly clustered people in the entryway right now, a group of swan-like young women and a few middle-aged adults. A ripple of horror moved through the group. Sammy could already feel the weight of their disappointment and burgeoning anger. "But my friends," the girl protested with a pout, as a man in a wool suit jacket trundled up, obviously the bad cop of this group.
"Some of us flew all the way from Chicago for this."
"That's very fair, and I'm sorry."
"We'll need another table then."
He was gruff, and Sammy could feel him looking for an excuse to yell. "That's impossible, sir. We're fully booked. All night. Every night. You have a room here, but it can only seat 18. "I won't eat," the original girl volunteered. Sammy winced apologetically. "That doesn't change things."
"Then we'll all go someplace else,"
the man demanded, and Sammy inhaled, bracing. "You can do that? But someone in your party," she said, looking at the books. "Adonna Breland reserved that room with a credit card. You'll be charged $1,000 for—"
"You'll charge my wife for a room we can't use? That's preposterous."
The man slammed his meaty fists on the stand.
"It's my daughter's birthday,"
he began, inhaling to go on. She'd met less entitled people carrying guns back in her chop shop days. "Is your daughter in charge of fire codes?" Sammy said, with an "I'm not even bothering to hide how fake this is" smile. "I'm just trying to keep us legal, sir." The man's jaw clenched and his eyes widened.
"Get Bastion, now!"
"It's not going to change anything." He planted a hand on either side of the hostess stand and leaned in.
"Did you hear me?"
"Yes, unfortunately." Janine chose that moment to swan in. "What's going on?" she asked, ever so innocent, and Sammy had that wood chipper feeling in her stomach like she was about to be ground up and fed to the wolves.
"This woman here was telling us that we can't be accommodated."
"Oh, no," Janine said, looking at the reservation book over Sammy's shoulder and then swinging her hips to get Sammy out of the way. "Mr. Breland, there must have been some mistake. I'm so sorry." Janine glared at Sammy for effect, and Sammy knew exactly what was going on. She'd just become a human sacrifice. "Let me go talk to Bastion right away, and in the meantime, I'm sure Sammy can show 18 of your guests to their tables." Janine snapped her fingers twice like Sammy was some kind of dog. "Menus!"
Rax watched the scene playing out in front of him with intense interest. No one as magical as she was should have tolerated being treated so. He watched the red-haired woman's spine straighten as she took a verbal jab at offense. He could tell by the way she held herself that she was pissed, but she wasn't doing anything with it. He neither felt her energies swirl nor increase like they might if she were going to strike a magical blow. She didn't use her magic to shield herself from their hassle either. Someone that radiated the kind of power she did shouldn't have to work here, much less put up with bullshit. So what was going on? He circled an idle finger along the rim of his wine glass as the scene played out, and the woman turned, ducking down beneath the stand to grab a stack of menus. Her scarf fell forward, and a red stone on a necklace swung out behind it. His finger stopped, and he curled his hand into a fist rather than smash the glass on the table. It couldn't be. The red gemstone on her necklace. It was a third of the key to the gate below. One of a set of gems created when he'd shattered the original key in its lock. One was lost in the lock itself. He guarded one, and the other had been buried with his brother's wife 800 years ago. And now some human girl was just wearing it, out and about without any shielding and apparently without any knowledge of what it was or why it existed. Here, of all places, today, it was on a human. Rax stayed seated, thinking hard as she took half of the group downstairs, followed by a flock of women, and he knew as she disappeared around the corner that he shouldn't let her out of his sight. The necklace she was wearing was more valuable to him than the combined total of anything that had ever been kept inside the decommissioned bank vault below. He stared at the doorway she'd gone through as memories he thought he'd pushed down forever, as far away from him as his dragon now was, racked through him like waves hitting rocks in a storm. Summers spent going on adventures with his older brother, Tyrion, sailing across the sea in grand loops under blue sky and golden sun, stopping only to dive down to pull up ornate shells off the seafloor to gift their mother, laughing as they speared fish to eat raw over the side of the boat, both of them slicked with shiny scales until they swam again and knocked them free, knowing that they were safe because they were both dragons, and that everyone else who sailed their realm was safe because the gate was locked. If he could have ever traveled to any point in time, it would have been back to that impossibly perfect summer. Back when everything was simple and pure, and well before Tyrion met Cerys, the human girl that would go on to become his brother's mate and his family's downfall. The woman re-emerged, jogging almost at the top of the stairs, and he felt a visceral sense of relief at seeing her there. Her hand seemed to dive beneath her scarf without thinking, to grab hold of the stone for strength, and strong emotions flashed across her face. She was angry, he could tell, and he read shame and embarrassment in the slope of her shoulders and the way she held her body, her blood pumping not just from the short run up the stairs, but because she was seething. He shoved his memories away and returned to the present. What had happened to piss her off so? Who'd pushed this little human up to the edge and then over it? How could he get back what was rightfully his? She frowned and looked over, catching him staring, and he didn't look away as she stormed up. "I know that face," he told her, rather than ask any of his questions. Her light pink lips fell into a tiny pout. She had a smattering of freckles over her cheeks that she hadn't bothered to try to hide with makeup. "You do you?" And she had the slightest hint of an accent. He'd noticed it all night. He nodded at her. "Yes. That's the kind of face an employee makes before she quits or does something to get fired." She huffed, perhaps embarrassed to be so readable. "I'm not wrong, am I?" he pressed. She shook her head before she answered. "No." The red stone peeked out from beneath her scarf, calling to him, just a few shades darker than her hair. There was no way she knew what it was or what it was worth. It had to have come into her possession by accident. All the better to let him steal it from her. It was as if fate had shoved her into his path, on this day of all days. Rax pushed himself back from the table. He no longer trusted in fate, but he completely trusted in himself. She'd been alone all night, and what was more, she seemed lonely. And he knew exactly who he was. All he had to do was get her by herself. He kept his eyes on hers while moving to stand. He was taller than she was by over half a foot, and while his greater size frightened some women, he knew others welcomed it. Which was she? She didn't step back. He had to stop himself from smiling. So close already, yes. His dark brown eyes traveled her delicately boned face and watched her fathomless blue ones widen in curiosity, helpless and fearless in equal measure. "Did you want to do something worth getting fired for?" he asked her in a suggestive tone. She swallowed before her lips parted and asked, "Like what?" Like, meet me in the wine cellar in 3 minutes, he told her in a low voice, full of promises. He heard her gasp softly as he dropped his napkin on the table, turning to go down the stairs she'd just come up.
Sammy watched him go. He didn't turn around to see if she'd follow or even give her a second look. It was like he knew that she would at least consider his offer. Heavily. Because right after she'd gotten that huge party seated downstairs, Bastian had torn her a new one, yelling at her for not recognizing Donna Breland or her daughter and their friends, all of whom they were now shoving into the vault below, fire codes be damned. The only reason she hadn't quit at that moment was because he'd stormed away too fast, and the whole thing was bullshit. She didn't really need this job right now. She had enough savings to coast a little, and even if her quitting would embarrass Damien, maybe. She knew Andy would totally understand. She'd raced upstairs, ready to just go straight out the door, and Bastian could mail her last check, 2 weeks' notice be damned. And then she caught Mr. Janvier staring at her, again, with his hot eyes, like someone was holding a piece of amber up to a bright flame, with his fucking perfectly fitted suit that showed off his wide shoulders, and his stupid, handsome like an ancient statue face. She'd been pissed, and had stomped over to see what the hell it was he wanted, only to find out that he wanted her. Why? Did it matter? She stared at the path Mr. Janvier had taken. He'd already been downstairs for a minute, which gave her 2 minutes left to decide. She hugged herself, then saw Janine coming her way. She grabbed her blazer from the stand and went for the front door at a jog, flagging Ernesto down outside. Chapter 3. The wine cellar was a crisp 55 degrees, and Mr. Janvier had left the door open behind him. Sammy had avoided notice on her run back in, and now her flats were scuffing against the wine cellar's cement floor. She heard a throat clearing ahead of her, Mr. Janvier's way of calling her into the dimly lit depths. She walked 2 racks back and found him standing in front of the most expensive reds the restaurant had. "So you do want to get fired," he said as she turned the corner. The corners of his lips lifted wickedly, and she felt her pulse jump. She knew she was 5'6", so he was easily 6'4", and as she looked up at him, it seemed like his broad shoulders filled up most of the space between the narrow racks. One of his eyebrows rose in what seemed like amusement, and he had a strong, almost Roman nose. His chin had the slightest cleft in it, and his lips, that might kiss her, felt dangerously full up close. Sammy realized he looked like a man, which was not a thing she was used to, really. She was used to dating boys, because boys were probably safer. "It seems so," she admitted nervously, holding her blazer in front of her like a shield, like a scrap of cotton could somehow offer a thin layer of safety as he stepped closer. "2 things," he said, spinning his hand, indicating that she should turn around. She did so slowly, fighting the urge to run. She felt him come nearer, wrapping his arms around her without touching her, taking the coat from her hands to cast it aside. "First," he said, near her ear, speaking with deliberate quietness, "the louder you are, the more likely Bastian is to fire you." She shivered as his breath brushed her shoulder. "Second," he began, undoing the scarf around her neck, "don't worry. Anything we break, I'll buy." He lifted the free scarf up and tied it around her eyes. She reached for it instantly, holding onto the fabric, but she didn't pull it down. This wasn't safe. It wasn't safe. It wasn't safe. Her heart began beating a familiar, worried refrain, but she ignored it, like she so often did, as his lips found her neck and started kissing. Because what was safe, really, if you couldn't even just go to the beach and come back again? What were the chances of something else really, truly bad happening to her a second time? More importantly, what were the chances of her giving a fuck if it did? Her whole life she'd veered between total compliance with the rules, like if she did everything right, it'd be a magic formula that would keep her safe, and absolutely not giving a lawless fuck. Because enough bad things had happened to her already that she knew there were no rules and the world owed her. That's why she never told anybody about what had happened to her parents, not even Yumi or Andy, because then they might expect her to act a certain way forever and be surprised or disappointed when she did not. All her childhood foster parents had expected a broken-winged angel or a tortured hellion. They could never handle that she was both. It was always easier for them to think that she just needed more therapy. "Red," he whispered from the spot where her neck met her shoulder. His lips were hot compared to the wine cellar's chill, and the brush of his stubble against her skin made her prick up. She slowly let go of her scarf, deciding to throw caution and herself to the wind and see where she landed, reaching back one hand to run it through his wavy hair, scratching her nails against his scalp.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
Because of the key, of course. It had to be. He brought a hand to her neck, intending to break the chain and let the stone fall into his hand below, twisting the delicate gold in his fingers while still thrusting. He knew how to multitask. But it didn't break. He leaned over her and caught it in a kiss, bringing it up between his teeth to bite down on, and it didn't give. In fact, if he kept going, he was sure that he'd chip a tooth before he dented the chain. And he was a dragon.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
Her hands went to untie the scarf he'd blindfolded her with, only to gasp and let it fall the second it was free. "Salvatore," she said, spotting someone standing behind him, sidestepping quickly. Rax whirled. He'd been so lost in contemplating her, he'd dropped all his defenses. What? How? "I'm telling Bastian," the sommelier said. "Do that," the woman challenged him. "His very own note said to give this man anything he wants." She gave Rax a dazzlingly impudent smile before returning her attention to the other man. "And also, tell Bastian I quit." She bent down to sweep up her blazer and raced up the stairs, pushing past the sommelier who fell towards Rax. Rax shoved the man aside without thinking, finally breaking a bottle, the one the sommelier had been holding. He picked up the scarf she'd dropped and ran after her, flat out, but she was already through the front door and hopping into a waiting car. All he saw was a flash of red, the car more burgundy than her flame-colored hair, before she drove away.
Sammy had never felt more like she was driving a getaway car in her life, which is saying something, because she'd actually driven getaway cars before, back when she'd been dating Danny and working at the chop shop. She caught 3 greens, such luck, then raced up to a red before looking back over her shoulder. Fuck Janine, fuck Salvatore, and fuck Bastian in the neck. But not Mr. Janvier. Because, oh my God. She grinned at herself in the rear view, then realized she looked like she'd been attacked by a bear. Her cheeks were red, her bun half fallen, and she was lucky he hadn't ripped her necklace off of her. He'd turned the neckline of her dress from boat to scoop, yanking it all out of proportion. It was never going to be the same. But did she care? Not in the goddamn least. She revved the accelerator, letting the engine roar, not caring what other people stopped at the same light thought of her. She felt alive again, and it had been a while. Just like a car, sometimes somebody needed to ride her like she was meant to be ridden. She knew she accelerated quickly and cornered like a champ, and it had been a long time since anyone had taken her out on the track. She settled back into the driver's seat. The light changed, and she sped the whole rest of her way home. The second she got there, she went into the bathroom to take a shower and wash the day away. Shame, really, because she still looked mauled in the mirror, in a good way, and because she still smelled like a woman who'd just gotten fucked against $100,000 rack of wine. She laughed at herself and decided to compromise, running herself a tub. No reason she had to wash her hair, really, and she didn't want to have to blow dry it before sleeping anyhow. She poured a liberal amount of bath salts into the water, sank in, and carefully texted Andy over the tub's edge, going into explicit detail about what had just happened, and then groaned, realizing Andy was probably 10 time zones away and on a whole different continent. "Really?" Sammy complained, shaking her phone like that'd make her best friend text back faster, then set it on the ground and shrugged deeper into the tub, realizing she'd forgotten to take the necklace off, along with Danny's peridot. The peridot she knew would hold up underwater, but she wasn't sure about the red gemstone. Though it was a stone, wasn't it? It had chunky square facets on the front and a flat back. She moved to take it off, and then thought better of it because it was too late now. She straightened the chain and left it right where it was, between her breasts and slightly above, centered on her sternum, like a bright red drop of blood.
Rax wandered through the entryway of his home in a daze, throwing his keys aside and letting his coat drop next, then returning to his coat to fish out the scarf the woman had left behind. It still had her spicy aroma on it, her cinnamon mixed with their sex. Rax had offered the valet $100 for her name, but he'd sensed Rax's interest in her was possibly untoward and clammed up, being a good man rather than a helpful one. Rax knew he could have just asked Bastian, but there was an element of pride, having been surprised by the sommelier who'd no doubt told his boss all about what he'd been doing when they'd put the bottle of Domaine Leroy Pinot on his bill. Rax Janvier did not beg to find out a human woman's name, not even when that woman was wearing an impossibly magical piece of jewelry and happened to be an exquisite lay. No. His style was more unexpectedly appearing beside your bed at night with a knife against your throat, demanding information, and it wouldn't take much effort for him to find out where Bastian lived. He walked forward to the only thing currently lit in his improbable underground villa, a massive 3-story high shark tank with several creatures of the deep slowly circling inside. It was the main fixture of his home, and all of the rest of the rooms faced it, lit by its magical glowing lights. He placed a hand on the thick glass and his favorite bull shark swam up, expecting food, staring out at him with dead black eyes that Rax knew were every bit as unforgiving as his own. "You're back early." Smoke leaped up to the top of his nearby piano and sniffed at him. The Arctic fox had his summer coat on. He was the color of a heavy rain cloud or smoke, just like his name. "I am." "You smell of woman." "Yes." Smoke jumped off the piano and sniffed directly at the scarf. "That woman?" Rax pushed the scarf into his pocket as he waved his other hand, and the coat he'd been wearing disappeared, just as his keys disappeared to inside his garage, the tunnel up from which was the only way into or out of his lair, and magically hidden on the exit side. "I saw the lost fragment of the key again, Smoke." The last time he'd seen it, it had been in Ceres's hand, as she'd been lying in state in her coffin. His family had given her the elaborate funeral they couldn't give Tyrion because his body was entombed behind the gate below. It had been the last time he'd seen his father alive, right before he had been imprisoned to be punished for his brother's crime. And by the time he'd been released 700 years ago, today, everything that he knew or loved or cared about was gone. His father was dead of a broken heart. Ceres's grave had been smashed open and ransacked, Tarion's mad grief was remembered only in songs that mocked him and the people who Rax had sacrificed his dragon for spoke of him only in whispers, like he was an evil spirit, or didn't think of him at all. It was as if everything true had been forgotten. Smoke's tail bristled. "The key! After all this time?" he asked, and Rax nodded. "And today, of all days?" Indeed. In front of him, the shark got tired of waiting for food and swam off. The fox woofed his hand holding the scarf, then quickly wound around to breathe the other. "Well, where is it?" The creature sensed his hesitation. "It's not on you?" "No, it's with the woman." Smoke shook his head as though he had a flea in his ear. "You let her take it." Rax stared into the water. All the better to ignore his fox. I didn't have a choice. "You let her live," Smoke grumbled. "Life's a choice." "It is, isn't it?" Rax agreed without looking down. He knew it was, because he'd wanted to die every day he'd been imprisoned. When he'd been chained to a rock as magicians slowly broke his body and pulled his dragon's form from him to wrap it around the gate below, reinforcing the lock his brother had almost broken with Rax's dragon's beastly strength. He'd wanted to die under their ministrations for 100 years, but he hadn't let himself go. The responsibility of keeping the gate closed fell to him, and when they were done with him, he'd vowed to continue living no matter what, to honor the rituals that would prolong his dragon's slumber, keeping his family's ancient pact. It was just that the way he was living now didn't always feel like life. He was split into two beings. Half of him always at the bottom of the ocean, cold, deathless, sleeping. Whereas the half of him that got to walk the earth awake, no matter how many deals he made, how many games he played, how much money he stole. He wasn't so sure anymore that that made him alive. Not as sure as he'd felt less than an hour ago. Sinking into her. "Did I hear you right?" Rax felt the intrusion of Hachiro's mind pressing against his, as the first of the creature's tentacles appeared against the glass, crawling up from the darkness below. The tank went much, much deeper than the 3 floors his home occupied. The octopus slid up the inside of the tank, arm over arm, his suction cups clearly visible as it tilted to view him with one parenthesis-shaped pupil. "You found the lost fragment of the key, and you let it go?" It had taken ages of training to hear Hachiro's mind in the first place, and then to understand his tones, but even if he couldn't, he'd have understood the stripes of incredulous orange flashing across the creature's skin. "I didn't let it go." "But you didn't bring it here," Smoke said, giving Hachiro a meaningful look. They were both magical, like himself, creatures from a different place, a different time, who'd followed him out of his past into the present. The fox and the octopus didn't agree on much, and when they did, Rax knew he was in trouble. Hachiro peeled himself off the inside of the tank, jetting water to hold himself aloft, looking like a parachute made of rippling muscle. "When you have the mollusk in your grip, you ought not drop it," Hachiro counseled, gesturing for the glass, turning one tentacle into a knot. "Yes, well, the next mollusk I see at a popular restaurant, I'll be sure to do just that," Rax said dourly. Hachiro jetted up and then away from the glass wall, rolling his entire body because he couldn't roll his eyes. Smoke put his paws on Rax's thigh and headbutted his hand. "I mark your anniversary of freedom." He folded the fox's ears briefly and said, "Thank you," before taking the stairs up to the level that he lived on. His personal chambers wrapped around the top of the tank, which created a 4-foot-high boundary on the right side of his room so that he could feed his beasts and go swimming when he liked. As for the dry side of his room moving against the clock, a third of it acted as an open closet, stopped by a door to his luxurious bathroom, and then his bed and his altar occupied the rest of his space. He tossed the scarf on his bed as he passed it, moving to the green coral altar where he would perform his nightly ritual. He kicked off his shoes and knelt down, unfolding the altar's top to reveal a shallow dish of sea salt, a dragon bone knife, and the chalice he used, a silver goblet encrusted with jewels, the inner cup inlaid with mother of pearl. He spit into the cup, sprinkled in a pinch of salt, and ran the blade across his palm with a practiced hand. 3 fat drops of green blood, dragon's blood, welled up, and he clenched his hand into a fist, adding them to the chalice, swirling the contents around while he said the words the magicians swore him to, in the language of his childhood. "Let all that is dragon in me slumber. May my dragon lock the gate below in times of peace and in times of war, that no one else's ears may hear a siren's terrible song. It is my fate that I should do this and no one else, and I shall do it until the sirens die, or I do." He walked over to the edge of the shark tank, and in doing so noticed the scarf against the darker colors of his bedding. It was the same soft pink that was hidden inside certain shells or in certain delicate places on women. He turned to the tank and added, "Or until I can find the key to free me," and plunged the chalice into the salt water, emptying its contents out.
Andy, oh my God, pick up. Sammy stared at her phone while it rang. She'd been lying in bed in the middle of the night, not entirely sure what had happened, until she'd felt it happening again. Her whole bed had shimmied, and she'd watched the leaves of her houseplant sway. "Sammy?" Andy's voice was incredulous, but totally awake because it was lunchtime in Italy. "What time is it there?" "It's 3 a.m., Sammy said breathlessly. "Is everything all right?" Sammy heard Damien ask in the background. "Yes, well, no, but we just had an earthquake." Sammy was equal parts frightened and delighted. She was sitting in the middle of her bed, waiting to see if there'd be another one. "No way, really?" Andy asked her. "Yes way." "How bad?" Damien asked her, his voice picking up in volume. "Just tiny for now. I mean, things moved and all, but mostly I just needed to call someone," Sammy said and laughed, now that the tension was releasing. "Tell her she can go to my house if her apartment becomes uninhabitable," she heard Damien saying. Andy laughed and said, "Shh." Then there was a silence wherein Sammy knew she was walking away from him. "Was it fun?" she asked when she came back on, and Sammy could hear the grin in her voice. "Crazy, kind of." Sammy put her on speakerphone and beamed at the word lefty on the screen in the darkness. "How's Italy?" "Freaking gorgeous," Sammy pretend groaned. "I know, you keep sending me photos." "We're totally going to do this, Sammy, just you wait. I have so many things I want to show you now." "Making a list, are you?" Sammy teased. "Of everything, the art, the food, the eligible men," Andy said. Sammy heard Damien sharply say, "Hey," distantly in the background as Andy giggled and Sammy laughed. "Come on, I've seen you pack before. I know you can leave some clothes behind and just smuggle one home for me," Sammy said, falling back into her bed. Andy laughed harder at that. "My fiancé might be displeased." "Whatever. I've known you longer. I should get dibs." Andy made an noise. "He puts out, though." "Hey!" Damien said, from just as far, but twice as sharply, and Sammy cackled. "What's up with Mr. Wine Cellar?" Andy asked. Yeah, nothing, Sammy said, with a sigh, flipping her sheets down and crawling back beneath them. She'd wondered every night since then if she'd made a mistake quitting Bellissima's. Not because she wanted to ever see Bastian again in her life, but because it had been her only connection to him, Mr. Janvier. Emphasis on the Mr. Even if anything happening between them afterward seemed improbable to the highest degree, it might have been nice to know that rather than just assume. But she hadn't really left herself any opportunities to figure things out, running away like she had. It had been almost a week, so surely he'd moved on, just like she needed to. Boo, Andy said, and Sammy snorted. It's okay. Sometimes things are just like that. Good in the moment, but not meant for life, you know? Yeah, I do. And you'll always have me, Andy told her. If you really loved me, you'd bring me back an Italian stallion. Would you believe me if I told you I made this trip entirely with carry-on? No, Sammy snorted hard. But I gotta get back to bed, now that the world's not shaking. I'm glad you're all right, and I'm glad you called. Go back to sleep, silly girl. Love you. Love you too, Sammy said, and hung up.
The next few days had passed in a regular rhythm as Rax considered his options. It was spring, and everyone was happy to have longer, warmer days. His businesses were doing well. Ever since Damien's crew had gone to war against the Hunters, magic-aware humans who killed shifters to steal their powers via wearing scraps of shifter skin and bone, or worse yet, via ingestion. Their city had essentially become a hunter-free zone. Word had gotten out in his casino that served shifters and shifter-aware humans, ones that wanted to be fucked by or fuck shifters mostly. Beneath a normal human nightclub had been full every night. In his more wry moments, he was tempted to send the other dragon a fruit basket with a card that said, "Thanks for the business." And he'd easily gotten Bastian's home address. It would be nothing to demand information from the chef, although it might cut off his supply of Domaine Leroy forever, alas. Or he could stalk someone lesser, Salvatore or the chivalrous valet. But the further he was out from having met the woman, the more that night at Bellissima's seemed like a dream. Because how could a silly, fragile human have gotten Terrian's fragment of the key? It had been missing for centuries, lost in another realm entirely. Why would it appear on Earth? No. It just had to be him being haunted by his past. On the anniversary of his freedom, no less, when he'd been released from his chains to find out everything was lost. He'd spent centuries afterward going on magnificent binges around the date, anything to erase the memories of his pain. Trying to forget by swimming through an ocean of alcohol and into infinite number of willing women. Time had dulled the ache somewhat, but it seemed likely that his dalliance with that woman at the restaurant was just a throwback, his body performing again out of instinct. Another ritual. Sheer habit. And several days out, the scarf was the only thing he had that had proved it had happened. Even then, he'd doubt himself if the silk wasn't directly against his fingers. He'd taken to keeping it in his pocket, like any number of the fools on his casino floor who thought they held a good luck charm, not realizing that the magic he'd imbued his home away from home with prevented them from working. Whereas he knew the silk he held was plain silk. A reminder that he, too, could be susceptible to foibles and talk himself into believing something that couldn't possibly be real on occasion. A timely warning to himself to keep his emotions low and his walls high. Rax's office was a small and narrow affair. He didn't need it to be spacious when he was more interested in people having room to give him their money on the casino floor. His sizable desk was along one wall, made of dark wood with a different formidable magical lock for each of its many drawers. His walls had maps to the city that he'd acquired as it grew, so they appeared historical, though to him they were not, seeing as he'd lived through all of them. The far side of the office opposite the door was occupied by a massive mirror that took up almost all the space along the wall. It was in a gilt frame, and the currently quiet glass was fogged. And then he had several objects of power on display sheerly because he could, just as an arms dealer might have a few weapons on display, finding them pleasant. He was running silk through his fingers and considering an offer a client had emailed for one of his objects of power. Was he willing to part with it? Would they deserve it? More importantly, how much would they pay? He heard a heavy knocking on the far side of his office door, and he heard Namir's voice asking, "Boss, can I come in?" "Enter," Rax said, and Namir did so. The tiger shifter / archaeologist, if stealing from museums counted as archaeology, was his second in command, and probably the only man he actually trusted on the casino floor. So far. Living as long as he had, Rax knew disappointment in other people was inevitable. People couldn't help themselves. He put his hands on his desk. Why had his hand been in his pocket again? He watched Namir shift uneasily, taking up most of the space in the doorframe. The tiger shifter was the same size as he was, but had darker skin and wore a tightly trimmed beard, whereas Rax was clean-shaven most days. Namir's eyes were surprisingly hazel, and Rax knew they never missed anything. "I have someone here I think you want to see." Rax felt one of his eyebrows creep upward as he checked the corner of his laptop for the time. "I doubt that, Namir. It's 4 PM, and you and I both know nothing good happens until after sundown." "I agree, but—" Namir tapped his slightly flattened nose meaningfully. And Rax knew what he meant. If he hadn't seen Namir change into a tiger several times now, he'd believe the man half-bloodhound. "All right," Rax said, standing to sidle around his desk and walk out onto the casino floor with the other man. The casino wasn't open yet, but the lights were on. The chandelier over the extensive bar glittered, and the green felt on the tables was brushed and ready. "Where?" "The club floor. We're screening bartenders." "Am I reduced to interviewing humans now?" Rax chided as they reached the secure hallway that led upstairs to the dance club that provided cover for Rax's much more illegal activities below. "I have a hunch," Namir said. "You mean your nose has a hunch," Rax corrected, blowing air through pursed lips as he pushed open the final set of doors. There was a cluster of humans outside, sitting down on the chairs they'd pulled down from the tables as the club was closed. They were chatting among themselves, and one woman among them had hair the red-orange of a cooling ember before it died out, and there was the slightest hint of cinnamon in the air. "So?" Namir asked him. "How did you know?" Rax whispered without taking a step further. He and the tiger shifter were both hidden in the hallway. "It's not often you smell like a woman, but this past week," Namir began, and Rax grunted to cut him off. "I'll be sitting in on all your interviews today." He still didn't know the girl's name. "I figured as much," Namir said in a rich baritone, pleased with himself. Chapter 4. Each time the door opened, Rax glanced at the name on the resume in front of Namir, and he'd try the name there on his tongue. Had the woman in the wine cellar been an Amanda or a Kaylee? He didn't think so, but he was willing to be wrong, just to see her and find out what happened to his gemstone. But the women walked in, one after another, and each time he found himself disappointed. Nervous, even. Because what if she'd somehow spotted him in the hallway and had run away again? It seemed impossible to consider. If fate had brought her to him once, It sure as fuck could bring her to him twice. But the longer he had to be patient listening to why Britley was going to bring her A-game and be an excellent addition to the Lynx's hospitality team, the more he wanted to crush his phone and throw it, instead of staring at its screen pretending to be coolly indifferent. And then, just before he did that, or stormed outside to go grab her himself, Namir shuffled the resumes on his desk, pulling out one for Samantha O'Connor. An Irish surname would make sense with the accent and the hair, but Rax skimmed it and didn't see Bellissimas as a recent employer. His eyes were narrowed in contemplation when Namir went to the hallway to retrieve her, and as he heard her talking to Namir outside, he caught a hint of cinnamon in the air. He shoved Namir's chair over and took the center of the table they were using as a makeshift desk in the private room, waiting for Namir to escort her in. The tiger shifter, always able to sense a change in the wind, gave Rax a look at his having moved. "I'll let you handle this interview," he said, stepping aside to exit without complaint, revealing Samantha behind him. She'd been totally eclipsed by the tiger shifter's larger bulk, but now that he could see her, he didn't understand how. Her pale, freckled skin still had a luminescent glow to it, and her radiant hair was in loose curls around her shoulders. She was wearing jeans, a tight white top, probably the same blazer she'd had on that night, and last but not least, the red gemstone, a piece of the key nestled right above her cleavage below the notch in her collarbone. He stood up as her eyes widened. "Samantha," he said, trying out her name for the first time. "Mr. Janvier," she whispered. Good. She hadn't forgotten his name, and her saying it brought back all the memories of the last time she had. His blood sank to answer her, but he controlled himself. He would never let a woman be his master. Not like his brother had. "I'm sorry, she said, wheeling to bolt out the door. "Sit," he commanded her, half a turn away already from him. She looked back at him, swallowed, and then her eyes found the chair across from the table. She stepped over to it and sat down, as he did on his side. "I, wasn't expecting to find you here." "Nor I you," he told her. "Yet here we are." He fell into stillness then, watching her as a flush crept up her throat. It was almost an affront to see her here in the flesh and find her exactly as beautiful as he remembered, which was exactly as beautiful as he'd been trying to forget. He wanted the key, yes, but there was so much of her he hadn't seen yet, nor touched or tasted. And now that he knew that she was real, well, he watched her hands nervously play with one another in her lap, and he noted the ring he'd seen on her right hand at Bellissima's, clenched around the wine rack as she'd moaned as he'd fucked her, was now on her left. Her gaze followed his, and she knew what he was looking at. "It's complicated," she said, hiding the fist of her left hand in the palm of the other. "And it's none of my business besides," he granted like he ought to, despite the fact that he both thought and felt anything but. Was she truly engaged? Had she gone home stinking like him to fuck another man? An unfamiliar feeling twisted in his guts as he glanced down at her resume. "I see Bastian wasn't available for a reference?" "No," she said with a short laugh. I do hope that bottle wasn't too expensive. I heard breaking glass." "It was," he cut her off. "But that was the deal we made, wasn't it?" She nodded silently, and he wanted to storm the distance between them, to leap over the table, grab her throat, and take the necklace from her. Surely that was all. He could restrain himself and forget the rest, undoubtedly. She was merely a human girl, and he had centuries of experience with control. But what had changed from the prior night, when he'd tried to break the chain, first with fingers, then with his teeth? The key was a magical object, and he certainly knew magical objects had minds of their own. "Look," she began slowly, then picked up steam. "If I'd have known you worked here, I wouldn't have applied for the job. I need a chance, but I don't need any favors, if that makes sense. And I fear that, well, we've really set the wrong tone. I don't just work here. This establishment is mine. As is everyone in it, including you," he longed to add. "Then it's an even worse idea in that case, isn't it?" She scooted back bodily, making her chair scrape against the tile floor, and he had visions of her driving away again, slipping through his fingers like her scarf's silk. "What job did you want?" he asked brusquely. He had to keep an eye on her until he could figure out how she'd gotten his necklace, and how he could get it back. She lightly frowned. "Bartender, but I'll be honest, I've never done it before." "Then you can be a barback until you pick it up. It isn't rocket science." He folded her resume in half and tinted it down in front of him. "There are other people outside more qualified," she admitted. "I know, I just talked to them." He shrugged. "Then perhaps Namir will hire one of them as well." "It's just that," she said, and he watched her waver. "I don't want you to hire me, thinking I'm usually like that," she said, as her cheeks pinked, knowing he'd know exactly what she meant. He watched her hand rise to swipe her thumb against the gemstone. He wondered how used she was to making the motion. How long had she worn what was rightfully his? What if she belonged to him as much as it did? The thought rose unbidden in his mind like a bubble from the depths rushing to the surface, and he popped it with a snort. "How are you usually like, then?" he asked, rocking back against his chair, surveying her coolly. Her blue eyes traced the ground in thought. "I'm a hard worker? I'm punctual?" "Those are things I think I know," he taunted, and her cheeks reddened even more. "So, let me tell you how I am, Samantha, and then you can decide." She swallowed and nodded, finally raising her eyes to meet his. "In general, I am cold, I am precise, and I am demanding. I have no delusions about my employees liking me, nor do I feel a particular need to like them. If you choose to work here, you will work like everyone else. I will make no exceptions for you, nor have any additional expectations of you. In fact, in a perfect world, I would not think of you at all, nor you me. If you find that tolerable, you may begin tonight. If you don't, then I'm sure you can find the door." He stood, taking her folded resume with her address and phone number on it, with him.
Sammy reeled inside the small room, putting her elbows on her knees and her head in her hands. She had not been expecting to see Mr. Janvier here. Not in the fucking least. Her heart was in her throat, and now that she was in the room alone, she needed some friendly advice. She pulled out her phone to text Andy, and then remembered Andy was still asleep in Italy. And she hadn't quite told Andy that she'd quit Bellissima's. Not even on Earthquake night. She'd told her all about the wine cellar tryst, but she'd skipped the quitting part because Andy had gotten her that job, and she hadn't wanted to disappoint her. So texting Andy that she was here at the Lynx looking for a new job, working for Mr. Wine Cellar no less, just no. Andy didn't need to worry about her best friend being unemployed, or considering being employed by the man she desecrated a wine rack with. Did she? Fuck. There was a knock at the door Mr. Janvier had just walked through, and Sammy glanced up to see the handsome gentleman who'd led her into the room in the first place.
"I've still got a few interviews to go,
but I spoke with Mr. Janvier." His hazel eyes looked her up and down, not in a lewd fashion, just trying to figure out why on earth she was special. Good question, she wanted to tell him. Right place, right time, right vagina, maybe? "Were you interested in being a barback?" he asked her, sounding incredulous. Sammy deleted the text she'd been about to send to Andy and backed out of her text app entirely. "Yeah," she heard herself say. "I think so." Her training started that night. She barely had time to go home and change into what Namir had suggested. His precise words were, "Dark bottoms, light tops, and the more cleavage you show, the better tips you'll get. But you didn't hear that sexist shit from me." When she returned, she was wearing a pink turtleneck crop top, a mullet of a shirt Andy had teased her once, because it was business up top with a party down below, and a swishy black skirt with a fun belt and heels that matched it. She'd gotten a whirlwind tour of the club from Namir, and then one of the main bar's 3 bartenders took her under her wing. Vanessa was dark-haired, gorgeous, and made sure she knew they were a team. She explained how the tables worked, showed her where to come through the crowd with her orders, and made sure she noticed the VIP section at the back, which was set up on a riser and cordoned off with gold chains. Then the doors opened, and they were off to the races. Sammy was glad that so far it was slow. It gave her a chance to settle in and figure out how to roll from order to order. She'd done some waitressing in her prior life, and she'd always had hustle, so running around came naturally to her. It was harder to hear the longer the night went on, because there were more people and the music got louder, so she felt like she was practically lip-reading orders. But so far, the biggest job hazard, other than Mr. Janvier himself, who she was sure was somewhere in the building even if she couldn't see him, was wanting to dance. Andy was right. She couldn't sing, but she loved dancing, and it was almost torture on a fairy tale level to be listening to music all night and not get to do anything with it. But when Andy was finally back in town, maybe she could get her comped, and they could go out and have fun finally. Without Damien or even thinking about boys, just doing their own thing, like old times. She loaded up a table's worth of empty glasses onto her tray and spun with the music, thinking about being free. And that was when he struck. The guy who'd been watching her for the past 2 hours, and not in an I need another drink way. Her girl radar was in full force. Without Andy there as backup, it had to be. So she'd known he'd been watching her all night, but she wasn't going to take on some rando when the ink was barely dry on her paperwork. She knew how to evade guys who couldn't take a hint or clock her fake ring, but he'd bided his time, waiting for her hands to be full, so that his hand could reach out to grab her ass. And then Namir was there too. Like he'd just teleported over. He appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the man's wrist so she only got a ghost of his heat on her skin, and then made the man goose step out of the club, his wrist twisted high above him. She couldn't hear him yelping in pain over the music, but she could see him howling it as he danced backward while Namir shoved him. How the fuck? Not that she minded. Namir doing that made her feel 100 times safer than she ever had at Bellissima's, which was saying something. But she'd just made a tour of this room grabbing glasses, and she would have bet money that Namir was nowhere in it. She scanned the edges of the room for alcoves she'd missed, and then ran her eyes across the ceiling and spotted 4 tiny red dots among the dark eaves above, sweeping back and forth. Security cameras. Maybe Andy wasn't the only Beyoncé. Sammy laughed at the thought and then hoisted her tray back up and walked for the bar. At the end of the night, Vanessa cashed her out and gave her some tips for improvement, but generally seemed pleased, and Sammy walked back to the employee break room to get her small purse out of her assigned locker. It was late, her feet hurt, and she might be going deaf now, but she hadn't felt alone. Not like she did at Bellissima's. Or her apartment, if she were being honest. There was something about having the music cranked here that felt like having an extra heartbeat around. It was nice. She walked out the back door to the employee parking lot and found Mr. Janvier looking like he was on his way back inside. She paused in the doorway. Like an idiot, she told herself later, and then darted out as he backed up to let her exit first. What had he been doing outside? He didn't smell like cigarette smoke as he waved her past himself, just clean man in oiled leather. Exactly like how he had at the wine cellar. "And your first night?" he inquired, following her out into the dark. The back of the building just had one harsh LED light that was tinged blue. It made his skin look darker and his eyes almost black. "It was fine." She held up her fistful of cash by way of illustration and finally shoved it into her purse as she pulled out her keys. "You know, Namir didn't have to kick that guy out for my sake. I can take care of myself." His expression clouded briefly. "Namir kicked someone out?" he asked, and she sank in on herself for assuming. Of course he didn't give a shit. Just like he'd told her. She'd been foolish to assume he would for even the teensiest of moments. "Yeah, but forget I said anything." One of his eyebrows crept up his forehead. "As you wish, then," he said, and turned, angling around her, back into the building. She stood there as the door closed behind him, watching it for a bit, feeling off, like something ought to have happened, but completely unable to place why. Like she was watching a movie where the soundtrack was just half a second slow. Tolerable, but eventually annoying. She frowned at him, herself, the night, and then went to her car.
Rax waited on the far side of the door, calculating the odds, something that he was very, very good at. Now that he'd found her, Samantha. And he liked the way her long name seemed sinuous on his tongue. He'd be damned if he let her or his necklace out of his sight again. But she was a bright girl. He'd seen her look straight up at the security cameras after he'd told Namir to go rescue her from the creep that had been encroaching. His actual phrase over the in-house system may have been, "Kick him out of my club before I make you hide a corpse," which Namir had been surprised by, but then had acted swiftly. So he couldn't just go racing after her, although he had put a GPS tracker on her car. It would give him the ability to follow her from a distance, which was good, because if she spotted him, she'd startle and run. And then he wouldn't have the luxury of having her under his roof, under the gaze of his security cameras for the working portion of her days. It was hard to be patient, however. The entire reason he'd gone into the magical object trade was because he'd been searching for her fragment of the key. By the time the magicians had finished ripping his dragon from him and he'd been released from prison, Ceres's tomb had been smashed and everything of power inside it taken. While the dance club above was closed, his casino would still be open for a few more hours. He walked down into it through the dual set of doors, all the better to delay intruders, then ignored the waves and attention from patrons and employees alike until he found Namir again. "Boss?" Namir asked, taking in his presence. "Handle the floor," he told Namir. "Act with my authority. I won't be back tonight." He drove his Jaguar to the address listed on her resume, his phone informing him that it was an apartment located not that far from downtown, on the bad side of downtown, which he didn't like. But he also knew that it was getting better. He'd seen waves of economic instability roll through. He'd seen the city high and he'd seen the city low. And he knew now it was on an upswing. There was no point in hoping it would last, though. Nothing ever did. No, he'd lived long enough to know that his job was to take advantage of prosperity for as long as he could. To make as much money as possible, more because accruing cash was a game to him than because he actually liked to spend it. To operate his casino in such a way that it flew under the radar and under the law, bribing people who needed bribing, and killing the occasional person who stood in his way, be they human or shifter. To make his life as comfortable as possible for himself, while knowing that he didn't need many comforts. And to take back the things that were rightfully his. Many magic users had tried to anneal the broken key prior to his imprisonment, destroying more and more of the remnant of the key and the lock in the process until there was hardly any left. None of them had made any progress, including him. But he had been younger then, less powerful, less knowledgeable. And if he could use the strength and skills he'd gained in the intervening hundreds of years, if he could make the key intact again, he could set the lock to the gate below and reclaim his sleeping dragon before he lost it forever. He parked down the street from Samantha's apartment and got out of his car, knowing he was far too distant to be seen. There was a light on in a small curtained window, so he was sure she'd made it home. Although, all things considered, he'd feel better if he had a tracking device implanted somewhere on her person. How long would he be able to keep the pretense of her freedom up? Namir was still sourcing his knives for him. He didn't want to take her until he had to. But surely, there would come a time. Rax saw a shadow move inside of her apartment, and the curtain pulled back briefly. She was looking out. Why? He suddenly felt exposed, despite knowing the distance between them was more than mere human eyes could manage. His hand sank into his suit pocket, feeling the silk of her scarf still there, wishing it was her hair, while his hand was around her throat.
Sammy worked the next 3 nights and didn't see Mr. Janvier again once, which was probably for the best. It made her new job far less awkward. And Vanessa had started looping her in earlier in the nights, showing her how to mix the club's themed drinks. She finally felt like she was getting into the flow, and that was when she realized there was a door at the back of the club, in a short, otherwise dead-end hallway that was always locked, to her at least. Other people seemed to have no problem getting in and out, and there were 2 security cameras stationed right above it. She casually tried it early on in a shift, and when that didn't work, she tried it later, right after she could have sworn she saw somebody else using it, but it stayed locked. After that, she kept an eye on it, marking people who got to go in and when, and if, they came out again. They were always well-dressed, although sometimes their clothing was strange, and not all of them looked like club-goers. She asked Vanessa about it once, but the other woman shrugged. "We don't talk about that. It's not our problem." Which was one way you could think about things, yes. But wasn't she even a little bit curious? Sammy realized she probably wouldn't have cared if she had met Mr. Janvier under other circumstances. It would have been so much easier to give him the benefit of the doubt if he hadn't already been mysterious to her. But because he was, she wanted to know. What was he doing back there? That had to be his lair, right? Wherever he was when he wasn't on the club floor. He didn't strike her as a hands-off kind of employer because, despite the fact that she hadn't seen him lately, it was like she could feel his presence. From the precise way that Vanessa knew to pour drinks, to the expertise with which Namir worked security, to how the DJs adroitly kept people dancing, drinking, partying. Everything at the Lynx had a particular way of being, and she felt sure it was because of him. She was hovering near the door on her 4th night, clearing off a table to quickly wipe it down for the next group, as it swung open and a beautiful woman strode out. She was tall and lean, and she was wearing a shimmering silver evening gown, giving her 4 times as much hem as anyone else on the dance floor currently. And she had straight, ice-blonde hair that swept halfway down her back. Her brown eyes glittered over everything and everyone, and Sammy couldn't help but stare. First off, because she hadn't seen the woman go in, and she'd been spying all night. And secondly, her beauty. There was no word for it but otherworldly. And she was clearly Mr. Janvier's girlfriend. Who else could someone that beautiful be? Sammy could imagine the woman standing beside him easily. They would be a matched set, tall, beautiful, cold. When he'd seen Danny's ring on her left hand, he must have been relieved to be rid of her. The woman neared, weaving through the tables, singling her out. She smiled at Sammy, rather smugly, Sammy thought, and reached out to tap her cheek, an intrusion which Sammy oddly stayed still for, like she was mesmerized. "What a beautiful necklace," the woman told her, then drifted on. Did the woman know she'd slept with Janvier? Maybe if you dated him, you had to get used to infidelities. Or maybe she was being remarkably stupid. Ugh! Ever since Andy and Yumi had moved, Sammy had had way too much free time to get up in her own head. She needed to make some more friends. Stat, as Andy would say. "Sammy?" asked a loud voice from behind her. She turned, and it was as if her prayers had been answered. Ernesto! She'd never seen him out of his valet uniform before. He was dressed sharply in black. He looked very handsome, and she would have run to hug him if she hadn't still been holding a tray of glasses. "Bastian set you free for the night?" "Hey, that bastard doesn't control my entire life," he said, grinning. She grinned back. "Are you sure he knows that, though?" Ernesto laughed and looked around. "So is this where you've been hiding?" "Yeah." She shifted the tray to her hips. "It beats being unemployed." "Well, the eye candy here is much better," he said, giving her a look, before jerking his chin at the bar. "I bet the drinks are, too." "I don't know about that, although I'm sure they're cheaper." "No doubt," Ernesto shouted over the music overhead, following her over to her next table. She wasn't sure what, if anything, he'd heard about the circumstances under which she'd run off from Bellissima's, but the whole time she'd worked with him, he'd always been cool, so hopefully that hadn't changed. "I'm here with friends," he hollered. "We're in the back. Come by when you have a bit?" "Sure," she promised, waving at him with her free hand. The rest of the night kept her busy, but she made it to his table later and got introduced as an old co-worker. The people he was with were also hospitality, so they had working-class solidarity and tipped well. And then the club was winding down. Women were clinging to men and to each other to teeter out on tired feet. And guys were talking overly loud, too used to shouting now to change their volume. She made another sweep. Then she saw Ernesto wave her over. "Want to dance? Or are you too tired?" Sammy weighed the tray in her hand. This would be her last round through the room, and any second now the DJ would turn the music off. "Yes," she said, coming to a decision suddenly, setting the tray of glassware down on a nearby table. Her feet hurt just as badly as any of the women stumbling outside, but she still had some fight left in her. He stood, coming to stand by her side, and she closed her eyes so she wouldn't feel embarrassed that they were the only people on the dance floor. What was there to be embarrassed about anyhow? She was with a friend. She knew how to have a good time, and, most importantly for dancing, she knew how to let the music move her. She didn't have to worry about getting in someone else's space even. She just had to let the beat ripple through her body and react to it, shifting her balance, swaying, raising her arms. It felt good, like letting all her problems go, and just being in the now. The music made her feel like she was racing cars with wind in her hair. It wanted her to be free. "Am I paying you to dance with patrons, Samantha?" The stern bass voice behind her stopped her cold. Her arms dropped as she turned around and found Mr. Janvier there, as every bit displeased to see her as Ernesto had been happy to earlier. "No," she admitted. "No?" he asked her again. He wasn't wearing a suit jacket, and the top 3 buttons on his dress shirt were unbuttoned. His hands were in his slacks pockets as he stood loosely, eyeing her, waiting for something more. She gritted her teeth at his embarrassing her, but she was on the clock. "No, Mr. Janvier," she corrected herself with a spiteful tone, which she knew he registered because his eyes narrowed. Then he nodded subtly, looking over her shoulder, addressing Ernesto and his group. "The club is closed. Find the exit," he told them before turning on his heel and heading for the secret door. "And you're sure this place is better?" Ernesto asked her, as his friends all gathered their belongings to go. She picked up her tray again and took a step toward the bar, shrugging her shoulders. "Not entirely." Sammy waited patiently for Vanessa to cash her out and then left quickly, doing all sorts of calculations in her head as she sped back to her apartment. If she didn't put bellissimas or the links on her resume, it'd only look like there was a month-long gap in her employment history. She could totally tell people she had a sick aunt or had gotten to go on a vacation. Because she wasn't getting paid enough to be treated like that. She should have dropped the tray at his feet, right there and then. Or better yet, taken the glasses off of it and sent it sailing after him like a frisbee. Even if he was ever so slightly, the slightest of slightlies, right, that just wasn't cool. Then again, maybe that's how normal places were. She'd lucked into the job at the car shop years ago. One of the mechanics there had gotten her in after she'd dumped Danny. He'd gotten out of the chop shop life himself. He understood, and it had been very mom and pop. So maybe everywhere else in the real world was just run by condescending assholes. She put her Subaru in park outside her apartment and walked over to her stairs, giving the darkened space beneath the stairs a healthy look just in case. Nope, no ankle slashers hiding there tonight. Hooray. Then trotted up, pausing on her stoop to turn around. She'd had the strangest feeling she was being watched for a week now. She knew it was because she'd been watching too many investigation discovery shows, listening to too many true crime podcasts, and living too lonely. She just couldn't help herself, really. Paying attention to the darker side of life after what had happened to her parents seemed comforting when she was a kid, in a know thine enemy sort of way. And she'd had the normal little kid hopes that she'd be the one to crack the case and figure things out. She did all her book reports on serial killers, and earned even more state-funded therapy. She did her research. She knew the rules. And at her age, she knew she ought to accept what had happened to her parents and let things go. But it was hard. Maybe Andy was right, and she needed a cat. She gave the parking lot outside one last long look before letting herself into her apartment and closing the door. Chapter 5. Because the club didn't close till 4, Sammy had just gotten to sleep when she heard the sound of someone running up the outside stairs. It was like, 6 in the morning? Sammy bolted upright and fell into action plan 1. She reached under her bed and grabbed the metal bat Andy had left behind, seeing as Andy didn't need one anymore now that she was off purportedly living with a dragon. A fist pounded against her door. "Samantha! Open up!" Sammy jumped back in her bed, with the bat at the ready. Whoever was out there knew her name? They weren't calling her Sammy like everyone else in her entire life had? "I mean it, Samantha! Now!" Whoever was out there hit the door again, sending it rattling in its hinges. If only Yumi still worked below. They'd have heard this nonsense and come out to help Sammy put a stop to it. Sammy grabbed her phone with her free hand and crept into the hall. "I'm calling the police!" she shouted. "Don't," growled the voice on her door's far side. "It's too late," Sammy called out, lying. "It's done. They're coming here, so you'd better go." A fist hit her door again. "I don't care. Show yourself." Now that the voice was more irritated than angry, it sounded familiar. Her door had 3 safety latches latched and a peephole besides. She peered out into the dawn and saw Mr. Janvier. "What the fuck?" she shouted at him, and undid all but the longest door chain, swinging the door 5 inches open to see him standing outside by the light of the oncoming dawn. He was still in the clothes she'd seen him in earlier at the club, a mostly unbuttoned dark blue dress shirt, and slacks that clung to all the muscles of his thighs, but his hair was wet, and he smelled like ocean? "What? Why are you here?" she demanded. His gaze looked her clinically up and down through the gap in the door. "Are you, or are you not, all right?" "Jesus H," Sammy muttered, tossing her phone onto her kitchen counter. "No, because now I need to call 911 for the heart attack you just gave me." "What the hell are you doing here?" He stood up straighter on the door's far side, and she realized he was breathing hard. Why? And then he turned around like he was just going to go, without saying anything. "What the—" she began, in disbelief, then slammed her door shut to undo the final latch and run out onto her stoop in bare feet. She was in a pale pink t-shirt and striped boxers that tied at the waist. and she knew her hair was wild. She didn't care. "What the fuck?" she shouted after him. Mr. Janvier kept walking.
"It's clear you're all right,"
he said loudly. He didn't even turn around.
"I know I am. I'm fucking fine. No thanks to you,"
she shouted after him. She could see his sleek vintage Jaguar in the parking lot behind him, and as she leaned over the railing, Andy's erstwhile necklace swung out. "Hey!" she shouted, even louder, and he stopped. "You know, if you want to talk to me like a person sometime, you can." He slowly turned around to look up at her, and she could see his jaw clenching.
"Trust me, I do not,"
he said, and then continued walking to his Jag. She rocked back onto her stoop like she'd been slapped. Her feelings were oddly hurt? But what the fuck had she expected? He'd straight up told her she didn't matter to him, repeatedly, like he was a flagman atop an aircraft carrier waving away planes. Sammy watched him drive off in the car of her dreams, spitefully hoping he'd wreck it.
Rax had been swimming in his tank when someone, or something, had tripped the magical perimeter he'd set around Samantha's building. He'd felt the ripple of someone moving over his magic, just like he was a spider in the center of a web. The necklace tripped it too. He felt it every time Samantha left her apartment building and every time she returned. So he knew she'd gotten home 2 hours ago, confirmed by the tracker he'd put on her car. But 20 minutes ago, he'd felt something else brush up against his defenses, and then break them. He'd leaped out of his tank, pulled on the clothing he'd been wearing, and had disobeyed every traffic law on the way over. And as he'd parked outside her apartment, he'd pulsed out with his magic. But there was nothing there. Only the necklace, which he knew was no promise she was still alive because he'd already considered the fact he might have to decapitate her himself to free it. He'd run up her stairs, pounded on her door, and then gotten nothing in return but lip. And now he'd be lucky if she came back to work, between what had just happened and their disagreement earlier in the night. He wrung the Jaguar's delicate steering wheel and cursed. There was no rational way to explain his interest in her to her. It was one of the reasons he hadn't abducted her yet. But if other elements were after the gemstone, they would force his hand, and her freedom be damned. He parked his car and returned on foot to realign his defenses, pacing around her block, recharging the magical objects he'd created just for this purpose. A flyer for a lost dog stapled to a telephone pole. A brick he'd removed from a building and replaced with one that looked just like it. A glob of tar near a busy road, and a weed growing out of a crack in the asphalt. It was this last one that had alerted him, and the weed itself wasn't looking well. He waved his hand in its direction discreetly and watched it renew, the blades of its leaves spiking up again. Then he circled around, out from it, looking for clues, and found he wasn't the only thing out here that smelled like salt water. He knew he smelled like open waves, but the thing he scented now was bracken and old, rotting and foul. A drowned one. He was sure of it. More so when he found the wet discoloration it had left on the cement sidewalk when it had lost its integrity. Fuck. He would have preferred an actual enemy to this. He sank down to press a palm against the damp gray stain, feeling much like he'd been stabbed. Drowned ones were exactly what they sounded like. Bodies of people who died somewhere in the ocean. And if the gate itself was sending out drowned ones as emissaries, trying to find the key to lock itself, it meant his sleeping dragon was no longer enough to contain the horrors behind its door. Which meant that soon, the only thing that would reinforce the door was him rejoining his dragon at the bottom of the sea. He stared up at the sun with his eyes closed, and tried to imagine a life lived in total darkness.
It took Sammy hours to calm down after Mr. Janvier's intrusion. She'd crawled into bed and hugged her knees to her chest. She was still pissed off at how he'd ended it. But why had it begun? Why would a man like that, cold and precise, his own words, storm her apartment and bang on her door? His concern had seemed genuine, if frightening, and after he realized she was all right, he'd been relieved enough to leave. But why wouldn't she be okay? It was weird. Weird like the way she'd first met him, weird like him hiring her, and weird like his club's secret door. On the scale between having parents murdered by a serial killer and my best friend claims her fiancé is secretly a dragon, though, it felt pretty tame. She was very aware that her scale was fucked. Sammy held her phone loosely in her hands and wondered if she was at the part in the future documentary where she really ought to tell someone, even if it made her sound crazy, when she did. But she was fine, and Mr. Janvier hadn't exactly been slavering outside with an axe, Jack Nicholson style. So even though her fingers ached to tell Andy everything, instead of typing, she just stared at her phone. "I wish you were here," she whispered at it, then put it directly under her pillow and forced herself to go to sleep. She was subdued that night at the club, wondering if Janvier was going to come find her and make excuses for himself. Vanessa asked her if she was sick, so she played it off as being tired, which wasn't entirely lying, whereupon Vanessa handed her a Red Bull and told her to suck it up, Buttercup. But as the night rolled on, she didn't see Mr. Janvier anywhere, and neither did anyone else that she asked. She haunted the strange door more than usual, though, because whatever had happened, she needed closure? Answers? Something. Around 3 a.m., just as the club was slowing down, she spotted him. She set down her tray and quickly followed him through the employee break room and outside into their private parking lot, not caring who saw. "So what was that really about?" she called after him in the hallway, chasing him outside, her heels clattering on the asphalt. "Be honest with me." She ran around to stand in front of him, blocking his path. "For once," she added. The blue-tinged light cast his strong features in shadows as he bent his head in her direction, his expression flat and unbothered. He wasn't even staring at her. He was staring through her, like she didn't exist, and she may never have felt so inconsequential in her life, not even while seeing her boyfriend cheat on her. Sudden righteous anger rose up inside of her. There was no need for him to make her feel like that. He wasn't in charge of her, and she sure as shit didn't need him. "No, you know what?" she shouted at his stupidly attractive yet implacable face. "Fuck you. I don't need this job." It may not have been the best idea in the world to quit when her purse and car keys were still inside, behind him, but the second she started thinking the words, they fell out of her mouth. "You're an asshole. And I'm a person, goddammit." She thumped her chest with one hand, hitting Andy's necklace on accident, probably leaving a teardrop-shaped impression on her sternum. "If you want to pretend like I don't exist, it'll be a lot easier for you when I'm gone." She stepped sideways to lunge around him and back into the building to get her purse from her locker when he grabbed her wrist, holding her outside like a 1,000-pound anchor. "Let go of me," she demanded, wringing it in his grasp. "I know you exist," he told her in a low tone she could barely hear. "I would rather not, but I do." She stopped trying to free herself, and he let her wrist go. She circled it with her free hand, massaging the blood back into it. "What is it that you want from me?" He'd wanted something from her ever since that night at Bellissima's. It was why he'd been staring at her, why he'd fucked her, and why she now worked here. "Will you try to believe me if I tell you the truth?" He tilted his head to look at her. She frowned and braced, but nodded. He made a thoughtful sound. "Good. What I want is for you to come back here tomorrow night, after midnight." That wasn't the answer she was expecting. Surely if he were going to murder her, here of all places, he'd just do it now while they were still alone outside. Unless he needed to tape off a special room with plastic tarps first. "It's my night off." She crossed her arms. You won't be working. That sounded even worse. She tensed and snapped, I won't sleep with you. The corners of his lips quirked up, and a dark eyebrow rose. Have I asked you to? Just the once, she admitted, still frowning. While I do not regret it, I will not cross that line again, he said, his voice a low rumble. Just come tomorrow, Samantha. Here, after midnight. His words were almost cruel, because for the first time he sounded like the man she'd been with in the wine cellar. Decisive, certainly, but not uncaring. Not like every other version of Mr. Janvier she'd met since. She rose her eyes to meet his, and found she had his full attention now. It was too much. She didn't want it anymore. She shook her head and looked away. Why can't you just tell me now? He held up empty hands. I can't. But that doesn't make any sense. You're the person who wants the truth, he said, with a taunt in his voice. She rocked back and muttered, Fuck you, you fucking fucker. He laughed harshly. Is that a yes? No. Sammy clenched her hands into fists. It's most definitely not. You just want to play games. I've met so many men like you before. I assure you, Samantha, he cut in, and she watched him lick his lips. None of this is a game to me. But you can't tell me until tomorrow? She rolled her eyes and started walking for the building behind them with intent. I see you on the security cameras, he called after her, and she felt herself flush. You want to know what's behind the closed doors. I can tell you. Tomorrow night. She shook her head and kept walking. Once she had her purse and keys, Sammy walked out the front of the building and around the block to the back again, all in an effort to avoid running into him. She knew she was ditching Vanessa with 1,000 glasses to wash, but she was also leaving her portion of the tips because fuck this noise. She would quit on voicemail after she got home, because no matter what he said, it was a game. Come back on her off night after midnight? She'd been with some strange men before, ones who had weird hang-ups or who tried to keep scores. She recognized the type. He was happier if she was off balance, and just like that 80s film said, she knew the only way to win was not to play. No, this would be the last time she'd knowingly set foot in a Mr. Janvier establishment. She still had savings, and her best friend hadn't married a billionaire for nothing, because her pride was not, in any way, shape, or form, worth putting up with this level of bullshit. She led herself into the employee parking lot, yanked her keys out of her purse, stomped to her car, and drove home, wired and angry. Sammy parked in front of her apartment and stormed inside, upset she'd wasted a week of her life and, for what? Stupid curiosity? And now she was going to have to find a new job that she also probably wouldn't like because working for a living largely sucked. Her phone dinged. Andy, reporting in, with a view of her tan legs on the deck of a boat, toes pointing out at an impossibly blue sea. Andy was off swimming in the Mediterranean, absolutely living the dream, whereas Sammy was just not. Sammy's fingers ran over her screen, wanting to text her best friend everything, but she couldn't bring herself to even start. How on earth could she explain what she'd recently decided to put herself through? And for what? Some strange man? Hot? Shit, yes. But also certifiable. Was she really that desperate? Sammy touched her phone to her forehead and wished she had telepathy so she could download everything to Andy rather than explain. Or give up and shout, I miss you! Stop having fun! When the fuck are you going to be home? But in the end, she just typed, beautiful, like she always did, and hit send. Sammy pulled on her boxer shorts and t-shirt and went through her bedtime rituals even though it was 5 a.m. She brushed her teeth, plugged in her phone, put in her earbuds, and turned on a murder podcast to listen to while she hunted down a cute goat gift to send to Yumi. The more ridiculous, the better. She didn't know if Yumi even got them, if the new person who had their phone was just ridiculously tolerant or had her blocked, but just sending them made her feel a little less alone. Then she lay in bed and stared at the ceiling as dawn rose through her curtains, listening to calm women talk about serial killers as she willed herself to sleep. Chapter 6. Sammy woke with the feeling that someone was in her room with her, but there was nothing new about that, given what she went to sleep to every night. Only, something smelled. Bad. Very bad. Like maybe there was a gas leak from Yumi's old bakery below? She threw her arm in front of her face to breathe through the sheet and turned over, and there was a shadow standing right by her bed. It was daylight, and the window was opposite her, so there was no reason she shouldn't be able to see what the fuck was just 3 feet to her left. Only she couldn't. There was just a darkness there. An unseemly black space. Empty, with rippling edges. It stank, and it was reaching out for her. Sammy screamed like a horror queen, jumping away from it before it could touch her, praying that this was some kind of nightmare she'd given herself by letting her podcasts run too long. But the longer she screamed, the more there it became, and it started making a horrible, gurgling, breathless sound back out at her. She couldn't get to her bat because the shadow was on that side of her bed, blocking her from both the bat and the room's exit, and the harder she tried to see what it was, the worse it became. Because it did have a face. It was just rippled like the rest of it, like it was in the process of being erased. No, like it was underwater. Like it was someone, trapped underwater too long. The thing you were always scared of seeing when you were swimming in a crisp, clear lake. The girl the older kids told you about at camp late at night. The one that had died last summer, whose body had never been found. Sammy scrabbled to the back of her bed, freed her top sheet, and flung it at the shadow. She wasn't sure what was worse, that it draped loosely around the shadow, making her very certain that the fucking thing was real, or that she'd turned it into some sort of paranormal activity/evil Casper. She leaped off the foot of her bed and ran around it, racing for her bedroom door, feeling it come after her, still making its quiet, hideous gurgles. She grabbed her keys off the kitchen counter and ran out the front door, barefoot, flying down the stairs, running straight for her car just as Janvier's Jaguar pulled into the apartment's lot and blocked her Subaru's exit. He leaned over and swung his passenger door open for her. "This is what I was afraid of," he told her. "Get in." Sammy stood there, panting, while her brain tried to figure out what the fuck was even real. Maybe this was all a dream? A very, very real nightmare? That would explain why Mr. Janvier was in it. But she'd left her apartment door open behind herself, and looking up, she could see the fucking drowned ghost thing inside her door jam's empty square. That alone inspired movement. She leaped into the Jaguar and curled herself up into a ball on its tan leather seat, holding her knees to her chest, shivering with adrenaline and fear. The second her door was closed, he drove off. He didn't even wait for her to put on her seatbelt. Instead, he reached across her for it, buckling her safely in, without even looking over as he went on to change lanes. "Are you all right?" he asked, as she wiped her face with the back of one hand. It felt like fire where his arm had brushed against her, which was in its own way as worrisome as the ghost. "No!" She twisted in the seat to look back at her receding apartment complex. Had all that really happened? Then she looked around herself, now in Mr. Janvier's exceptionally well-crafted car, and then at him. It was the first time she'd ever seen him in full daylight, she realized. He was real. And he wasn't a monster, at least she didn't think. Would a monster want you to wear a seatbelt? He spared a glance over at her and looked disappointed to have caught her staring. "I didn't want to have to do this," he said, more to himself than her, as they stopped at a red light, at the same time as he reached over for her throat. She screamed again, her hand scrabbling for the unfamiliar car's door latch, as she heard someone intone, "Sleep."
"How long has this been your plan?" Smoke snaked around his feet, yipping his discontent at Rax, adding another creature to his menagerie. Sammy was still passed out in his arms after he'd used his sleeping spell on her. He took her to his study on the villa's bottom floor, deep underground, that he turned into a bedchamber of sorts, where she could mostly be alone from him, and he wouldn't have to look at her. "Long enough," Rax said, carrying her over to lay her down on the bed he'd made for her out of 2 velvet couches pressed together. He'd known since he'd first hired her that this day would come, but he'd hoped to postpone it for her sake, or at least until Namir had gotten him his knives. But another drowned one had tripped across his magic, and he couldn't take the risk of waiting anymore. Nor had he had to, when she'd come flying down her stairs and practically into his car. He had no doubt she'd be pissed when she woke up, though. If he could have waited, if she'd shown up at the links, and if she could have handled the truth, she would have jumped at the chance to be safe. But he should have known better than to leave so much to fate when a human was involved. It'd have been one thing if she'd been shielding the necklace one whit, but no, the drowned ones were doomed to find her. They did the work of the gate below. They only longed to see it locked and closed. She was lucky she hadn't been attacked earlier in the interim between when he'd fucked her and when he'd hired her, when he'd been wondering if she was even real. He looked around the room after he'd settled her down. He'd tried to take everything personal out of it except for his books, which he had nowhere else to keep. Anything that would lead to her asking questions. More questions, because the questions were coming. There was no way to hide the shark tank unless he left her blindfolded the entire time, which seemed unnecessarily cruel. And he would likely have to explain at least some of the necklace's provenance to her when he started trying to remove it from her by magical means. All the same, the less she knew, the better. He'd already seen how she'd reacted to the drowned one at her apartment. If her mind couldn't bend around that, showing her more things here would only break it, especially considering that when he was done, he was going to have to deposit her back in the normal world and disavow that any of this, that her here, had ever happened. And if she ever approached him after this, he was going to have to make her seem unhinged. And all of that was assuming she survived his attempts to remove the necklace. Hopefully, Namir's knives would do the trick. But the obviously easiest tactic to take would be the worst. He stood at the end of the mated couches, looking down at her sleeping form, her face relaxed, her orange-red hair loosely strewn over the velvet beneath her, watching the slight rise and fall of her chest, her loose t-shirt draped over her curves. The drowned one had done him a favor by scaring her into his grasp, so he hadn't had to abduct her himself. He could only hope she remembered its terror when she woke. Until then, he had business to attend to. "Have Hachiro summon me if she rouses," he told Smoke and left the room. He drove back by her apartment before heading into the casino. By some sort of miracle, no one else had noticed the open door on a morning weekday. Perhaps neighbors, if she had any, assumed she was home and was airing the place out. The weather was glorious, nice enough for even him to notice. He took her keys up with him and made a small circuit inside. The floor of the living room was wet and the stench of rot and salt water was strong in the air. The drowned one must have lost integrity not long after she'd run away. He stepped around a wet sheet and looked into her bedroom. It was open and airy, or would have been if it didn't currently smell like death. She'd painted it white with one light blue wall, almost the same color as the sky outside, and there was a framed car-themed movie poster on the wall. Her bed had 10 pillows that she seemed to create a nest out of to sleep in. They lined its edges. There were little knickknacks on a bookshelf and other surfaces, most of which seemed to be little resin sandcastles, but nothing magical other than the residue of the drowned one's former presence. There was nothing particularly familial either. In fact, for all of its pleasantness, and apart from the bed, there wasn't much that seemed of her to it. Were it scentless, it could have been a background for a TV commercial or on a website. He went through the drawers on her desk, expecting to find more personalization, but no, just a few scattered bills. No handwritten notes, nothing from friends or family. He spotted her phone and pocketed it, and its charger before moving back into the hall. The bathroom smelled more like her, like the faint sweetness makeup had, and the hint of cinnamon that followed her. And there were little touches of her there. Earrings hung over the edge of a small silver cup with some necklaces nestled inside. 2 kiss marks on the mirror, different colors at different heights, different lip prints, perhaps left by friends, but still, no magic. All in all, she hadn't made much of a dent in life, not as exhibited by belongings or eccentric tastes. But he knew from the way she held herself and spoke that something had made a dent on her. The apartment had another bedroom that was entirely empty, and he cruised through the kitchen, but there was nothing to explain how his necklace had come into her possession or anything else that was special about her. He locked the door behind him. Then he used her key fob to figure out which car in the lot was hers. The same burgundy Subaru WRX he'd seen her drive off in at Bellissima's. He took a photo of its license plate and sent it to one of his contacts so that he could have it towed. He paused for a long moment, staring at the stains in its back seat, which had to be brown paint because they couldn't be blood. Could they? He snorted. Either way, he'd have it detailed before hiding it in his garage. Finished with his rounds, he got back into his own car and drove to work. That night, he sat behind his desk with an array of trinkets atop it, and a man sat across from him wearing a coat that had once been grand, but was now fraying slightly at the edges. Namir loomed by the door. He only occasionally had Namir sit in on his deals, but he knew the tiger shifter made Mathal, a rodent shifter, anxious, and sure enough, Mathal was twitching in his seat. Rax wondered if the man changed into one very large mouse. And what was the point of that, if so? Or maybe one of those things swimming around in South America, capybaras. A man who was half crocodile had once told him they were delicious. Rax played with the items, killing time. After having first made sure that none of them were dangerous or cursed, while Mathal's impatience grew. One was a Rubik's Cube that was already solved, although the colors on its stickers didn't match any of the ones on Earth he recognized. They were mesmerizingly iridescent, created from mother of pearl. And it was actually powerful, more than any other object he'd seen in quite some time. Someone had poured a lot of time and ability into crafting it, for all that it was otherwise made out of cheap plastic. He plinked it over with a flick of his fingers. Mathal's other items, a doll's head that had an evil look on its face, and a chunky statue of an apparently sleeping chameleon made out of silver, with eyes that blinked periodically, were just so-so. This time last year they would have been worth more, but not currently. Rax pushed the cube and the doll forward, keeping the chameleon for himself. He knew Mathal had no innate knowledge of what his items were worth, only whether or not they were magical. For all that, like all shifters, he was made with magic, he was not a magic user. I'm sorry, Mathal, the market for magical objects is very soft right now. You know how much chaos there is in the realms at the moment. Too many people are trying to liquidate assets and move into areas with more stability. He'd set up many refugees from the current war in the realms with appropriate papers to exist on Earth for a high price. He knew most of them would go back to the realms the first chance they got. Hardly anyone wanted to stay someplace that lacked any inherent magic. Because most magic users, beyond shifters and other people trapped inside innately magical bodies, relied on absorbing it from their environment. A non-magical place like Earth provided no succor. Users could stave off normalcy for a time by imbuing objects with magical properties to be drained later, rather like batteries. But that required both foresight and talent. And Rax had learned that foolishness was a universal constant, no matter the realm. He toyed with the blinking chameleon. Where did you acquire these, anyhow? He wouldn't put filching objects from graves past the beast. And despite how many deals they'd done before, Rax knew Mythal would stab him in an instant if given the opportunity. It was only fair, as the feeling was mutual. Like I'm going to tell you my sources with him standing here, Mythal said, gesturing with his head to Namir. Oh, I pay Namir very well, Rax said, because it was true. He would never stray. Rax glanced over at the tiger shifter, standing at attention behind the man, and watched him roll his eyes. In any case, he began, hiding a smile, this one you need to get rid of. He tapped the Rubik's Cube's side. Why? That's unicorn horn, he lied fluidly. A hunter creation, so I doubt it was ethically sourced. Which means it's powerful, Mythal said, narrowing beady eyes. True, Rax admitted. But you try to sell it to the wrong person or even show it to the wrong person, and you're likely to wind up with a unicorn horn in you. Shifter retribution against hunters and anyone who helped them was sudden and violent. And Rax had met several unicorns before. They were assholes, the lot of them, and everyone knew it. Bah, Mythal said. I'll give you 20 chips for the chameleon, Rax said, holding up the living statue. It was a low figure, but he knew Mythal had a gambling problem, which he wasn't above using against him. And as for the cube, you're better off just throwing it in the trash. Mythal's hand pocketed the doll's head, but wavered over the cube as the rodent shifter tried to figure out his angle. 20 more chips, and you can keep the cube too. And buy a hunter talisman. Rax lifted his gaze wearily to Namir, who made a growling sound. I think not. I have a reputation to uphold. I run a safe casino, Mythal. And while all shifters are equal here, any sign of me or anyone I know consorting with hunters, no. Rax laughed as though it were utterly impossible, even though he'd been forced to sell magical objects to hunters to ensure his own clientele's safety mere months ago. Mythal banged his hand on Rax's desk in frustration, and the cube rattled cheaply, just like Rax supposed Mythal's teeth would if he was hit hard enough. You're sure? He asked dourly. Completely. Rax opened a desk drawer, pulled out a stack of 20 chips, and slid them over. Here you go then, good luck, and don't forget to tip the staff. Starting with me, Namir growled as he let the man out. Mythal cursed at him in some unknown tongue as Namir closed the door. Rax picked up his phone and pulled up the name of the only unicorn he was currently on good terms with. Want me to follow him and shake him down? Namir offered. There's no need. I'm calling in a favor from Prithia. When she gets here, make sure Mythal notices, and then grab the cube when he tosses it. Rax considered things for a moment. Although, if he decides to run, use that as an excuse to beat him senseless and steal it from him for propriety's sake. Namir looked bemused. Is it actually Horn? No, Rax said, just mother of pearl. He remembered the vast vaults of the shimmering stuff from his childhood. Mosaics inlaid by grand artisans who spent their entire lives decorating just one room inside the castle. But magically it's worth more than I need to be paying the likes of him. And you and I both know he didn't come into it with honor. Understood. Namir nodded, then opened up his coat. By the way, these finally arrived for you earlier tonight. He handed a folded leather bundle over, and Rax didn't bother opening it up for inspection, perhaps the highest sign of trust he could ever give. Rax stood, tucking the bundle under one arm. "Good. Cancel all the rest of my appointments. I won't be back until tomorrow evening." Namir's eyes widened at that. "And what will I tell Prithia when she gets here?" "Give her my love," Rax said with extreme sarcasm. "And say I had an emergency, or better yet, give her your love, seeing as she likes you better anyhow." He looked around his office. Everything important inside of it was magically warded, even his mirror. "In fact," he went on, "you can give her your love in here, Namir, after you acquire the cube, and if you clean up after yourself." Namir let out a low whistle. "I'd wonder why you're in a good mood tonight, but I don't want to jinx it." "Then don't," Rax said on his way out the door.
Sammy woke, slowly at first, then all in a rush, as she realized she had no idea where she was sleeping. It was like she was in a velvet playpen. There were soft red walls on either side of her that went 2 feet up. She sat up quickly, looking around in front of herself. The room she was in was dimly lit, with bookcases lining one wall, a lectern with a particular book singled out upon it, and then a desk with more books on it besides. Okay. She was in between 2 velvet couches sandwiched together in a library, and someone was playing the piano, or the music was being piped in. Weird. But truth was she'd woken up in worse places before. She put her hand to her head and started thinking, trying to remember the last thing she'd seen. The memory of the ghost was still imprinted on her mind, although it was like the longer she thought about it, the harder it tried to leave her. Like her vision of it was just an oil stain, a residue of feelings left behind. And then, after that, Mr. Janvier. Saving her? Or... She put her hand to her throat and awkwardly got out of her strange bed. A shadow moved in front of her. She was attuned to them now, seeing what she had. She leaped sideways before she realized it really was just a shadow. She turned back to see what had cast it, and found an enormous fish tank. It stretched from floor to ceiling, and she couldn't tell how deep it was in any dimension. And inside of it, she put her hand to her mouth and whispered, "Oh my God," as a 10-foot-long shark circled into view. Another one, that had already swum on, was what had cast the shadow on the floor here, backlit by some other light beyond. She was torn between running to the glass's edge to peer in and running away because Jesus fucking Christ. What the shit? Where the fuck was she? The piano playing stopped and then restarted, allowing her to echolocate its source. Upstairs. There were stone stairs that wound around the tank's side because of course there were. She pressed the heels of her hands to her forehead, trying to keep her racing thoughts inside. What were they attached to? Why didn't they have a safety rail? If she started walking up them, where would they go? Was there a chance they'd just reach to the top of the tank and then some sort of comical mallet would push her in? And why the hell did they have to be so close to the sharks? She wasn't normally scared by aquariums, just beaches and the open sea. But come the fuck on! The music continued, and she slowly walked up the stairs to its meter. She was still in the clothes she normally slept in, for crying out loud. Just tie front boxers and a t-shirt. And now one of the sharks was coming over to look at her, and she couldn't move too far away from the glass because the other side of the steps didn't have a railing and... She took the last 5 stairs in a burst, then went left out onto the next area. Some sort of living floor pavilion. There were more bookcases and objects of art from different time periods on the walls, some oil paintings of the ocean, couches to lounge on from which to view them, and what looked like a very open space kitchen, and, almost as improbable as the sharks, someone playing a grand piano. His back was to her, but somehow she knew it was Mr. Janvier. It seemed ridiculous that someone his size could play piano so beautifully, but beautiful was the wrong word. It was haunting. Not because this place was like half zoo, half nightmare, but because there was something in the tones as they met and receded, in volume and duration. Whatever he was playing sounded like the ocean felt when you were the only person on the beach, listening to the waves on a lonely day, when you were all alone, and everything you'd ever known had just been taken from you. Sammy opened her mouth to say something, but nothing squeaked out. And then he stopped, and she knew on some instinctual level that he realized she was there. She swallowed and found her voice. "Your playing's lovely," she said, even if the song was not. "Something here has to be." He pushed himself away from the piano and turned around. "What's the last thing you remember?" he asked. Her hand went to her throat without thinking. "Before that," he prompted. She was going to pre-apologize for sounding stupid when she said she'd thought she'd seen a ghost. Then she remembered where the fuck she was. A ghost. Her voice was firm. She knew she might not have the right words for it, but whatever it was that had been in her bedroom last night hadn't belonged there. "Close," he said. "It was dead, but it wasn't a ghost. It was a drowned one." He said the words with total authority. He wasn't worried about sounding weird at all. "Which is?" she asked him. He shook his head. "It doesn't matter," he said, and then considered her. "Where did you get that necklace, Red?" She took a step back, remembering how the box had mysteriously appeared, presumably for Andy. "Why?" "Because. It's why they're after you. And I know you didn't get it yourself. Nor have you had it very long." Sammy blinked. Andy's business with her fiancé, the dragon shifter, was just that. Andy's. Sammy would never sell her best friend out. "You might as well tell me now," he said, "because you will be telling me eventually." She watched him stand and cross the room, arcing around her until he sat down on a couch in front of a low table. He kicked the table back a foot and jerked his chin at it. "Come, sit." There was something folded up on the table. She wasn't sure what it was. "And if I don't?" "Do I seem like the kind of man you want to disobey?" She heard the taunt in his voice. "If you wanted me dead by now, you'd already have killed me." Is that so?" he asked dryly as one of his eyebrows lifted. "Probably." She wrapped her arms around herself. There was a door behind him. She could... "Locked, I assure you," he said. He was between her and the door. And just like when she'd seen him playing the piano, she felt like he'd be more agile than he looked. Than was fair, really. Because, what was this? "Have you kidnapped me?" She tried to keep her voice calm as she said the words, but a bullet of acid shot through her stomach. She didn't need his answer to know it was true. He inhaled deeply. "You were in danger, Samantha." "Am I, or am I not, allowed to leave?" She watched him for half a second too long. A vital moment, time she should have spent sprinting for the door. She raced in its direction, her bare feet slapping against the cement floor, jolts of pain running up her shins as she ran flat out. From the corner of her eye, she saw him leap over the couch he'd been sitting on and run after her, every bit as athletic as she feared. His shoes against the floor were loud, and he blindsided her on her left when she was 10 feet from it, easily picking her up. "Let go of me!" she shouted at her highest volume, feeling her throat tear with the force of it. "Help! Help! Fire!" She thrashed in his arms, feeling all the places he was clothed rubbing against all her naked skin where she was not. He crushed her against himself, as firm and unforgiving as the bite of any shark. "Let me go!" she howled, scrabbling against him wildly, throwing punches with elbows, trying to kick at his kneecaps, reaching up for the softer flesh of his throat and eyeballs. But nothing worked. It was like trying to wrestle steel. She wriggled sideways all of a sudden and tried to bite the arm that held her. "Samantha, stop!" he shouted, half dropping, half throwing her to the ground. She caught herself, bruising a wrist, and then cleared the last few feet to the door in a scurry. She didn't see any locks on it, just a normal door handle. She twisted it and prayed, "Please, please, please." But the door didn't so much as tremble. "See?" he said behind her. She tried the door handle again and again, and then felt hot tears spring to her cheeks. She swallowed them back because, fuck, if this was it, there was no way that this man was going to make her cry. She let go of the door handle and beat her hands on the door, hurting her wrist further, and then swiped at her face with the collar of her t-shirt. "Can you just settle down?" Mr. Janvier growled from behind her. At least he hadn't followed her. He didn't need to. She was trapped. "I know things are strange," he went on, "but I need you to be rational." She turned to look over her shoulder at him, her hair flipping with the motion. "You fucking have pet sharks. I don't need to be rational." He was angry. He'd been angry almost every time she'd ever seen him, it seemed, so why should that change now? But then an unexpected emotion crossed his face. Delight. At what? Capturing her? Before she could figure out how best to use it against him, his familiar expression returned. "Why am I here?" she whispered. Everything was cold here. Her feet on the cement she stood on, the water in the tank behind him, the dark amber of his gaze. Cold and lifeless. Her eyes threatened to cry again, and she grit her teeth, blinking tears back. "To keep you safe," he said, taking a step away from her without turning around. "The necklace you have on is more valuable than you know. If I am interested, others will be as well, like the thing that visited you earlier today. All I want to do is free you from the necklace and its curse, which is precisely what I was going to tell you tonight." Her hand reached for the red gemstone on her neck. "Why should I believe you?" He shrugged lightly. "You don't really have a choice." He went back to where he'd been sitting on a couch and pointed to the table again. "Don't make me make you." Sammy walked over to him as slowly as possible, holding her hurt wrist with her opposite hand. He was stronger than she was for sure, so if she wanted to survive, she was going to have to outsmart him. In a very real, very horrible way, she'd been preparing for this moment her whole life. She had a huge advantage. She'd already survived an attempted murder once before. All she had to do was manage to do it again. And she knew the first rule of surviving something like this was that if she ever had a chance to kill him, she shouldn't hesitate.
Chapter 7. He shouldn't have run after her. Rax knew in the moment he was making a mistake, but he hadn't been able to stop himself. It was a feral predator thing. Then he wrapped his arms around her again, just like that night at Bellissima's, breathing in the scent of her hair without thinking, and now it was too late. She hated him. She would have hated him regardless, but he'd learned that people very rarely forget when you made them feel anger mixed with fear. It didn't matter, of course. She was human, so how could it? But watching her trudge defeatedly toward him, one foot in front of the other like she was marching to the gallows, he wished he could take that small part back. Ah, well. She rounded the couch and sat on the table across from him, arms crossed beneath her breasts. He knew better than to assume her current compliance was a permanent state. He felt sure that the Samantha who'd just tried to bite him wasn't far away. Try to remove the necklace, Red. There was no point in using any coddling phrases like, "Do me a favor," or "Can you?" when he didn't mean anything of the sort. She would do as she was told from here on out, or face consequences for it. Once he'd figured out precisely what they were. Her hands lifted and found the clasp behind her neck. He watched her fidget and then frown. "I can't." That's what I feared. He reached for the leather bundle on the table beside her, undid its tie and opened it up to reveal the magical knives he'd had Namir source for him inside. There were 3 of them, with different energies and different blades, gold, glass, and a blade made entirely of pressed rose petals. And this was where he'd begin. Either one of them would work, or he'd use his own magic to amplify them over the course of several days and imbue them with enough power. "You're scaring her." Hachiro's voice rose in his mind as the creature did, hovering in the aquarium behind Samantha's shoulders. He glanced at her face and saw her sheer terror. She was even paler than she naturally was. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth had dropped open. "They're not for you. They're for the chain." Something he probably should have mentioned prior to revealing them. "Tie your hair up unless you want a haircut." Her shining eyes sought his, searching for any kindness, and he clenched his jaw. "Red," he warned. It was as close as he would come to saying please. She swallowed as her hands rose a second time, sweeping her hair around itself and up into a bun like it had been the night that he'd first seen her. She did have a lovely neck, and there were so many freckles on it he hadn't kissed yet. He growled at his own distraction and reached for the stone, plucking it up off of her chest, doing his best to not touch any of her skin. "I'm not going to harm you," he said, picking up the gold blade. Her eyes looked from his hand to him. "For how long?" Rax took a deep breath. In general, he tried not to lie, and so as comforting as it would have been for her to hear that he'd never hurt her, what were the chances of that, when he knew from just looking at her that he already had? "That's what I thought," she whispered, closing her eyes and going still. Making peace with her god? Preparing to die at his hand? Rax knew he ought to bring the blade down to the necklace's chain and let his experiments begin. But how had his gem found her neck to encircle, among all the women in the world? He could see her pulse bounding at her throat. She was still terrified of him, but she was also so oddly brave for a human. He'd seen every human emotion up close 1,000,000 times over throughout his very long life, so he knew how rare real courage was. Then, the pulse at her neck slowed, and Hachiro warned, "Watch out!" at the same time as he saw her sweep up the glass blade and smoke leaped. He batted smoke off his trajectory for her throat as she rammed the blade into his stomach. Smoke snarled, bouncing off the ground, rebounding quickly to Rax's side on the couch, making his strange, cackling warning sound at her, as Samantha's eyes opened to see the sudden chaos she'd caused. She was breathing hard as his free hand went for his stomach. She'd given him a superficial wound, and then the magical blade had shattered. "You," he began slowly, raising his hand up between them. His blood was green, as was that of all dragons, and there were glass shards on his palm. He closed his hand quickly, but not fast enough. "What are you?" she asked, her voice high. He dropped the stone he still held, and it thumped on her chest. "The worst thing that's ever happened to you," he growled. He slammed his unused gold blade into its leather case and folded it up before standing. Her eyes were locked on the green stain spreading on his dress shirt. There was no hiding it nor denying it now. "Fuck. There's food in the kitchen. The downstairs is yours. Come upstairs at your peril," he said, picking up the knives and heading to the stairs. "She stabbed you!" Smoke howled, following him up the stairs, running up a few at a time to look back down, making sure Rax wasn't followed. "I know I was there," he muttered quietly so she wouldn't hear him. He and Hachiro could speak with their minds, but Smoke was unable to. He could speak his old tongue from the realms with the beast, but it required sound. Smoke ran up the last set and stayed at the edge of the cement, growling. "You should have let me bite her." "And then what?" Rax asked, stalking across his bedroom for the bathroom. He needed to make sure there were no glass shards left in his wound. Magical wounds could fester. A human girl had stabbed him. It was wildly unbelievable, even though he'd watched it happen. He could have stopped her, or Smoke, but not both. What if the fox's sharp teeth had somehow hit her carotid? Just because he couldn't promise her no harm didn't mean he wanted her dead. Although, at the moment, he yanked off his shirt, sending buttons ricocheting, and stood in front of his mirror, taking out the shards that were easiest to see. That knife had been expensive. It would be difficult for Namir to commission a second one so quickly. He ran water over a washcloth and then rubbed it over his stomach, wiping away blood and knocking more glass loose. Then he held his hand over the wound, summoning any remaining glass out. A scattering of tiny bits floated free and into his palm, where he carefully washed them down the sink. How many people had tried to kill him before and failed? He ought to be inured to it, except that it was her. He was torn between being pissed off, amused, and mystified. She had stabbed him. And what was more, he had let her. He looked at himself in the mirror and frowned.
"You'd better come out here, quickly, Rax, or I will bite her. So hard,"
Smoke warned, his yips sounding frantic at the top of the stair. Rax washed his hands and then blotted his stomach again to make sure that there was absolutely no blood left on him. His body had already healed the physical part of his injury, but it would take longer to quiet his mind. "What is it that you want?" he shouted as he walked over to the aquarium's edge and stairs below. She stood on the landing below him, hugging herself once more, looking disconsolate. "There's not a bathroom down here, or if there is, it's locked." Rax closed his eyes. His villa was not meant for visitors, and if he created a bathroom out of nothingness now, he'd be inviting even more unwanted questions. "Did you want me to pee in your kitchen sink, Mr. the Worst? Because I'll do that," she threatened. "Come up," he said, nudging Smoke aside with his shoe. The fox snarled, practically slavering at her as she took each step. "Stop that," he told the beast.
"I want to bite her."
"You've made that abundantly clear," Rax grumbled without thinking, and then saw her eyeing him warily, looking between him and the fox. "Go," he told her, taking several steps back and pointing for the bathroom. She ran up the last few steps and then walked quickly where he pointed, occasionally looking back. Smoke made to chase after her. "Don't," he said, accidentally in English. "Don't what?" she asked from the door, hesitating. He waved her on dismissively. "I wasn't talking to you. Hurry up." Smoke looked between the now closed bathroom door and him.
"And you're just going to allow this?"
"Which part?" Rax asked the beast with a snort.
"Her! Here, invading your privacy, not to mention mine."
The fox sniffed after the path she'd taken, nose wrinkling, tail perked up. Rax knelt down to be more on the fox's level. "I'm going to need your help guarding her, Smoke. I still have business to attend to in the outside world." The fox looked at him slyly, from the corner of one eye.
"Am I allowed to bite her?"
"No." Smoke sat back on his haunches abruptly.
"Not now, or not ever? Because if it's not ever, Draken, I hardly see what's in it for me."
"Not now. We'll play the rest day by day." Rax ran a rough hand down the fox's back to calm it, and it shook itself in response.
"I'm not forgetting,"
Smoke warned him. "I didn't expect you would." The door to the bathroom reopened and Rax returned to standing. Samantha cast a quick look around his room, and then at him, looking at his stomach where she'd stabbed him. She'd seen his blood earlier, and she saw that he was healed now. He ran a hand over the muscles there, wishing he could brush her gaze away. She didn't say anything about that, though. she edged nearer the stairs, and he backed up parallel to the wall of water on his left. "People are going to be looking for me," she said. He remembered the walls of her apartment. Empty, like a journal waiting to be written in. "I doubt that. I have friends," she said. She was trying to keep her voice firm, but he could still hear it quaver. "And a fiancé?" She brought her left hand up to show him the gold band on her ring finger, with its tiny green stone. "He loves me. He'll find me. He'll get the police. I know he will." So many lies. He took a step nearer her. "Would you like to know what I think about that, Samantha?" She didn't answer. She only licked her lips nervously as he said, "Give me your hand." Rax put his own hand out, waiting for hers. Her pulse picked up again, and her breathing went rough. "Give it to me," he growled at her, and she finally did, putting her left hand out while flinching. He held it up and folded her first 2 fingers and thumb in, then brought her ring finger and pinky to his mouth, sliding them inside of it, his tongue tasting the smooth salt of her flesh until his teeth could catch at the ring on her ring finger and tug it off. He sucked at her trembling fingers as he pulled them out of his mouth, and then spat the ring into his shark tank casually. "That is what I think of that," he said, releasing her hand. She gasped, and her eyes went wide as she watched her ring tumble in the salt water until it was out of view. Then she cradled the hand that had been inside his mouth to her chest, like it was a tiny bird, her body shivering and shuddering in turns, and he could see her nipples were hard. From cold, horror, desire. He ran his tongue across the back of his teeth, still tasting her there. It didn't matter. Only getting the piece of the key did. "Go below. Only come up here if you must, and do not talk to me if you do," he said. And she ran away from him, her hair a streak of red as she raced downstairs.
No place here was really safe for her. Sammy dove back into the makeshift shelter of the 2 couches, and because she didn't have a pillow to scream into, she was forced to use her fist. She wedged it between her teeth, much as he had, and howled silently, in a long hiss, getting everything out so that it would be over with and she could move on with clarity. She had to get it all out now because she didn't have long. She knew the first 48 hours you were missing were the most important, and she didn't know how long had passed or if anyone had even noticed she was gone yet. She and Andy had been texting back and forth, but because of the time delay, Andy might not realize she was gone for a full day. So she was on her own and had to act accordingly. She couldn't believe she'd stabbed him. She was equal parts proud of herself and disgusted, and why the fuck was his blood green? She'd seen it. Legitimately green blood coming out of his body. She wasn't high or drunk or imagining things. Green. Which meant that Sammy wedged herself even further into the couch cushions and shook her head. She knew that Andy's Damien had green blood and that he was a dragon. According to Andy, at least, because Sammy'd never laid eyes on him all scaled out. But Andy wasn't a liar, and did that mean that Mr. Janvier was a dragon too? It would explain a lot. In fact, if he was, then everything made a sort of horrific sense. Someone had sent a gift to Andy because she was going to be a dragon's wife. Sammy had intercepted it, and now a different dragon wanted her. Not her, really. No, the necklace. Her living felt fairly negotiable. And that had been the truth ever since that first evening in the wine cellar. He hadn't wanted her, just the thing around her neck. He must have tried and failed to take it from her that night. Her hands rose, and she tried to unclasp it for real. She'd lied earlier sitting in front of him, too frightened to take it off and lose her worth to him while he was waiting with strange knives. But while there was a clasp, and she could catch it with her thumbnail repeatedly. She didn't feel it move. She tried to get it off until she made a spot beneath her thumbnail bleed, and then brought it to her mouth to pinch between her teeth until the bleeding stopped. And what the fuck had been the deal with him and her ring? She could remember the hot way his mouth felt around her fingers, his teeth slowly pulling her ring free. How could something be so menacing and so carnal both at once? Especially him standing there, shirtless, just an arm's length away, covered in muscles, just as strong as she feared, and no sign of the wound she'd just given him. Gone. Healed. Like it had been imaginary. But she'd seen the green stains on the washcloth when she'd used his bathroom, so she knew she wasn't insane. And her intact mind was her current best defense. She was already leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else who might be in her situation, who might not even know that dragons existed. So there was that, although she'd never let on. It was far better for him to think that she didn't know anything at all. The more ignorant he thought she was, the better. The longer her leash might be. Sammy took several cleansing inhales, then got up to the wall and started making rounds of the room.
Rax paced on his upper level. It was clear he hadn't thought this through to the best of his capabilities. He was too used to thinking of humans as fragile and weak, especially compared to him, to have remembered that they were also often cunning. Nothing she could do would have any effect on him, of course. She could stab him with anything in his house and it wouldn't change things. But if he didn't want her bound and gagged or magically sedated, he was going to have to try a different tactic. Maybe it wasn't too late to undo the effects of his chasing. He went to his altar to center himself, ran quietly through his ritual, and came up with a plan.
Sammy knew she should start with fingerprints. She hadn't washed her face in, 12 hours, maybe? She didn't have terrifically oily skin, but it would be enough to help. Sammy touched her fingertips to her face, and then started at where the wall intersected with the aquarium on her far left, pressing them deliberately against the aquarium's glass and on the wall beside it. Did police ever get to investigate crime scenes that happened inside of dragons' houses? Maybe not, but if they did, she was going to do her damnedest to make it obvious that she'd been there, once upon a time. Just like a shitty fairy tale. She heard Mr. Janvier muttering to himself up above. She didn't recognize the language, which wasn't comforting in the least, so she kept going. A broad stripe of fingerprints against the aquarium's glass, some high, some low. She was sure some would get cleaned away between now and whenever they were discovered, but she had hopes for the ones in the low corners. The sharks swam by, but seemed disinterested, which was good. Maybe they were well fed. After that, she turned to face the bookcases. They were floor to ceiling, same as the aquarium glass. Everything in Mr. Janvier's house had a looming sense of proportion to it, much like the man himself, and all of the titles were in languages she didn't understand. She wanted to crack one open and start working through it, but first things first. She went through and touched every single binding, and then the wood of the bookcases they were in, the sides of the bookcases where she could reach them, whole palm prints, and finally, she closed the books on the desk and placed her hands on it, leaning in repeatedly, wincing each time she pushed too hard into her right wrist. Then, and only then, did she stop and turn back around. She could still hear Mr. Janvier moving around above, which meant she didn't want to investigate the rest of the house just yet, so she might as well open a book. She picked one at random. The words inside were written in silver ink and looked just as strange as the ones on the binding. The pages smelled old. She flipped through pages of words until she got to what she was looking for. Pictures. She flipped back and forth inside the book, finding more pictures to compare. This was obviously a history book, with maps of the same country she didn't recognize, changing over time, the borders being continuously redrawn. A chopping sound began above her, followed by the scent of heating olive oil. Her stomach lurched and her mouth watered. She should have drunk water when she'd had the chance in the bathroom, but she'd been hurrying. She was too scared. She grit her teeth and opened another tome. This one was full of architecture that was bizarre. Buildings with flying buttresses off to nowhere, or a spiraling stack of floors that in no way looked structurally sound. She snorted at the drawings. None of them had shark tanks, but Mr. Janvier's home would fit right in. And a third one she tried was a bestiary, with page after page of things that she didn't recognize, or that she knew ought not to exist. One chapter was dedicated to unicorns, another to a bird that was, if the height of the man next to it was to be used for scale, 15 feet tall. Another had a strange creature that had too many mouths, wings, and eyes all rolled together. She stared at it for a long moment, trying to figure out what it was that she was looking at, before giving up and finding the much larger part on dragons, in all sorts of slithery, scaled glory, painted in every color of the rainbow. Some had 2 legs, some up to 6, some had wings, some looked like worms, and whoever had painted them had put in painstaking detail. Like he, or she, whoever it was doing portraits from real life. And the very next page was torn out. She could see where it had been ripped and feel the roughness of the paper at the binding seam. Was it just lost to time, or ripped out intentionally? The sense of cooking increased, and her stomach growled. She snapped the book closed and found the fox hiding beneath it, not that far from her feet. It had crept in while she'd been distracted, but now that they were looking at one another, it slowly lifted its lips and bared its white and needle-sharp teeth at her while making a strange hissing sound. It was angry now, and earlier it had definitely run at her with intent. If Mr. Janvier hadn't swatted it from the air, the same teeth she saw now would have caught into the soft flesh of her neck or cheek. Why was he fast enough to stop the fox, but not to stop her from stabbing him? She frowned as the creature started to snarl, taking a step back and then another, as the fox pressed its advantage. Maybe if she opened the book up again, she'd find a useful chapter on foxes. As it was, she waved the heavy book at the creature, which only made it snarl louder.
"Can you just not?" she whispered, standing firm at last. "Do you know what I've been through today?"
She crouched down a little, using the book as a shield.
"I don't even care if you give me rabies."
Maybe if the thing bit her, Janvier would be forced to take her back to civilization. She waved the book again, and her sore right wrist made it bobble.
"Fuck,"
she said, dropping the book with a thump to shake her wrist out. The fox didn't move. It just put a paw atop the book to leverage its tiny, black, twitching nose even closer. And then Janvier shouted, "Smoke! Dinner!" from somewhere above. The creature squinted at her meaningfully one last time before bolting up the stairs. She picked the book up again and put it back as he called for her, much the same. "Red, come eat." She was starving and dehydrated, and everything smelled amazing, but she shouted back, "I would rather die!" Whatever objects he was clattering together above her stopped. "That can be arranged," she heard him mutter to himself, then say more loudly, "If you don't come up and eat, I'll spit in your food and throw it away." She didn't honor that with a response. Time passed, and she heard what sounded like him cleaning up after a meal, and then the sound of him going outside. She ran upstairs, hoping to catch the door before it locked, but by the time she got there, the door was shut. She investigated the handle, but there was no space for a key. She tried to eye the mechanism where the latch met the door, then went into the kitchen, opening drawers until she found a strong paring knife and brought it back to leverage the blade between the door and the door jamb, trying to find some combination of strength and movement that would wriggle the latch free. Failing that, she realized she could just sit here and saw at it all night. She gave a bitter laugh and let herself collapse onto the ground. Then, unexpectedly, the door swung back open, giving her a brief glimpse of a garage with the Jaguar beyond as she looked up and found him standing there. He'd changed clothing. He was wearing dark blue dress slacks and a crisp lighter blue dress shirt, like he was ready to go out to the links. What time was it? "Just as I thought," he told her, closing the door behind himself. "Get up." Her hands clenched into fists, one of them around the knife she still held. "Or are you going to stab me again?" he asked, his eyes narrowing with challenge. "This one's metal," she threatened. "The result would be the same," he said, stepping around her. fearlessly showing her his back.
"You're welcome to work through all my cutlery."
He walked toward a broad wooden table that was past the kitchen and sat down. There was a place setting across from him, along with a glass and a pitcher of water, and he gestured for it.
"You recently asked me to treat you like a person. Don't make me regret it."
Sammy walked over. A perfectly cooked piece of steak sat beside a pile of greens and shaved radicchio, glistening with vinaigrette. She never cooked for herself anymore now that she was living alone, so it had been a long time since she'd seen a salad that wasn't on someone else's plate. She sat down, putting the knife in her lap. It was hers now, and she wasn't giving it back. "Are you just going to watch me eat?" she asked him, pouring herself out a glass of water.
"I'm not sure yet."
He tented his fingers in front of him, just below his chin.
"I don't know if I can trust you to eat when I'm not around."
A surprisingly truthful answer. She took a sip of the water and fought not to gulp, but it tasted so good. And it had only been, 12 hours? Or 16? How long have I been down here?
"That information wouldn't be useful for you to have."
His amber eyes watched her closely, and even though he wasn't lewd, she felt herself flush. "Why not?"
"Because you seem prone to anxiety and paranoia."
She moved the knife in her lap to be on the table, slamming it down and jolting her wrist. "You kidnapped me!"
"For your own good," he said calmly, "which is something you'll realize eventually, in the fullness of time, and without a calendar."
She shoved the plate of food away from herself. She didn't care how good it smelled, how much the meat had the scent of being pan-seared in butter, or how fresh and crisp the greens looked.
"See?"
he said, tilting his head. She snaked her hand out to slap the plate across the table, but his hand was faster yet, catching her wrist to stop her. She yelped in surprise and in pain.
"If you won't eat it, my fox will,"
he growled, as her eyes watered. His grip lessened once he noticed.
"Are you all right?"
He released her, and she yanked back her hand. Her right wrist was puffy, but everything still moved, so she knew it was just a sprain.
"Answer me,"
he demanded. She got up from the table. "It's a good thing you didn't promise not to hurt me," she said, then stopped, looking back before taking the first stare. "You know what, Mr. Janvier? You're right. You are the worst thing that's ever happened to me. The absolute worst."
Chapter 8. Rax took his frustrations out on the things that he cleaned. The pots and pans he'd used making a meal for her. Yes, he had to eat too, but he had actually tried to make something nice after scaring her earlier, only to find he'd hurt her. When? Probably when he'd dropped her to the ground, which is what she'd clearly wanted. And at the time, she'd been trying to bite him. And she'd caught herself wrong. And then she hadn't told him she was hurt for half a day. He frowned at the pan he scrubbed, in danger of taking off a layer of its metal with his ferocity. Why should she tell him, though? It was clear she didn't trust him, nor would for quite some time. Possibly never. But his fists clenched around the edge of the pan that he held and bent it in his frustration. She'd stabbed him. So surely they were even if someone was keeping score. Despite the fact that he was an almost 1,000-year-old dragon shifter that ought to know better, or at least remember that humans were inherently foolish and fragile. He dried off his dishes and put them away, and then went to hover at the top of the stair. If he asked if she was all right, she would likely lie to him. And if he made her show him that she was all right, he might wind up hurting her worse, so there was no point. He ground his teeth together and left for work. He'd called for Namir once he was settled in his office and presented the remains of the glass-bladed knife to him. He'd saved the largest shards just in case. Can they recover it, or must I commission a new one? Namir reached over and picked up one of the glass fragments. New one, for sure. Although this time, if they know you want one this badly, they're sure to charge twice as much. Try for less, claim shoddy workmanship on their part if you must, but be willing to pay up to 3 times more. Time is of more concern than money currently. Understood. Namir nodded curtly and moved to stand. I made an appointment for you tomorrow night. Someone claims to have an object that might interest you. Yes? He folded the knife holder closed over the broken glass and placed it back on his desk. He'd left the other 2 knives at home locked in his altar until he'd have a chance to use them. It's related to the list you gave me. He tensed. After he discovered that the key was roaming free, he'd wondered what other burial items from Ceres's grave might be as well, and had made a list for Namir. Which ones? I don't want to get your hopes up, and they haven't sent a picture, so there's a chance that they're merely lying to gain audience. Skip to the end, Namir, Rax growled. It's a crystal ball, but they claim you can see the ocean in it, which sounded a lot like a bubble of air for times in the sea. It was a rough translation for the words, which sounded more melodious in his home tongue, a language he'd been avoiding speaking in public for centuries. Exactly so, Namir said and shrugged. In any case, you'll know if it's real when you see it. Indeed. Rax tilted his head toward the large mirror he had on one wall. Continue your search and move heaven and earth to get a new glass knife for me. Your first appointment is in 2 hours, Namir reminded him, then left. Rax waited until the door was closed, then waved his hand at the mirror on his wall. Perhaps the only thing that humans had gotten right in their many depictions of the intersection of their world and magic was their guess that mirrors were magical. Even so, though his ability to use his magic to see his homeland was not always guaranteed, mirrors talked from reflection to reflection, and anything shiny he remembered from his youth had been broken or scavenged long ago. All he could do now, if he wanted to see the parapets he remembered, slowly grinding down to dust, was pray that the ocean in his realm was calm. Tonight, it was, and a familiar image resolved slowly. One of the moons of his old world lit up the sky overhead, providing enough light for him to see by, and the tide was in the pause between in and out, leaving the ocean still. The images it sent him were still marred by tiny ripples, but his ancient home still stood on a cliff top, looking out across the shore. Once, it had been gilded and would have shone as bright as the sun at noon in all directions. But now, it was a decrepit version of itself. It looked haunted to him, which was as it should be, given how the ghosts of his past from those days followed him relentlessly. It had been a long time since he'd gone home, but now he felt he had no choice. He took off all of his clothing, folded it neatly, and dove into the mirror's reflection, resurfacing in the ocean of his home. He took one last look at the castle above the waves and dove down, following the calling of his dragon's soul to find the gate below. He swam through the slightly sweeter waters of his own realm, following the floor of the ocean as it dove deep into darkness. Over the centuries he had learned not to give his slumbering dragon much thought. When he was first released from imprisonment, it was all he could think of. The agonizing process the magicians had used to dissolve the connection between them had felt not like losing an arm, but something more. One's skeleton or all one's skin. And the loss of his dragon had left him feeling weakened, naked, and exposed. In the beginning his mind kept circling back to it, This part of him that should be there, and he was unable to let it go. If he had had the luxury of going mad, if him going mad wouldn't have condemned an entire countryside to the monsters trapped behind the gate below, he would have. But he'd learned to do without. Somehow, stumbling through life, keeping himself safe, and eventually sane. And he could have gone on that way indefinitely, except that his dragon, a chunk of him, excised from his very soul, could not. The magicians had been very clear. They'd been able to free him from his dragon, and they would be able to live apart from one another, but only for a time. Rax followed the bottom of a canyon, illuminating his path with several orbs he created with his magic, sinking until he saw the gate below's shadow. The gate was a carved door hewn into the side of a massive stone obelisk that stood alone on the seafloor. It was 80 feet tall, and halfway up the broken lock still looped through its latch. His dragon still circled the stone at its base, biting onto its own tail, sleeping, looking for all the world like a statue. His wings were sleek against his body, and his coal-like eyes remained closed. Originally, his dragon looked like it had been carved from obsidian without shine. His scales were so black they absorbed all light, as if they were showing a void instead of where a dragon ought to be. But over time, the oceans above the gate had acted like an hourglass, drifting millimeters of sediment down over his dragon's sleeping form, dimming his flat black scales with centuries of muck and decay. The magicians had told him that once the beast was buried in drifting sediment, it would die, and the gate would finally burst its lock and reopen, unless he rejoined it, becoming one with his dragon once again, spending the rest of his life here as the gate's guardian. Aware, yet trapped. Alive, but forgotten. He stopped 100 feet away. His soul could stand to come no closer. But even from his vantage point, he could tell that the beast was nearly covered. He could hear the thump of his dragon's heart echoing through the water like a slowing drum. His choices were to join his dragon here and lose himself, or abandon his dragon, let the gate open and the monsters spill out and never be whole, or somehow make the lock work again, freeing his dragon and himself, if he could but wrest the key from Samantha's neck. He closed his eyes and saw the gemstone in his mind, resting just above and between Samantha's two perfect breasts, almost like an arrow pointing downward, inviting him for more. The waters around him heated as he did with his thoughts. She was so tempting. Too bad it seemed like he might have to kill her to get his portion of the key back. He didn't want to, but if he ever wanted his dragon free again, he might not have a choice.
Obviously, Sammy had lied to Janvier about him being the worst. Crawling out of a car trunk and finding both her parents dead had sealed up that dubious honor and would keep it for all time. But he didn't need to know that, and it was better for her if he thought himself the apex of her horrors, rather than slightly above average. She'd crawled back into her little velvet cave, listening to him move overhead without grace, on purpose, she thought, so she'd know he was angry, and then leave. She waited long enough so that he would be truly gone, and sat up to find the fox there, sitting on the lectern, watching her. The fucking thing was so silent she hadn't heard it, which was frightening. But on the upside, at least this time it wasn't hissing. "Happy you got my steak, eh?" She clambered out of the couches and considered her options. She didn't need to obey him, but she did need to eat. You couldn't escape on an empty stomach, or plant clues to your demise. She quietly walked upstairs, The food he'd made her had to come from somewhere. And water, oh my God, she needed to drink so badly. She practically ran to the sink's faucet and put her head beneath it, turning it on. And then, after she'd drank so much she'd probably given herself a stomachache, she turned around to look through the rest of his kitchen, opening all the doors to his cabinets and pantry. Everything here was sparse, because he lived alone too, she realized. The food he did have was high quality, Wagyu beef, lobster tails, and scallops. It wasn't entirely a bachelor pad, not like the one guy she dated whose refrigerator had only been used to hold beer and ketchup, but it wasn't like there were snacks she could nibble on. If she cooked herself a steak, he'd know, so she ate individual leaves of spinach, wishing she were Popeye while feeling like a rabbit. Why couldn't he have just one jar of pickles? The fox padded in and gave her a look. "Did you have to eat the whole steak?" she asked it, snorting softly. It jumped up to the kitchen counter to be eye level with her. "Hey, are you allowed to do that?" The fox spun its head almost upside down, like it was trying to make sense of her. "Sure, okay, whatever." She methodically went through all of the drawers and considered things as she did so. His oven had a range hood. The air from there had to go somewhere, right? So this facility did have some connection to the outdoors. And plumbing. Maybe she could put a note in a bottle and flush it. She rolled her eyes at the thought. Or just toss it the fuck into his aquarium and hope it got taken out to sea. She turned to look back at the aquarium, something she'd been avoiding doing ever since she realized there were sharks in it, and saw something unexpected looking back. A massive octopus, hovering, undulating its body to stay on a level with her. She walked over to the tank, entranced. It swung and tilted its flexible body to look at her with its other eye. "Don't run away," she whispered at it, while the fox caught up with her to pad beside her feet. One of the foster homes she'd been at had taken all the kids to a local aquarium, and she'd spent the whole time there in front of the octopus tank, ignoring all the other creatures. She'd sat in front of it for hours, watching it do its octopus things, slowly lacing itself through rock, wedging itself up into corners, playing its suckers along the glass, feeling the whole time like it was watching her as much as she was watching it. Even though she'd never seen another one alive since then, she knew she could never eat one, even though Bastian liked to serve them often. They were too smart and too alien at the same time. The closer she got, the bigger the octopus was, she realized. It was hovering at her eye level with its eyes, which meant that it was longer than she was tall, because its mantle floated above her, and the tips of its tentacles drifted down further than she could see, below this level of the floor. It looked a healthy, vibrant red, and then it flashed slightly more orange. The color of her hair. She laughed and smiled, and tears sprang to her eyes. There was something here that didn't hate her or want to hurt her, at least. The octopus brought up a tentacle tip as if to wipe away her tears, and she met it with a fingertip on her side of the glass, then used her whole palm. The octopus laced its tentacle against her palm print on the other side, occupying an equal amount of space, like it was trying to hold her hand. "What's your name?" she asked it, wishing that it could answer her. The fox sat at her feet, needle teeth forgotten, looking disgusted at both of them in turns. "If he smoke, then surely you have a name too." The cold of the glass felt good on her sore wrist, and she moved to lean in with her entire forearm, peeking under her palm to see where the octopus had lined it with suckers on its side. "Inky?" she guessed, and the creature's skin went dark like it knew what she was saying. "No." "Comet?" Because it looked like an old-timey illustration of one, with its round head and streaming tentacles. As if pleased by her decision, it released the tank wall and zoomed around, staying on this level, propelling itself by using the skin between its tentacles like oars. "Comet!" she shouted, as it showed off with delight, and then one of the sharks came over to investigate the commotion. "Comet, watch out!" Comet spun in the water column, creating a pattern with its tentacles as it flashed its underbelly at the shark, and suddenly the shark had other places to be. It dove deeper to avoid the octopus, and the octopus slowly spun back around to regard Sammy again. She got a glimpse of the colors beneath its suckers, and for a second they hurt her eyes like someone had just blinded her with a camera flash before they disappeared, leaving her with an afterimage of something she couldn't understand. So strange. But what else was new here? "Come on," she announced her intentions to the two creatures, and then took the stairs up. If Mr. Janvier did not want her to touch all his things, he should have invested in actual doors. Or an actual cage for her. But that wasn't worth thinking on, not when Sammy still had a mission. Action plans spread forensics. One whole wall of Janvier's room was occupied by the top of his shark tank. It came up to mid-shoulder on her right after ascending the stairs. After that, the rest of it was divided into thirds, one part open-plan closet, one part large bed with a door to his bathroom, and one part open space with a little low green table. She walked to the low green table first. It looked like it might have a lid, but when she tried to open it up, she found it locked. She gave it a couple firm palm prints, and then walked back to where his clothes were. Mr. Janvier didn't have a literal closet. So much as a portion of his floor was a dressing room. All of his suits were hung along one curved wall, and below that were stacks of sweaters, t-shirts, and cedar-lined racks with shoes, above a final set of drawers. Sammy ran her fingers through her hair, tugging out any loose strands, and she carefully threaded these in innocuous places on all of his clothing. She laced some underneath the collars of his suit jackets and dress shirts. Up close, everything smelled like him, and she took a moment to inhale. It wasn't fair that someone so cruel smelled so good. She tucked a few strands of hair underneath the arms of his sweaters, and then expertly folded them back how she'd found them. How was he so precise with his own folding? Had he also once worked in a Gap? She ran out of loose hairs, and started pulling out a small fringe from the nape of her neck, one long orange-red strand at a time. Comet watched her from his vantage point in the tank, while Smoke followed her around, staring up with beady eyes. This was the part where, if she were in a fairy tale, some creature would arrive, other than an octopus or fox, to tell her that if she spun her hair just right, it would turn into the gold that would free her. But instead, she only had real life. Her stomach hurt, from too much water or not enough food, she couldn't tell which, and she was tired again. Plus, she was bone cold, without shoes or socks or anything but thin cotton on. Between the cement floor and the chill aquarium, there was nothing here that provided heat. How the hell did he live here? The answer was, he was cold-blooded. Obviously. She forced herself to finish her circuit of the room, covering everything she could with fingerprints or hairs and hopefully follicle DNA. She then searched the whole strange house looking for anything resembling a thermostat. When she didn't find one, she considered her options. She could sit in front of the open oven, or she could take a hot bath. There was a bizarre tub in his bathroom. She'd seen it when she'd used the restroom. She went downstairs, retrieved the bestiary book she'd been looking at earlier, and returned to his level of the house. The only plus side to Mr. Janvier's place, not including the pet octopus, which she was just going to assume liked her and was firmly in the good column for now, was that he had an infinite supply of scalding hot water. His bathroom occupied the same footprint as his kitchen below. It was wide and curved, with a long sink so deep she could have probably taken a bath just in it alone. But the space where the kitchen held all of its appliances the next level down was occupied here by a massive tub. The rest of Mr. Janvier's possessions had an old-world feel, mixed with modern restraint. Velvet couches, yes, but not too many of them. Ornately framed oil paintings of the ocean, big and heavy feeling, but they were graciously spread out. All of that went out the window with the tub, though. Sammy took one look at it and thought, high-class brothel or too much goddamned money. Because who else but rich people, or people who wanted to pay to feel rich for the night, would want this monstrosity? It was a 10 by 10 clawfoot tub shaped like a seashell, where the claw feet were strongly carved animal legs from animals that she did not recognize. And not only did the outside of the tub look like a seashell, the inside did too. It was made of that shiny stuff on the inside of some shells, the kind you felt lucky to find at the beach as a kid because their opalescence felt precious in a way that nothing else you had did. The shine was shot through with veins of gold, like gilded lightning bolts shooting through opal clouds. And there were marble stairs on one side because how else were you supposed to get inside the contraption? She set the book down and mounted the stairs, kicking off her clothing at the top, and then stepped in, feeling cold shell against the bottom of her feet. There was a bevel across from her, with assorted soaps and products, and a chain hung down from the ceiling. She took a chance, pulled it, and hot rain poured down. After that, she didn't care how ridiculous any of it was, as long as she was warm. She stood there, letting the water heat her and give her back her strength, and then she figured out how to twist the drain at the bottom of the tub to keep it, so that she could fill it up. She went through his glass bottles of scented soaps with abandon, cleaning herself off, washing her hair, rinsing away her panic, feeling human for the first time since she'd woken up here. And then when she was done, the tub was almost full. She lay against its side, reached over its edge to blot her fingers off on a nearby towel, and picked up the bestiary she'd left on the second stair. The silvery ink script was looping and beautiful, and every word in the book was still mysterious. She went through pages and pages, all of the pictures must have been in the back, and was getting ready to skip there when she realized her shoulders were catching a chill. She ducked down into the tub, and then the words on the page made sense. Sammy hesitated, sure that half a second ago she was looking at pretty gibberish, only now it was sentences she could read. The casual observer will note that the scales on the lips seem perfunctory. However, these too serve a purpose. She gasped, pushing herself up in the tub, and her ability to read the words went away. But in sinking back down, the teeth should, in general, be avoided, because while not always poisonous, it is difficult to tell the different specimens apart, and woe to the researcher who makes the wrong assumption. Sammy looked around the room, in case there was any way that someone else was doing this for her, but she was alone. She'd closed the bathroom door, and even the fox was outside, something he was unhappy about. She could hear him scrabbling his paws beneath the door's bottom edge. Then she looked down. She knew she hadn't changed. But the necklace that Mr. Janvier was interested in, the one she couldn't take off, was now underwater. And as long as it was, she glanced back at the book. These creatures are essentially untamable, despite numerous efforts having been performed to either crossbreed them with more malleable species or magically bind them. Sammy laughed and would have splashed with joy, only she didn't want to get water on the pages. If Mr. Janvier wouldn't tell her things she wanted to know, she was going to read his whole damn library, courtesy of her new magic necklace. An hour later, her brain felt full, even if her stomach did not, and her wrist didn't hurt anymore. She felt like she'd gained a significant advantage. There were books about everything here. She'd have to start cataloging them tomorrow. Glance at the pictures first, see what they were for, and then sit down and learn everything she could behind his back. Either how to free herself from this stupid necklace, or something to use against him, to escape. She got out of the water and dried herself off as completely as she could with the towel, then looked disconsolately at her clothes. She sighed and turned her underwear inside out before pulling them back on, and then tugging her tie front boxers on above them. Her shirt was okay for now, but how long until it smelled? Whatever cleanliness she felt she'd gained from her shower and tub evaporated, and the depression that she was doing her best to stave off came back to lap at her heels, as cold as her wet hair against her neck. She looked at his artistic sink, which didn't have a cabinet beneath it, and there wasn't really any in the room besides. He didn't have an electric shaver. He had a straight edge, and one of those brushes in a bowl for his shaving cream, and a painful realization sank in. Mr. Janvier didn't have a hairdryer. Of course not. Why should he? He had 3 inches of hair on his head at most. He just had to slick product through it and go out the door. His hair was probably dry by the time he got to his car. Whereas hers... Sammy looked at herself in the broad mirror above his sink, Water weight made her curls stretch halfway down her back, and her hair was a dense thicket of a thing, the kind that had made more than one foster parent give up on ever trying to comb it. It would take hours of her freezing for it to dry, unless she stayed naked in this hot tub until he came home. She put the heels of her hands over her eyes and contemplated just putting her head in the oven this time, rather than merely opening it. What was she going to do? Hide in his bathroom forever? No. He had warm things in his bedroom outside. She'd touched them. She swept the door open and almost into the fox, who skittered back and then rounded it to stare at her. Comet was still waiting in the tank beyond, and she waved at him before she looked around. If she put on 5 of his sweaters, she thought, but before she turned to that side of his bedroom, she looked at his bed, on her right. The frame was crafted out of the same dark wood as the rest of the furniture in the house, and it was unmade, the only thing really out of place in the whole building, the only thing that showed that someone lived here at all, and it looked inestimably comfortable. The blankets were heavy. They rippled on top of the sheets like tiny mountains. Tiny, warm mountains. Her feet, already freezing, started leading her toward it, picking up speed with her intent. She wouldn't have to be in it for very long. If she just curled up in it long enough for her hair to dry, and no longer, maybe he wouldn't even know she'd been there. It was a bad idea. It was reckless. And it was already too late. She dove in under the sheets just as her teeth started chattering.
Chapter 9. After exiting through his mirror, Rax dried off inside his office and pulled his clothing back on, and no one else was the wiser. It was a hot night outside and even hotter indoors. The casino was full to the brim of shifters enjoying their newfound freedoms. Rax went through the motions, working in his office when appointments required him, and walking the casino floor with a boulevardier in hand otherwise, making the small talk he loathed and yet his patrons expected, all the while wondering what Samantha was doing back at his home without him. He was sure by now that she'd gone through all of his things. He would have done the same in her position, he supposed. Anything valuable or dangerous was locked up, excepting the sharks, and he very much doubted she'd opt to take a swim. He took a sip of his bitter drink, surveying his small yet very lucrative empire, and saw Namir, diagonal from him, make a subtle gesture before glancing at the roulette table. Someone was cheating. Rax was instantly intrigued. Not many people could manage a casino that actively encouraged magic users to participate. It was a testament to his skill that he could, and that they did, and that, by and large, he didn't think he'd ever been scammed out of anything. He couldn't honestly say he was 100% sure, but if he ever had, it had been too low dollar to notice. Although he did imagine there were a few out there who'd managed to take away a chip or two as a trophy. There was a crowd gathered at the roulette wheel, men and women leaning over as their dealer egged them on. His dealers were attractive. He encouraged them to be personable, and many of them had their own small cults of personality for working here. Tonight's roulette dealer was Lily, usually a sassy slip of a girl whose overly wide-set eyes gave away her swan-like nature. He knew Namir made her nervous, as her bird side recognized Namir's beast, but tonight her eyes were telegraphing fear out to the both of them, looking quickly from Rax to the tiger shifter quickly for saving, while the rest of her let nothing on. Rax stepped up to the front of the table while Namir circled the back. She spun the wheel again, taunting the players a little breathlessly, as a thick man leaned over and placed his bet, a small fortune of chips on a black 8. The ball danced as it spun, bouncing against the rail until it finally coasted to a stop, hovering momentously between the red 7 and the black 8. before falling into the 8's divot with a plinking sound like a water drop. People surrounding the table clapped for the winner, sounding like a scattering of rain, but the winner himself seemed resigned. His clothes were black and they looked old, time-wise. Rax couldn't place them from the back, but the outline of the man's face seemed vaguely familiar, as did the man's strange hat. Rax heard the water drop sound again, and again, like ice was melting from a great height. His old realm froze nearly solid every winter, and that was when the beasts beneath the sea roamed. From the castle's tallest parapet, you could see them searching underneath 10-foot deep ice as clear as glass. They were hungry, distant dangers, with jaws that could snap a boat's hull in two, but none of them compared to anything held back by the gate. Trade ships threaded the needle between commerce, monsters, and ice, and not all of them always made it, no matter how good their magicians were. He grabbed the nearest woman and moved her out of the way, using his arm to sweep the others on his side of the table back while giving Namir permission to do the same on the other side. Namir did so, pulling Lily away last, and the swan didn't fight the tiger once. "Little Rax?" asked a voice Rax hadn't heard in almost 1,000 years. Voice soft and echoing, like he was being called from deep inside a cave. The sound of plinking water continued, and where the man's hand met the table, a wet stain began spreading out. "Rolm?" Rax asked as the man turned slowly to look at him. "Uncle?" His uncle had died when he was 11, off on a ship that didn't make it back in time, crushed to pieces by the ice and hollowed out by monsters from below. They'd given him a stately funeral, and as a child, Rax had had nightmares for 100 nights, imagining every way possible that Rolm could have died. Rax raised his left hand, and Namir shouted, "Security procedures!" Dealers shut down their tables, and half of Rax's line of guards came up while the other half funneled patrons toward the exits. Rax ignored the surprised screams and shouts of complaint while his well-trained people followed their containment plan. "Why are you here?" Rax snarled, speaking in the creature's ancient tongue. He walked around to face the apparition that looked exactly like his uncle, but Rax knew it wasn't his uncle trapped inside. It was another drowned one sent by the gate below. "I have given you most of myself for centuries. I have done everything my family promised." "It is not enough anymore." The voice that spoke now wasn't Rolm's at all, and the eyes in his uncle's face turned to black. "The gate needs the lock. The lock needs the key." "There is no key anymore," Rax said. "You know that. There's only the broken lock and my dragon." The blackness inside his uncle's eyes started to pour out, streaming down the drowned one's face like tears. "The gate needs the lock, and the lock needs the key," it repeated. "There is no key," Rax shouted, bashing his hand down on the table, feeling the heavy wood crack beneath his fist. "The key is broken." The sickly blackness running out of the drowned one's eyes increased in volume as the rest of Rolm slowly became puffy and waterlogged, probably looking like Rolm had, before all the creatures of the below had eaten him bite by bite. "The gate needs the lock," the drowned one repeated, its voice a foul gurgle, and it didn't close its mouth. Murky water poured out of its mouth, and Rax could hear his guards behind him start to retch. "The lock needs the key." Rax flung an arm up. "No weapons!" he shouted out for his remaining men. "And cover your eyes!" The gurgling increased in intensity and the filthy water in volume until the shell of Rome couldn't contain it anymore, and it burst like a bubble, spattering everything in the casino with its sticky taint of death, leaving only Rome's head intact, rolling into the dent Rax's fist had left on the table to stare up at him.
"When's the last time you heard the siren's song, little Rax?"
His uncle's voice softly asked him, before all the muscles on the face went slack. Rax put out a hand to touch Rome's face and felt the impossible chill coming off of it. He was covered in rank foulness, the sludge of death peeled from the bottom of the sea, as was a good swath of his casino.
"What the fuck was that?"
Namir asked, rushing up to his side. "My uncle." Namir looked aghast.
"I didn't know you had one."
"I don't. He's been dead for centuries." Rax took a step back to view the destruction. At least all of the patrons had gotten out in time. Finish closing the books and spend the rest of the night cleaning. He wiped a hand across his forehead, knocking a sheen of slime away. "I need to go."
"Understood,"
Namir said. But as Rax turned toward his office to get his keys, the tiger shifter called after him.
"What was he saying?"
Rax knew no one else could understand his uncle besides him. He'd spoken the language of the realms, and not only that, but an ancient tongue. "It's none of your business. Carry on." Rax drove home quickly, confident in his magic's ability to rescue his poor car's leather interior later. But the longer he had this stench of death on him, the closer his own demise felt. Had the gate known he'd swum down earlier in the night to see his dragon? Had he triggered its attention somehow, same as Samantha's key had? He didn't know enough about the magic that went into the gate. No one had, even in his own day. It was too strange and raw and distant. The gate below represented a pact one of his ancestors made, pulling all the sirens out of existence and shoving them into the below with brute force. And no one had dared open it after that until his brother's all-too-human woman had died. Tyrion hadn't been able to accept her death, and Rax had never understood why. After all, hadn't his brother known that falling in love with a human meant courting pain? Magic could make them live longer, but how long would ever be enough? And how could you best keep them alive in the meantime? They were attractive, yes, beautiful, spirited, and warm as well, perhaps, but also frail, damageable, in a way that natural magic users and shifters were not. Humans could break, and everyone knew it. When Ceres had died, his brother had latched onto a philosophical line of thought in an ancient text based off even older myths, postulating that the reason sirens knew how to drive you mad with lies was because they also knew the truth. That, combined with a perverse belief that the Ceres that lay in state in their castle's antechamber was somehow not the actual girl herself, was enough to send Tyrion to the bottom of the sea for answers. Tyrion was so certain his plan would work that he unlocked the gate to talk to the sirens inside. He was willing to withstand their insanity if only he could use their lies to somehow conversely triangulate the truth of where Ceres was alive. Rax had to follow Tyrion down there, wrestled the key from him, and then shut him inside the gate, because there'd been no other way to win. Rax wasn't strong enough to force his older brother to come back out with him, not even as a dragon. He bore the scars from their fight across his back, and he carried the terrible knowledge of what he'd done to his brother with him every day. And when he'd locked the gate, the key had broken. Most of it had flaked into dust, so only 3 pieces remained. One he owned. One hung from Samantha's neck. And the largest piece was still inside the lock itself, barely holding the lock shut. How could the gate ask for more from him? He had already given it his brother and his dragon. What else of him was left? Rax parked, walked into his villa, and found Smoke waiting for him just inside the door.
"What is that smell?"
The fox demanded, dancing back. "A drowned one," Rax said quietly. Hopefully the girl was asleep downstairs. He waved his arm so the animal would step aside. "I need to bathe."
"So did the girl, apparently,"
Smoke sniffed. Rax paused at that. She would have to wash, yes, although her using his tub to do so felt oddly intimate. But given that there wasn't a second one in his home...
"That was after she touched all of your things. I watched her. I didn't bite her. I wanted to. But you promised I could later, so..."
"I did not," Rax corrected him softly.
"As good as promised,"
the fox muttered, trotting alongside Rax as he went for the stairs to go up a level.
"And then?"
Smoke yipped with excitement, mounting the last 3 stairs.
"This!"
He pointed at Rax's bed with both his nose and tail tip. Rax saw his sheets were piled like he'd left them. Only after a moment he realized something nestled inside his sheets was breathing.
"So, can I bite her now?"
Smoke asked, his copper eyes shining with hope. "No," Rax said, walking over to his bed with a frown. If he thought her using his tub was intimate, then what was this? She was curled up in a tiny ball, her knees tucked up beneath her chin, her hair streaked along his pillow. She was sleeping peacefully, blissfully unaware of his presence. "What are you doing?" he asked at a normal volume, of himself as much as her. Her eyelids fluttered open, and he saw her work through her surprise at her surroundings, and then recognize him with a gasp. "You weren't supposed to," she said in a rush before catching herself. "I just meant to nap. I didn't know what time it was. Oh my God, what is that smell?" She recoiled further into his sheets, putting a hand over her nose. "It doesn't matter. Why the hell are you in my bed?" He kept his voice just below a growl. "Don't get any ideas," she said, pushing herself to the bed's far side, taking all the sheets with her. "You are human. I would never," he scoffed, then grabbed his sheets and yanked them back from her like a matador flipping a cape. "Explain yourself." You don't have a hairdryer." What the fuck did that even mean? She wrapped her arms around herself. To hide from him? No. To trap her heat in. He could see goose flesh prickle all along her exposed skin. "Do you have any idea how cold your house is?" she went on, reaching out to grab the edge of his sheets and pull them back. He fought her once, and then let her win. She quickly yanked the sheets up to her armpits. "I don't have blankets down there, or pillows, or anything warm to wear. You do." Rax took a long inhale, realizing her point. Human fragility again. "Or clean clothes, or a toothbrush," she went on, building up steam as she clutched his sheets to herself. "Or any other indication that you don't mean to murder me tomorrow, basically." He eyed her. "You do realize if I wanted to murder you, you'd already be feeding my sharks. If I don't get to brush my teeth soon, I might just jump in there myself." She crossed her arms beneath the blankets. "It might be easier to extract my necklace from a shark's belly than from around your neck," he said, and watched her eyes widen briefly, not sure whether he was teasing or not. "Luckily for you, I value my sharks. he told her, and snapped his fingers. There's a piece of paper and a pen on the dining room table below. Make a list of things you need, and I will procure them for you tomorrow when things are open. It's night time? She asked slowly. Her voice was soft and fearful. Not of him necessarily, but the free fall of her current existence, totally dependent on him to even know the time. He inhaled deeply and sighed. It is. Take my sheets and go downstairs, Red. I need to shower and sleep myself. He didn't wait for her to move. He just walked for his bathroom and shut the door. By the time he emerged clean, she was gone. She'd left him one blanket and taken the vast majority of everything else. He walked around his bed to the altar he had at the room's far side and performed his ritual out of habit, hoping it would calm him. Hachiro's thoughts rose up in his mind. You are distressed. What happened? He quietly recounted seeing his long-dead uncle for the octopus, who had also known the man. Poor Rolm. To be used so, Hachiro said. I know, Rax thought back at him, wondering if the nightmares of his childhood would come back. I just don't know how to stop it. I would relock the gate right now if I could, but I can't, not presently. Perhaps things will work out in your favor, Hachiro said, his thoughts floating as calmly as he did. I hope, he said aloud, because he was more used to doing that than telepathy in the safety of his own home. In any case, I healed the girl's wrist for you. Thank you. Hachiro bobbed inside the tank. She seems more resourceful than you give her credit for. Rax got into his bed, which now smelled like her to him. He had extra sheets, or he could have magically banished her scent away, but he inhaled deeply. Her cinnamon scent was only fitting considering the color of her hair or her freckles. Not such a terrible thing to fall asleep to, nor to wake up to either. It doesn't matter, Rax thought with a shrug, bidding his friend good night. It doesn't change a thing.
When Sammy woke up, she, as usual, wasn't sure what time it was. She blinked and pulled the sheets down. She'd taken him at his word and stolen all his pillows and blankets, so she finally felt warm and rested, having made a nest for herself on her strange couch bed. And then she realized she wasn't the only one awake. Shadows crossed the light coming into her room from the aquarium. She peeked over the couch's edge to find Mr. Janvier swimming in the same tank as Comet and the sharks, swimming from wall to wall in an intricate pattern. Totally naked. Because of course he was. Who needed clothes to swim with sharks? She fought the urge to let out an insane laugh and realized if she hadn't already known he was magical, this would have confirmed it. No mere mortal could be in water that cold with that much junk hanging out. And he was uncut, she noted with a little thrill of surprise, something she hadn't realized at Bellissima's, what with him behind her. She ducked down so he couldn't see her watching him as his body surged through the water, propelled by muscular arms and legs, slicing the water with fluid kicks. There wasn't a piece of him that wasn't made out of muscle, and all of his skin was the same olive brown, except for lines of lighter-colored scars across his back, like a beast had slashed him with a paw full of wide-set claws. She put her hand to her mouth in astonishment and winced without thinking. What could scar a dragon? She squinted, trying to see more, and that was when she realized he apparently didn't need to breathe. She tried to match him, inhaling a breath and holding on to it, and had to let it go. She'd just been sitting on the couch doing nothing, and he was vigorously swimming. How was he managing it? Her level of his house was at least 20 feet deep. Her ears hurt just watching him. Why didn't he need air? His pattern took him slowly upwards until she couldn't see him anymore. and she rolled back onto the couches, looking up. Not long after that, she heard splashing, and then doors opening and closing as he presumably moved around, and then she felt like he was gone. She went upstairs, tempted to go sit in his tub with a book, but then she realized he'd taken the list of things she'd left him on the table. It must be daylight then, for him to go out shopping without her. Sammy had put all sorts of things on the list, from toothbrushes to tampons, mostly just to see if he'd buy them for her, and wondered just how long it'd take him. While tempting, a bath probably wasn't safe. He'd left his pen behind, though. She took it back downstairs and went to where the bookcases didn't quite line up with the aquarium's edge and drew 2 lines, because it had probably been 2 full days now that she'd been down here. Maybe by now Andy had realized she was missing. But even if she had, she'd still have to come back all the way from Italy to look for her. So she needed to keep acting like she was on her own. Sammy started pulling out books, looking for ones that had extra pages at the end of them, rearranging the bookcase so that no one would know she'd created a row of them. Once she started learning things, she'd need a safe place to write them down. And then she ran her fingers along the seam of the couches, looking for a loose spot in the upholstery. She found one wide enough that she could push her finger into it and shove stuffing around. She opened up a book, tore a blank page free, and began writing on it. My name is Samantha O'Connor, and I'm being held against my will. I think it's been 2 days. I think my captor is a dragon. And if you're reading this, Andy, I'm probably dead. She'd already felt disposable enough before all this. Would any of her friends notice if she didn't like their pictures on Instagram? Maybe in a week or 2 they might get suspicious if she didn't return their texts to go out on the weekend. But who would take it upon themselves to drop by? The guys at her old car shop were never her friends outside of work. They were all old and married, and she'd never really made any friends at Bellissima's or the Lynx. She felt like she could disappear. Part of that was her fault for not reaching out. It wasn't like she wasn't friendly. She just had learned that most times it was better not to try. Everything had been a mess after she'd lost her parents. Her foster parents either treated her like a pariah or with kid gloves, ostracizing her either way. When the other kids found out what had happened to her, she'd gotten locked in a trunk by bigger kids, more than once. And then everyone kept making her go to therapy. But none of her therapists ever really wanted to listen, because when she told them her version of things, they kept telling her she was wrong. But the worst part was that any time she'd meet good people or made good friends, or even that one time she had a therapist that didn't think she was a liar, who believed her when she said it wasn't a man in a trench coat who'd come after her folks, it was something worse, something more, even if she could never wrap her mind around describing it. Everything would get ripped away from her, and she'd be forced to move again. Once it was because her foster mom's mom got sick with cancer and they needed her room back. Another time it was because her foster mom became unexpectedly pregnant. As an adult now, she knew that they were all trying hard and none of them meant to let her down. But after shit like that happens to you 2 or 3 times as a kid, you stop trying, stop hoping, because you realize none of it counts. So she knew she'd been blowing in the wind for years. It wasn't until she'd bonded with Andy over how much Danny sucked that she'd settled down. And then living with Andy had been so easy, and with Yumi living right below, she'd gotten spoiled. She'd kept up enough friends to have reasons to go out on the weekends when Andy was working, and had met a rotating cast of friends with benefits guys, but she hadn't tried to make any real connections. She wrote everything that had happened to her since she'd met Janvier out in a sputtering attempt to feel like she had some presence, that she'd mattered. She understood now why prisoners counted days inside their cells, to mark that time had gone by, but also to just prove that they'd been there. She kept going until she heard the door open again upstairs, and then she folded the note up tight and shoved it into the couch's stuffing. The door above opened and closed 2 more times, and as she put the book away and hid the pen, Janvier bellowed, "Red, come here." She kept the warmest blanket with her, coming upstairs with it wrapped around her like she was a queen. He saw her and his lips lifted, but he stopped himself from laughing. "I got your things," he told her, gesturing at a pile of shopping bags on his side of the kitchen table before pointing at the empty chair on hers. "Everything?" she asked him, her eyebrows arching. He brought the list out of a pocket to consult it. Crest toothpaste, check. Pickles, dill, and butter, check. Playtex regular unscented tampons, also check. Freedom, though, however, he tisked, looking at the last thing she'd written on her list, shaking his head. The grocery store was fresh out. "Maybe next trip," she said, sitting down where he'd pointed. "Don't get your hopes up," he told her before setting the list down and making a round in his kitchen. "I left you food." He opened up a slow cooker, and the scent of oatmeal wafted out. He scooped some out into a bowl, sprinkled cinnamon and brown sugar on top, and brought it back with a spoon for her. "Before we play this game, you have to eat something," he said, sitting across from her again. The oatmeal smelled so good. She stared at the bowl for a moment, ignoring whatever else he was saying as he went on. "Red?" he asked while snapping his fingers for her attention. She jolted up. "What?" "Just eat already. We both know you want to." "I'm good," she said, and lightly shrugged. He closed his eyes and took a deep inhale. "I've been told I'm stubborn," she went on. "Just thought you should know." "I had noticed," he said dryly. He gave her another patient sigh. "I want you to eat before your stomach shuts down and food makes you sick." "Starved a lot of people before, have you, Mr. Worst?" she asked, pushing the bowl away. He let out a harsh laugh. "I spent years of my life imprisoned, chained head to toe against a stone wall, and my only sustenance was slop pressed to a sponge, which was then pressed to my lips via a very long stick every other day." He was staring over her shoulder, lost in his past until he refocused on her. His spine straightened, and his lips curved cruelly. "So trust me when I say that you are neither starving now, Red, and also when I say that I promise I will not let you later, even if that means me eventually holding you down and forcing broth into you through a straw." Sammy gasped as he leaned across the table to stare at her. "Eat, Red. Now," he commanded before she could ask any questions. He picked up her bowl and slammed it back in front of her. "Do not force my hand. It is one thing for you to feel cold here. It would be something else entirely for me to be cold to you." She swallowed. Honesty shone in his amber eyes. His story was true, as was his threat. She pushed a spoon into the oatmeal, then brought it up to her mouth. As good as it had smelled earlier, it tasted like chalk on her tongue now.
Chapter 10. Why had he told her that story? He didn't owe her any words. He should have just skipped to the straw part of things, just tie her down in a corner somewhere already, like it was clear she feared. Live up to her worst expectations, like he'd already promised. Rax ran a hand through his hair, watching her eat bite after bite of oatmeal without smiling, without any signs of life. He'd put cinnamon in it because it reminded him of her and of waking this morning, wrapped in her scent, with his cock so hard he could barely breathe. So he'd jumped in his tank, swam to wash her away and cool himself down, and then gone to do as she'd asked last night, only to be repaid like this. She was insolent all of the time. Tonight he'd change his sheets, and that would be that. Cinnamon would again be just a spice, and Samantha would again just be a depressed girl. No, worse, a depressed human wearing something that was not hers. He shifted his neck, stretching it until it popped, waiting for her to finish. She swallowed the last bite and showed the bottom of the empty bowl to him while staring at him blankly, lifelessly, like there were no batteries inside of her. How come she could turn herself on and off like that? "All right," he said. taking the bowl from her and moving it further down the table, then turning towards the many bags he had. "I'll give you certain essential items for free." He pulled out toothbrushes, toothpaste, tampons, soap, and a hairdryer, putting all of them into a bag and handing them over. "The others you have to earn by cooperating." "With what?" she asked flatly. "Me." He pulled out the leather bundle with the remaining 2 knives in it, setting it between them. "You trying to cut the chain on your own isn't actually a bad idea, so I figure we'll start with that." He opened up the tie and revealed the gold and rose petal blades still inside. "Try the gold blade first." "What'll I get for it?" she asked, as her eyes narrowed. He bit back a smile at feeling her come back to life again. "What do you want for it?" She surveyed the items in their opaque plastic bags. "Socks." "An excellent choice." He pulled out a package of generic tube socks, tossed it on her side of the table, and gestured between her and the knives. She picked the gold one up, hesitantly, in the exact opposite of the manner that she'd swept up the glass one to stab him with the other night, he noticed, and lifted her necklace to saw at its chain. He could feel the friction of magic hitting magic, and he could see from the way the chain twisted in her hand that she really was trying. It just wasn't doing anything. "From the inside out," he suggested, and she changed grips, sawing it outwards like she was trying to cut through a rope. It didn't work. "Let me try," he suggested. "What do I get for letting you?" she asked, pushing her chair back, still holding the knife. It was only fair, he supposed, plus he had bought her a lot of things. "Underwear, as requested." "Do I get to see them first?" she asked. "No." She pouted up at him. "But what if you got the wrong kind?" Rax inhaled and blinked, irritated and amused in equal measure. "Would it matter? To me?" She nodded fiercely. "Is anyone else going to see them?" he asked while looking around. "Do you have a paramour down there that I don't know about?" "Comet," she said definitively, her eyes challenging him as her nostrils flared. "The octopus." Rax laughed and smoke ran over quickly, jumping up on the table, knocking her spoon out of her bowl to clatter on the floor. "Are you all right?" the fox asked, winding up at him, before glaring over at Samantha just in case. "I'm fine," he told it, stroking back the short gray fur on its nose. And then he looked to her, finding her watching him with rapt attention, trying to understand what was going on between them. And that was when he realized Hachiro was right. She was far more cunning than he was giving her credit for. She'd seen him swimming earlier, he knew, and she wasn't mystified by how come he could hold his breath that long, or why his blood was green, or how come he could talk to a fox. She might wonder about those things, yes, but she wouldn't waste any time pondering her disbelief, nor let it hold her back. She was more mentally flexible than some magic users he'd met before, and up until meeting him, he assumed she'd never seen true magic. Or had she? He gently scooted smoke off the table, and the fox jumped to the floor. "The octopus's name is Hachiro," he told her, reaching into the bags to find the underwear that she'd asked for. She'd been very precise to write down cotton and underline it, and he had done as she asked, knowing that it would worry her if he brought back anything sexy. So he pulled 2 packages of very boring underwear out and handed them over to her, and she took them with an embarrassed look, putting them out of sight under the table on the next chair over. "Now, may I?" he asked, holding his hand out for the knife. She flipped it in her hand and offered the hilt out to him. As he took it, his fingers brushed hers. She pulled her hand away like his touch burned. "I like Comet better," she told him. You do you? He asked, walking around to stand behind her. He bit the blade with his teeth to hold it and reached down to lift her hair, pulling it up with both hands before moving it into one, keeping all of her strands safely out of the way. She gasped and sat up straighter with his motion, and he knew he'd surprised her. Hell, he'd surprised himself. He could see the line of her spine stretching down from underneath the lowest orange-red curl at the nape of her neck. And it was all too easy to remember the last time he'd been behind her like this. And then her hands came up, holding the chain of the necklace away from her neck for him, so he wouldn't have to chance pricking her to lift it. He slid the knife underneath it, one-handed, and pulled. She was holding the chain tightly, and he felt the friction of magic against magic closer now. But no give. Damn. I don't know if I should say sorry or not, Mr. Worst. He hated that name, and that he'd ever given her the idea to use it. His hand tightened in her hair without thinking. You're the one who's trapped here with me until you're free. Then, for that, I am sorry. Her head twisted away from him, showing him the delicate shell of her ear. But only for me. Rax made a low noise deep in his throat. Her ignorance made him want to roar. She had no idea what the stakes were in this game for him. How long he'd already sacrificed his dragon for, and how much more sacrifice the gate might require of him if he couldn't heal the key to fix its lock. Right now, her slender neck was the only thing standing between him and his dragon's freedom. The alternatives were him reclaiming the beast and letting a flock of sirens fly out of the open gate over an unsuspecting countryside. Or him rejoining his dragon at the bottom of the sea and being horribly awake for the rest of eternity in the freezing, empty, endless dark. Hand me the other blade, he demanded. She jumped but still asked, in exchange for letting you live, he growled. She did as she was told, fumbling in her fear, handing the other knife back to him with a shaking hand as he cursed himself for scaring her. Lift your own hair up, Red, he commanded, and she took it from him, bowing forward to put her elbows on the table, protecting her face with her arms like he might hit her. Rather than fight with her on that fact, fighting her about not fighting her, how droll. He grimaced and yanked the chain up, trying to slice through it with the blade made out of rose petals forged together by magic. The chain didn't budge. He made a dissatisfied sound and leaned over her, slamming the knife back in front of her on the table. You try. She did, letting her hair go as she took the knife up. She sawed against the chain to no avail. It just won't, she said, her voice tinged with sorrow as she held the blade out in front of herself. Her free hand reached for the dark blade as if it was magnetized. It looks so soft, she whispered, right before he reached for her wrist, but it was too late. She'd sliced the tip of her finger, and very red, very human blood welled up as she yelped in surprise. The scent of her blood hit Rax like a blow. Humans, so fragile and always in danger. He rounded the table to reach into the bags and yank out another package of socks, tearing into it with his teeth to grab one and press it to her bleeding finger, winding it tight. Hold it over your heart, he told her, lifting her hands with his to indicate how high it should be before letting go. She did as she was told without fighting for once. It didn't look like it could hurt me. It looked like velvet. How could it be so sharp? She asked with all sincerity. The sensation of him getting punched in the stomach hadn't lessened. If anything, it had gotten worse. Magic, he murmured. Their fates were tied somehow, for as long as she had his necklace on. Samantha looked between the fresh package of socks to him. "Were you holding out on me?" He glanced at her face, where he could very clearly read her thinking about teasing him, considering smiling at him, attempting to be friendly, because surely that was coming. When she realized there was no other way out of his home for her eventually, she'd try to cozy up to him. Whether she meant it or not, it didn't matter, because her blood was red. "Yes," he said, stepping away from the table and shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. I'll feed you again in several hours, and you will eat," he threatened, sweeping the knives up to take upstairs with him, to empower them at his altar, while leaving her with all the rest of the bags below.
Samantha watched him go. Something had happened, but she wasn't sure what. They'd been getting along, and she'd even made him laugh, and then everything had fallen apart again. They never showed this part in the serial killer documentaries, where the eventual victim tried to get on their good side, trying to dance a dance they didn't know the steps to. Maybe because hardly anyone ever survived. Once her finger had stopped bleeding, she'd made 3 trips downstairs with everything he'd purchased her. Fleece leggings, just like she'd asked, and they'd probably been a pain in the ass to get, too, because it was almost summer. Several sports bras, because that was easier than sending him actual bra shopping. God, having him get her underwear had been weird enough. And some sweaters and long-sleeved tops and flannel pajamas, and everything was really nice. Expensive. She bit the tags off with her teeth and started pulling stuff on, sighing as soft things cradled her, finally feeling warm. And as she pulled on a dark purple cashmere sweater, all of a sudden she thought she understood how Stockholm Syndrome worked. She spent the rest of her alone time working through the bookcases while the fox watched. She was trying to figure out which ones she'd take into the bath with her and in what order, organizing them into 3 piles of interest: information about dragons, historical books, and anything that looked like it had to do with magic. A few hours later, she heard the sounds of him above cooking again. In between stages of whatever it was he was doing, he would play the piano. She knew it wasn't for her. Why would it be? It was clear that he hated her. But it was still lovely, and she found herself lingering closer and closer to the stairs. Then he stopped playing entirely, and she heard more sounds of him moving before calling, "Red," though not as loudly as before. She came up the stairs, feeling like half a new woman, because she was finally dressed. "You rang?" she said with a tease. The more he thought of her as a person, the safer she was, right? Hopefully. "Sit," he said from his kitchen without looking her direction. He was dressed in clothes to go out again, the uniform of his dark slacks and jewel-toned dress shirts for the Lynx. The current one was so purple it was almost black, and he'd cuffed both the sleeves up so they'd be out of his way as he cooked. The table was full of food, more steak, salad, and if her nose was right, there was something sweet still baking. He brought over a warm loaf of bread, and she caught him giving her a once-over. She wondered if he was pleased with what she'd chosen to wear, and wondered how far she was willing to go to use that when he frowned. "Show me your finger." She flipped him off, and he blinked at her, but half of his cruel lips lifted into a smile. "Your injured finger," he corrected himself. "Oh, well, you should have said so," she said blithely, holding her forefinger out for inspection. There was a fine cut across the meat of her fingertip, but she'd avoided catching it on the books she flipped through downstairs. "I'm fine now." She rocked her wrist around as well. "Even my sprain's better." "You have Hachiro to thank for that," he said, using salad tongs to serve her. I can serve myself," she said, swatting at his hands without touching him. "And his name is Comet." He sat back and watched her get her own salad. "You're not in awe that my magical octopus has healed you?" She looked around the room pointedly, then gestured at herself with her knife and fork before stabbing a piece of steak for herself. "My body only contains so much adrenaline. I've decided to start rationing it for when it counts. Magical octopuses don't rate currently. No offense, Comet, she said with a nod towards the aquarium. I've got to save what little I have left for strange men with strange knives. His eyes narrowed on hers as he cracked into the loaf of bread with his hands.
He says none taken, because he's also telepathic.
Oh, so you know he prefers Comet as a name to Hachira then, she said, smiling, as she shoveled food into her mouth. It tasted better now, and she needed to eat a lot, because after he left tonight...
No, he definitely prefers Hachiro,
Mr. Janvier said, tapping his temple with a finger. She frowned and shook her head. Not possible. We're taking this to the tank. Otherwise, you could totally be lying. She got out of her chair and went to the aquarium. Sure enough, the massive octopus propelled itself up from the depths. She looked back at Janvier. Well? His eyes traveled over her like he wasn't sure what to make of her. Good. She could dance this dance, at least. If he wanted a manic pixie dream girl, she could so do that, and then knife him in his sleep. Once she figured out what would kill him and all. She gave him a serene smile as he joined her in front of the glass, taking a stand 6 feet away from her. Okay, Comet. You go and float in front of whoever calls you the name you like best. She cupped her hands around her lips and stage whispered, That name is Comet, at him, and she heard Janvier snort. The octopus wavered in between them, stretching out tentacles to either side, but then decided, grabbing hold of the glass in front of Sammy and pulling himself in her direction. See? She turned toward Janvier in triumph.
He's only doing this to get on your good side,
Janvier grumbled. Maybe because he's bored of your side, she said, putting her hands in her pockets, pleased to actually have pockets again. Maybe because your side is, she began, about to mouth off. Having real clothes was making her cocky. She'd been ready to say mean and cruel, but bit her lips just in time, remembering that taunting one's prison guard wasn't exactly a great idea.
My side is what?
He asked her, turning, framed in blue light. She swallowed. You're telepathic, worst. You tell me. He took a great inhale and let it out very slowly.
The only kind of telepathy I have in regard to you is when you're considering doing something to annoy me, which appears to be all the time, he told her, and then took a step back toward the table. Come eat before your food gets cold, Red.
They ate in silence. Everything he'd made her was beautiful and delicious, the kind of meal she used to photograph and send to Andy or Yumi for bragging rights. Only she couldn't because she didn't have her phone. And who the hell knew if she would even have service if she did? She cut off another piece of steak and put it in her mouth to chew. Too bad she couldn't pretend that this whole adventure was some sort of social media detox spa, like she knew rich people got to do. She saw their Instagram posts. Oh, I can't wait to get offline and reconnect. Not having social media makes your skin glow. Bitch, what was the point of having glowing skin if no one is around to see it? And conversely, what was the point of being kidnapped by a dragon if you couldn't tell anyone? She stared at the rest of her steak. She really needed to eat it because...
Do you not like it?
Janvier asked her. She looked up and caught him looking at her with a furrowed brow. It's not that. I mean, you could give Bastion a run for his money if you wanted to. A++ food. Amazing ambiance, but... She let her voice drift and her shoulders drop.
I couldn't buy you any freedom at the grocery store,
he finished for her. Yeah, just that one small, vastly important thing. He leaned forward on the table with both forearms.
I promise you're here for your own good, Samantha.
She rolled her eyes. Because of this necklace that you can't tell me anything about? She picked the stone up off her chest to look at it.
You mean the one where you can't tell me where you got it from?
He asked her. Touché, she admitted. But you must see you have the advantage here. Like, literally every advantage. He nodded slowly. So what's your endgame? She asked him. What the hell is the plan here?
I'll try to get the necklace off of you with the knives, once or twice a day. Every day, until it works.
What's going to change in the meantime? she asked while frowning. You gonna go work out a lot? Swim some more, maybe? She put her silverware down and pushed her plate out of the way. Just say it, worst. If the octopus is magic, then who the hell cares if you are too? He considered her closely. I neither need to confess nor deny things to you. He didn't, true. But if he never would, how the fuck long would she be down here? She let her shoulders slump and gave an exasperated sigh. Just tell me one more true thing, she begged him. He moved to stand, ignoring her, and she sent her hand across the table to keep him there on instinct, catching his wrist as he had so often caught hers. What the fuck are you? Just tell me, she pleaded. She could feel the light, wiry give of the dark hairs on his arm, and she was surprised to find his skin hot to the touch. He only seemed cold all the time, but he really wasn't. All those times it had felt like his touch had burned her. Maybe it had. He rocked his wrist free as she let it go with a gasp, realizing too late she was still touching him. She scooted herself back from the table to create more space between them, knowing she'd gone too far, even if it was on accident. Touching him set up a bad precedent. It was tantamount to giving him permission to touch her. She twisted away and wiped her hand on her leggings, biting her lips, nervous to look up. But eventually she did, and found him still waiting. His eyes narrowed on her with curiosity and distrust. Why are you taking this so well? He asked her, his voice rough. She blinked at him, completely taken aback. Where well equaled roughly 48 hours of a subclinical panic attack? Oh, fuck you, Mr. Worst, she told him, and then laughed in his face. His head pulled back in surprise, and she knew she'd landed the first blow of her entire captivity. The only reason you think that I'm taking this so well is because you have no idea how women work. She stood and pushed her chair in as he began to frown deeply. There was a line of tension across his shoulders, and she wondered if she'd pushed her luck too far. But if she had, fuck it. At least she'd die with a full stomach and some pride. That's right. You heard me. Fuck you. His freshly shaved jaw clenched, and she watched his chest heave as his fox growled from somewhere in the kitchen. You should go back downstairs, Red, he warned her. Sammy strode for the stairs. Don't mind if I do. She half expected him to follow her down and take all her new warm things, but he didn't. She dove into the nest she'd made of the couches and listened to him roughly clear the table above her. The sheets she'd stolen from his bed still smelled like him, and she regretted not asking for new ones. But it was too late now. She doubted he'd go out of his way for her again. She hid inside of them, waiting for things to blow over, hating that she remembered so vividly how it felt to be helpless like this so many times in her past. How much of her life had been wasted waiting for things that she had absolutely no control over to change. She'd had to be half weather vane in so many strange homes after she lost her parents, able to sense minute changes in moods and tempers to survive. She was good at it, but she also hated everything about it, and it made the food inside her stomach sour. When it was quieter up above, she got out of her bed as quietly as she could and went back to arranging books. The answer to her getting her freedom was in one of them. It had to be.
Rax knelt in front of his closed altar with closed eyes while smoke paced back and forth in front of him. Just say it, he murmured. You know I've got to concentrate. It was hard enough to already, remembering the way he'd felt when her hand had grabbed his arm. Her action, he understood. She was human, prone to fits of emotion, of course. She couldn't control herself. But his response to it surprised him. He'd been suffused with longing immediately afterward to grab her wrist in return and use it to reel the rest of her in to... what? He tamped down his lust with a lengthy exhale. He knew what, his entire body knew what. Taking her at Bellisima's had been a terrible mistake, given that he could remember how any point of her body felt against his now, not the least of which was his hard cock buried inside her. It gave her a power over him that he didn't like. He heard the tick-tack of Smoke's claws against the floor again. "Spit it out," he commanded the fox quietly, finally opening his eyes. The fox tilted its angular head in his direction.
"She knows more than she's telling you."
Yes, Rax readily agreed. For all that she thought he didn't know women, he did know humans, and most of them did not have her fortitude. By and large, normal humans would be in a corner crying to themselves next to useless.
"Doesn't that bother you?"
Smoke asked him. "Of course it does," Rax quietly snapped. "But as of yet, I'm unwilling to—" He didn't want to say the words aloud.
"Torture her,"
Smoke finished for him.
"But don't you see that's how I can help?"
the fox offered, gnashing its teeth by example.
"You can't bite her, but I can."
"Smoke," Rax said, sighing. "No." The fox made a snarling sound, chased its tail in a fast circle, then accosted him when he stopped.
"Has it occurred to you that there's some sort of subterfuge going on? That she's a part of some plot?"
"A plot to do what?" Rax asked with a hiss. "No one even remembers the gate anymore, just you and I and Hachiro. And the gate itself, which would hopefully not send any more drowned emissaries to his casino tonight." Smoke wrinkled his snout.
"There's something more to her, and if you're not willing to bite her to find out, I will."
Rax unlocked his altar and pulled his knives out, and caught a glimpse of her phone below beneath her scarf where he'd hidden both items. He pulled it out and showed it to the fox. "I'll look into things this evening," he said. "No biting." Then he took a knife into each hand and started pouring his power into them, hoping that tomorrow they'd be strong enough to cut the chain and free him. Chapter 11. "Do you know someone who can unlock this for me?" he asked Namir, holding out Samantha's phone as he surveyed the casino before they opened the doors. He had no idea how long it had taken them to get the funk of death off of the tables last night, but somehow they'd managed, and replaced the roulette table as well. Namir did look a little tired, though. "I do," Namir said, taking the phone from him for inspection. "It's not magical, is it?" "Not to my knowledge, no," Rax said with a snort. "Any information on it is mine, however. Tell whomever you trust to open it and not look any further, lest they risk my anger." "Do they need to be subtle?" Namir asked. Rax considered this. Did he have any intention of ever giving Samantha her phone back? No. All of the data on a thumb drive will do. Namir nodded. "Fair enough. I'll work on it tonight." He pocketed the phone and then made a pained expression. "By the way, the glassmith said to tell you his work was exceptional. Asked, quote, unquote, how the hell did he break it? And told me to tell you there's no way he can make you another knife unless you comp him and 10 of his closest friends 100 chips each for one night next month." Rax gave Namir a look he usually reserved for daft drunks being forcibly removed. His wife is turning 60. He's been looking for ways to surprise her, apparently. Namir raised his hands to the heavens. "It's a Tuesday night, at least." Rax rolled his eyes. "Fine, that's almost cheaper than a new one. I'm not comping him drinks, though, and I need the knife in hand by tomorrow evening." "I'll let him know." Namir paused outside the bar while Rax went in to make himself a drink. The tiger shifter needed to seem perpetually on his toes, whereas it suited Rax to occasionally seem more louche to put people off their guard. "That woman you had me hire, she didn't show up to her last shift." Rax paused from where he'd been adding whiskey to sweet vermouth and Campari. "So?" He had been magically wiping Samantha's scent from himself on his way in every day. "Did you want me to look for her?" Namir asked, eyebrows raised. "No," Rax said curtly. The tiger shifter's lips pursed. "Are you seeing her?" If seeing her meant having his eyes on her, then yes. In all other senses of the word, though, no. His life would be much easier if he didn't have to see her, honestly. Watching Samantha veer from hope to hatred, her moods bouncing like a ball on a roulette wheel when she didn't entirely turn them off. What would she be up to tonight without him? Probably hanging out with Hachiro, the traitor. He ran the fingertips of his opposite hand over where hers had been on his wrist earlier in the day, like a cuff. Unfortunately, Namir made an appraising sound. "I wouldn't have—" "I don't pay you to consider my personal matters, Namir." Rax cut him off. "True, and I appreciate that. But Delphine is coming in tonight all the same." Rax groaned as Namir continued. "She is the one with the crystal ball for you. I knew it was related to the Selkies, and I pressed my contact there, who admitted it to me for a low price." Namir gave him a dour look. "Would you like to reimburse me, or should the joy of me kicking her out a second time in as many weeks be recompense enough?" Rax snorted and took a sip of his drink, considering. Delphine had been pressuring him to take her colony's side in an upcoming territory fight last week. And despite their extensive history, he neither cared to support her nor did he currently have the time. If it is not what she's promised, don't worry. I'll kick her out myself. "Works for me," Namir said, nodding a little as he backed up. "Your first appointment is in 2 hours. I'll go open the doors." Rax was already employing a fleet of forgers and hackers, and at the rate inhabitants of the realms were abandoning their homeland, he would have to hire more. "I want to experience the best this world has to offer." The couple sitting across from him were dressed in earthly clothing with a realm's sensibility, which meant they looked eccentric on Earth, verging towards ridiculous. The man was in purple leggings splashed with gold paint and a tie-dyed t-shirt, while the woman was wearing a tight blue silk sheath dress with crystals liberally applied on her face and a tiara. Good thing for them it was almost festival season, and non-royal women wearing crowns were in. "Alas, I am not its tourist board," Rax said. He finished what he was doing on his laptop and then closed the lid, handing the valuable piece of equipment to Namir, who was standing behind him. "You're welcome to do whatever it is that you like with the funds I've transferred into your accounts, but be aware that I cannot add more unless you trade me something else of value." The man of the pair, who was handling his phone with increasing confidence since Rax had seen him last, Rax noted, squinted at his screen until the transaction processed. "I believe $1 million will be enough to start with." "It should last you for quite some time, but funds on Earth are not as replenishable as those that you're used to. You don't have any peasants here to tax, for one." The woman laughed. "Not yet, at least." Rax grit his teeth together. "In any case, congratulations on your new world. Earth is now your oyster," he said, pointing at his door. The couple gathered up their paperwork from him. Social security cards, driver's licenses, bills to former addresses they'd never lived at, and stepped out. "And I hope you choke on it," he muttered once the door was shut behind them. "I liked it better when we were just a casino," Namir said. Rax twisted to look back at him. "You enjoy hunting down things to trade?" "Yes, I just like it when they're not attached to whatever that was." He glared meaningfully at the door. "People who've never had to work hard in their life?" Rax guessed, and Namir grunted. "But it's more fun to steal from them," A wicked smile played across Namir's face, showing a line of even teeth. Agreed. The couple had traded him 10 magical objects, each one more powerful than the last, although neither of them had seemed strong enough to create more. Rax supposed between them they had a cache of magical generational wealth and wondered what they'd set aside to live off of, and also what they'd left behind. Good guards were hard to find in the realms, and no matter who they'd paid or bribed ahead of time, it was likely their now empty ancestral home was being plundered, just as Rax's had been. And items taken from it might also come to Rax in time, via people like Mathal, or people like Delphine bringing him an object from Ceres's grave. There were other sea bubbles still in existence, most likely. But he did find it odd that now 2 things buried with his dead sister-in-law had come to light. He would have to wonder on it later, though. Work called. Rax made sure to top off his drink and center himself before Delphine's arrival. She was tall and pale, with straight blonde hair. No matter what she wore, it was always gray or silver, like a fabric version of her seal skin, which he knew she kept safe in a chest somewhere so that no man would ever be her master. Not that many people would volunteer to try if they truly knew how dangerous she could be. He'd been involved with her years ago, mostly because of their unspoken mutual agreement not to impinge on the other in any way, shape, or form, both of them knowing the other was essentially untamable. They'd wandered into and out of each other's lives like cats, which was why her coming to him for help had surprised him, as had her very venomous subsequent anger at having been denied. But of course, she'd found another way to come beseech him, and this time she actually had leverage. Rax stood politely as Delphine strode into his office like she belonged there, because once upon a time she had, and he waved Namir away. The tiger shifter gave him a look and closed the door as the both of them sat down on opposite sides of his desk. "Are you tired of your little human yet?" Delphine asked them, watching him with her large brown eyes, the only thing that might give any of her true nature away. How had she known of Samantha? He didn't let his curiosity show. "Namir said you claimed to have something of interest to me." "I do, and it would behoove you to be more polite to me for it." She tilted her head, sending her hair cascading over one shoulder. She was wearing skin-tight white leather pants and a shimmering top, covered in reflective beads on short tassels. "I need you to come and fight on our behalf, Rax." Rax ran a finger around the rim of his drink. "And, as I told you earlier, I am currently unable to. I have my own matters to handle, and my casino is neutral territory. Taking sides during shifter conflicts invites conflict here is a bad look." "Then, I guess you don't need this," she said, giving him an icy smile. Her hand disappeared into the shimmer of her blouse, and she pulled an object out, almost like she was offering him an organ. "Because this is what you seek, isn't it?" She held a clear globe over his desk, twisting it in the light. Rax had a sudden memory of being a child and visiting a room full of such bubbles with his cousins, not all of whom could breathe underwater like he could, and then running as a group, shrieking with delight for the shore. "Where did you get it?" he asked softly. "The bottom of the ocean, where else?" Delphine snaked her arm back toward herself, hiding the orb inside the shimmer of her shirt again, using the mirrors of the beads for magic, stashing the orb someplace else on their reflection's far side. "Now that you know what I possess, we should discuss terms." "You may take All of these. He gestured to the objects the wealthy couple had left behind. He'd given them $1 million for them, and they were easily worth 3 times as much. But I cannot fight in your war. Rax, she said in a disappointed tone. I know, last time I was here I might have come on too strong, because let's be fair here, you and I have been good together in the past, and I so rarely am told no. But now, let's let bygones be bygones. She licked her lips and slowly pushed the objects on his desk out of her way, and then moved to crawl over it toward him, with intent in her gaze. There are so few men I can stand, Rax, and fewer still that can satisfy me, so let's fuck like we used to, and then see how you feel about fighting. Rax surveyed her. Delphine was beautiful, yes, and she was as cold-hearted as the waters her seal self swam in, which matched him well. And now that Samantha was safely locked away and he knew exactly where she was, he had time. He dipped his fingers into his bitter drink, and then reached out to swipe them across Delphine's lips, pushing 2 fingers into her mouth, pulling her head down and forcing her to look up at him like he had speared a fishhook through her jaw. You think I'll come in you once and all my obligations will be forgotten? She didn't nod, but her wide brown eyes made him promises his dick wished he'd let her keep. But even as her teeth grazed his knuckles and her mouth sucked at him, something still felt wrong. Perhaps it was the fact that her pale skin was too perfect. It didn't have a single freckle. I respect the lengths you're willing to go to help your people, Delphine, but I have my own people to think of. She bit his fingers hard and then rocked back. Don't lie. You care for no one, Rax. Fine, he agreed. But so what if I only care for me? I cannot help you regardless, and you should appreciate the fact I'm telling you now and not after I came in your mouth. Her upper lip curled in a snarl. I would bite off your dick if you had. Huh. Dragon scale is hard to bite through, and it's always just lying underneath, isn't it? He jerked his chin at the objects on the table. Take these in trade. Use them in your fight. It's more than fair, and we both know it. I don't want the objects, she said, dismounting his desk. I want you by my side in this battle. I cannot, he began. Then Hachiro's mind rushed his and latched on. Rax! It was like he felt the octopus's suckers grab hold inside his skull, and a migraine was imminent. The girl, Smoke, says she's bleeding. A strength Rax had almost forgotten ran through his veins in an instant, as he quickly thought back to Hachiro. Is it her period? Samantha had had him buy tampons for her, and it wasn't like his animals were used to women. He says she used a knife. There was a pause while the octopus and fox conferred. And now she's in the bathroom. Smoke says he hears running water. Cannot deny me? Delphine guessed with a wickedly hopeful smile. The opposite, in fact, he growled, ripping his mind away from Hachiro and back to his office. I'm going to buy it from whomever else you sell it to. Delphine gave him a harsh laugh. Then I'll keep it just to spite you. He stared at Delphine's perfectly structured face, and through it as he thought. How much blood was in a human? How badly had the girl cut herself? Why was she in his tub again? Did she truly hate him that much? How much time did he have? And at the thought of wasting a moment more negotiating with Delphine when he needed to check on Samantha, he put his hand out and spoke calmly. Delphine, if you do not give me the orb immediately in a very reasonable exchange for these magical objects I have offered, I will peel your current skin off of you, and we will see together what new magical creature waits underneath." Delphine's head pulled back like he'd slapped her. Then her eyes narrowed, and she dove her hand into the shimmer of her beads again and retrieved it. "You have made an enemy today, Rax," she said, throwing the orb at his chest hard. He caught it deftly and set it carefully down. "If that is the case, so be it. Take your objects in trade, and go." She started lunging for the objects the couple had left, pushing them into the shimmer of her blouse one by one. "The bottom of the ocean is not the same place you remember. Luckily for me, I have no intention of ever visiting again," he said, and pressed a button beneath his desk to summon Namir.
Samantha waited until she was sure Mr. Janvier had left for the evening. No games. She assumed he really was gone once the fox started following her around again. She brought the books she was interested in up to the second floor and looked in the fridge. She had smelled a dessert earlier, some kind of pie. But he hadn't taken a single bite of it for himself. She reached in and broke off a fraction of the crust and popped it into her mouth. Perfect and flaky. And when was the last time she'd had homemade pie? She continued her investigations, pulling the pie from the fridge and working her way into a piece. What were these? Blueberries? Her mouth watered, and she groaned. This was totally unfair. Fuck him. She went and found a plate and cut herself out the tiniest sliver while realizing that he'd know she had when he came home. But maybe this was pre-reward for keeping her strength up. Maybe she should eat the whole pie and not leave any for him. Did foxes or octopi like pie? She broke off a piece of the crust and tossed it down to the fox, who only growled at her in response. Seems not. Sammy ate her piece and then got herself a glass of water. She'd come up with several ideas for things to do since she'd been alone last, and started with the easiest. If the necklace's stone let her read when it was underwater in the tub's water wasn't special, surely? She opened a book and leaned forward, dipping the stone into her water glass. Sure enough, that worked too. Excellent. Now, she tugged the stone up and flipped it so that it was in her mouth. Its roughly carved surface lay against her tongue, and she looked at the book in front of her, which she could still read. Water was water, no matter where. She would have squealed with delight, but she knew it had startled the fox. Round 2. She opened up a book that had a few empty pages at the back, carefully pulled them out, and then took them over to the stone. The fox hadn't really stopped growling the entire time. It had gotten louder when she damaged the book, but if growling was all it did, she was fine with that. She paced the kitchen again, staring up. She hadn't made out any fire alarms anywhere overhead. Either his entire home wasn't up to code, and how the hell with a 3-story aquarium could it be? Or they were hidden from her, magically. She was hoping the latter, and that if they went off, they'd trigger something, like a 911 call to the fire department. Past that and the range hood, which went where? Not up to the 3rd floor. She hadn't seen any heating or air conditioning vents in Janvier's home either, but she knew there had to be. So he was hiding those, too? And if there were vents and ductwork, maybe there was something she could send a signal through, or if she was lucky enough, climb out of. So she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, really. She twisted on the gas burner and then fed the paper into it, watching it catch fire. And then she used that to catch alight a dish towel she'd wrapped around the end of a wooden spoon, creating a makeshift torch. It burned slowly enough that she could take it up to Janvier's level, which was where she assumed any alarms or air vents would be. His bed was still unmade, with only the sheets she'd left for him the prior night. Acrid smoke curled to the ceiling, and she followed the smoke's path with her eyes, looking for anything that would help her. Please, she whispered to the smoke, waving it slowly overhead, as Janvier's fox snapped at her heels and she ignored him. But the smoke just sat there. No alarms, and no air movement. That's impossible, she muttered to herself,
then realized how ridiculous she sounded, given everything else that had happened to her. A wet, slithering sound began from behind her. She turned and saw Comet hauling himself over the aquarium's edge and then down it, moving much less fluidly out of the water than he had in it, extending suckered tentacle after tentacle, pulling himself toward her on the floor. Sammy stood, rather stunned that an octopus was crawling towards her, as it maneuvered itself to look at her with one baleful eye, and then squirt a jet of water out to quench the torch she held. "Oh, come on," she complained, as Comet turned back to crawl back to return himself to his aquatic environment. "That's so not fair!" But nothing down here was, which is why she didn't really have a choice in things. It was drastic, yes, but... She ran downstairs with the ruined torch and picked up Janvier's sharpest paring knife.
Rax drove home at reckless speeds, his own blood thundering in his veins. He could have reached out to Hichiro again, but it was clear the girl had locked herself away. To do what? Grim images floated through his mind, and he couldn't quantify how the thought of her hurting herself made him feel. Angry, yes, because all things considered, he hadn't even been that cruel. But underneath the anger, there was a bud of fear that felt unseemly as it blossomed in his chest. If he had been responsible for her injuring herself, and there was no doubt he had been, she wouldn't have been cutting herself if he was entirely absent from her life. What did that say about him? If he couldn't even keep one delicate human alive, he, who had sacrificed his dragon to save a nation, but let some girl slip through his fingers. And not just any girl. The one who the key had chosen for some reason. It would be like failing the gate all over again in the deep dark with Tyrion, screaming for his brother to come out from the other side. He parked his car and ran inside without shutting the door behind himself, shouting her name as loudly as he could. "Samantha!" Hachiro was right. His home did smell like blood, and smoke bounded down the stairs, yipping with worry at the same time as he raced up. "Samantha! Leave me alone!" He heard her voice from the other side of his bathroom's door, and it sounded tiny. He crossed his room in a rush and tried the handle, knowing there were no locks as he was the only one who lived in his home and barged inside. She was lounging in a tub so hot his mirror was steamed. Her red hair was dark beneath the water, flowing around her like she was some kind of goddamned mermaid, with one of his books spread out on the tub's stairs as she leaned over to read it. At seeing him, she screamed in surprise, and didn't stop as he stormed to the tub's side to peer in at her. "Let me see all of you," he demanded. "What? No!" Her arms fluttered down, and he caught sight of a bandage on one palm, but he grabbed both her wrists and hoisted her up as she shrieked and tried to thrash away.
Sammy was lounging in the tub. She'd finished reading the chapter on unicorns and was now idly flipping through the bestiaries pages, trying to figure out what she'd read next, when she saw something that scratched an itch at the edge of her mind. She flipped back to the page she'd stumbled over earlier, the strange flying creature made of wings and eyes and mouths. The wings spun every which way, the eyes pointed in all directions, and the mouths. She could almost hear their howls, like wind ripping down the beach on a lonely day. Why did it seem so familiar? And then Janvier had burst into his home, shouting her name. She slammed the book shut to hide it from him and heard him sprinting up the stairs. She hadn't even thought of locking the door. Did it even lock? Then he was inside the room with her, staring at her, reaching for her, and she was scrambling, trying to get away. "Stop looking at me!" she howled as he half-suspended her in midair, trying to fight with him and losing. Why the fuck was he so strong? She knew why, and she knew it wasn't fair. There was nothing she could do to change anything, and she was on the verge of crying out in terror as she felt him catch his breath.
and lower her back down so that her feet touched the bottom of the tub again. His eyes traveled over her naked body in the rhythm of his breathing, fast, as if he'd just run a race here, or like he'd actually been afraid. Of what? The remaining rational part of her mind demanded. "Leave me alone!" she shouted, embarrassed by the way her voice trembled, twisting her head away from him. Her wet hair was slicked against her skin, offering no protection. "I fucking hate you!" Janvier's hands tightened on her wrists, and then he dropped one. "Who did that to you?" he demanded, keeping her right arm up. She grit her teeth and knew what he was talking about. The line of 3 cigarette burns a foster brother had left on the inside of her upper arm years ago when she was a teenager. They were shallow scars now, and she made sure no one ever saw them. "You don't get to ask," she snarled at him with so much venom that he released her and took a step back. She covered herself with her hands. The hand that she'd cut earlier started throbbing, and she really fucking wanted to cry now, but she would never give him the satisfaction. He stared straight into her eyes, still breathing hard, but at least his gaze didn't stray. She wondered if he was trying to read her mind, and if he could, what he would see there. Then he turned and started walking away. He paused in the doorway, and she dropped back down into the water because she didn't know if he was going to come rushing back at her or not, and she wanted to hide from him. He inhaled the steaming air in deeply, and it was her turn to hold her breath, wondering what his next mood would bring. He twisted his head down to speak to her without turning around again and said, "A scar is how you know you escaped," before closing the door behind himself. Sammy gave up then and sank into the tub entirely beneath the water and safely sobbed.
Rax went downstairs and closed the door with Smoke at his heels. Little did Samantha know how easily she could have had her precious freedom.
"After you left, she burned things, and then she sliced her hand open and painted on that wall,"
Smoke tattled. The fox ran over to the darkest wall on his living floor, between a JMW Turner no one else had ever seen, seeing as Rax had bought it from the man himself. The man could paint what the ocean felt like. And a Winslow Homer, whose ocean was just as beautiful but slightly more literal on the canvas. He summoned magic to himself, cast out with his hand, and found where she'd written her name and a message between the two in blood. "Sammy O'Connor is here. Please help me." Rax sat on his coffee table and sank down, putting his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. He was aghast, both at her ingenuity, because he knew how hard blood was to remove. Even magically, it was easy to sense long-term, and that she felt she needed to go that far. Who did things like this? But it was easy for him to answer his own question. Someone who had been hurt before. 1 burn scar could be an accident, but 3 in a precise row? Someone had held her down and done that to her. And at the thought of anyone else mistreating her, no matter what the fuck she thought was happening right now, something unholy moved in him, and he wished for violence on the scale of which he hadn't felt in a very long time. Smoke, who had gone back upstairs, raced down to report.
"I think she's crying,"
and then made to run back upstairs to listen in again. Rax kept staring at the ground, seethingly angry in turns at something unknown in her past and himself. As he whistled Smoke back to his side, "Leave her be."
Sammy waited in the bathroom until she'd gathered herself up as much as she was able, painfully aware that it wasn't as much as she'd been able to do the day before or the day before that. The longer she was here, the more she felt like an unsolved puzzle. Each day took away another piece, and she wasn't sure what picture she was going to be left with when everything was done. She could keep herself focused on trying to escape or reading or hoping to find answers, but not having a plan that would work soon was going to break her. Her brain was going to run itself ragged trying to think of ways out, like a cartoon coyote, forever running into brick walls.
She pulled on her clothes, dried off her hair as best she could, pulling it into a thick, damp braid, and picked up her books, hoping that he wouldn't be waiting just outside for her, while knowing that there was nowhere she could go to escape him. Not really, no matter how hard she tried. There were no trunks to hide in here. And sure enough, he was sitting at the dining room table just one floor down.
"We need to talk," he told her.
She spared him a glance. He'd put out 2 slices of pie, one for each of them. "Sure, yeah, let's talk about pies," she said, and ignored him, continuing downstairs.
"I mean it, Samantha,"
he said, standing. She rushed down the stairs as he moved to the landing.
"I want you to feel safe down there. So come up. This isn't the kind of conversation I want to corner you for."
She moved away so he wouldn't be able to see her, setting her books down on his desk. The cut on her hand had reopened when she'd put it under water, so she pressed a clean tube sock against it now.
"Samantha,"
he said again, at a reasonable volume. He didn't even sound frustrated with her. Hooray.
"Please."
She blinked at that, her hands hovering over the books she'd just sat down. It was the first time she'd ever heard him say that word. Which didn't mean he wasn't luring her upstairs for his own benefit, but better he do whatever he wanted up there than down here. "I'll come up, if you back away."
"Done,"
he said, and she heard him walk over to his table and the sound of his chair moving as he sat down. She knotted the clean sock around her hand with her teeth and kept it clenched, coming up the stairs to sit across from him.
"I saw you already had some,"
he said in an even tone, nodding at the pie. Her eyes flashed across the table at him and she snorted. "Did you really want to have a discussion about pies with me? Well, okay then." She held up her whole hand and started ticking down. "My favorite kinds, in order: pumpkin, cherry, apple, pecan, key lime. Blueberry doesn't even make the top 5.
"Samantha,"
he cut in. She crossed her arms. "Just say it. Whatever you want to say. Stop pretending any of this is normal."
"I know it's not normal. I just wish you wouldn't treat it like this,"
he said, giving her hand a meaningful glance. "What? You want me to pretend this is an extended sleepover where someone threatens me a lot?" Her panic became a square thing in her throat, rising higher like a temperature gauge on an overheating car. And more than that, her anger. How dare the world do this to her for a second fucking time? She might have gone and played with metaphorical fire some, and gotten burned. But the chances of getting hit by fucking lightning like this, twice, in one lifetime? She wanted to tear everything to pieces, starting with him.
"I do not want you to pretend anything,"
he answered simply, and she blinked at him as some of the wind fell from her sails. "Good," she snapped, "because I can't, okay? I don't like you, and I don't want to be here." He clenched his jaw and nodded slowly.
"That's fair."
Her eyes narrowed, refusing to hope until she heard him say the words. "So, you're letting me go?"
"I can't, Samantha. I wish I had a better plan, or a way to make you truly happy."
"You do," she thought at full volume. "You just won't give my freedom back to me."
"I just know I need to keep you safe," he went on. "And this is the only safe place for you, whether you believe me or not. But I can't have you hurting yourself again. And I don't want to tie you down or install cameras to watch your every move and deprive you of your privacy."
He took a deep inhale and steadied himself against the edge of the table with both his hands, bringing his gaze down to bore into her with his fiery eyes.
"Do not make me."
"Do you even realize what you're asking, Mr. Worst?" she asked him, her voice just above a whisper. He shook his head, lightly frowning. "You're asking for me to give up." She bit her lips together, knowing she knew she shouldn't admit what she wanted to next, but completely unable to stop herself. "Every time I go to sleep, I don't know whether or not I'm going to wake up, and you want me to make things easier on you?" He closed his eyes and then opened them with an exhale.
"I'm not going to kill you, Samantha."
"Yeah, I can't tell you how comforting that is to hear," she said as sarcastically as possible, and then put her hands to her face, trying to keep everything inside.
Her emotions were a jumble right now. She wanted to yell and spit and cry all at once, but none of that was going to get her through this. It was just that she didn't know what was. "I'm not," he repeated. "Why should I believe you?" she asked him through her fingers. "Because," he told her, like that was an answer. She started shaking her head and couldn't stop shaking it. "No, you can't just say that like it means something. There's nothing between us. No reason for me to trust you in the least. My entire relationship with you, if it can even be called one, was built on a lie. You never wanted me at Bellissima's. You only wanted the necklace. And everything from then on has been downhill." He made a low sound, half a growl. And then he surveyed the table between them like he was looking for something, getting pissed for not finding it. She made herself small across from him, waiting for him to take it out on her. "Give me your hand," he demanded when he was done. She looked between her hands. "The injured one," he specified, shaking his hand across the table for hers, pushing his piece of pie aside and then moving hers as well. She shrank back even further. "No thanks. I'll have my magical octopus friend heal it if it's all the same to you." "Your comet is the same friend who ratted your bleeding out to me. I wasn't lying about the telepathy." He shook his hand for hers. "Please," he said for the second time. She could tell by the way he said it he was utterly unfamiliar with the word. She hesitated, then realized if she fought him again, she had nowhere to go, so what did it matter? She shoved her hand out at him, and he quickly undid the sock she'd tied around it. She'd given herself a deeper gash than she'd meant to. His knives were as sharp as he was cruel, and the edges of the cut were still oozy post-accidental soaking. He squeezed her hand hard, making the wound weep as he pulled her arm forward. She gasped in pain and surprise, and watched him bite his own thumb to blood, green blood. Then he swiped it across the fresh blood of her palm. "I swear that I will not kill Samantha O'Connor with my blood and my life," he said, leaning across the table to draw a line across her forehead with their blood combined. She felt a frisson of electricity at his touch that she'd never felt before from anyone, ever. It rippled over her body, standing all of her hair on end from her scalp down. Then it raced beneath her skin, pulling her nipples tight, making her core ache, and the line between her legs throb. She wanted him. Oh, God, she needed him. And if he'd just stop being an asshole for long enough and also free her, she would give him the ride of his life. "There," he said, releasing her hand as he sat back down. "I just swore." She swallowed and caught her breath, sure that all her thoughts were written on her face. "I heard you," she murmured, but realized she hadn't. He'd been speaking some other language with her name thrown in. Only her brain had made sense of it. Because of the necklace. It didn't even need to be wet now to work for her. Smoke sprung up on the table. "You can't possibly mean that," the fox said, as Samantha gasped. "Of course not. But I need to give her some hope," he told the fox, only in a different tongue. And she heard that too. Sammy felt herself going beet red. She'd been so turned on, and for what? For nothing. He was still him, the kind of man who would lie to her to get his way. She bowed her head quickly, both in shame and to buy herself time to think. He'd acknowledged that he was lying, while he was talking to a fox. She was still slightly ahead of where she'd been just moments ago. She could listen in on him now, thanks to the stone, and she knew where she stood with him, no matter what he claimed he'd told her. It was something. "Are you all right?" he asked her. "Sometimes the fox scares me," she admitted, both because it was true and to cover her reaction. "He can be intense. I will tell him to calm down." Janvier gently pushed it off the table, and she heard it mutter, "Just wait till I bite you." And she tried not to flinch. Maybe she was better off not knowing what the thing thought of her. She clenched her hand, hissed in pain, and then moved it to knot it up again. "Do you want help?" he offered, as she retied the tube sock with her teeth. "No," she told him. She didn't want him to touch her ever again.
Touching her with even pretend magic had been a bad idea. He'd wanted to give her the sensation of something happening so that she'd trust him more at long fucking last. But it had meant opening himself up to her just a little, and her to him, and he hadn't expected her to react so strongly. Most humans were mute to magic and actively fought any in their lives. It was how rifts between realms could go unnoticed, as stubborn human minds discounted anything that came out of them. But while Samantha wasn't magical, she was receptive to it. And when he'd drawn his finger across her forehead, he'd felt a wave off of her. Not of magic, but potential. There was something latent inside of her that wanted to be used, like the strike pad on a matchbox might long for a match to light. And the thought of him using her in any capacity made him rock hard. Exceptionally long-term practice at gambling made it easy to keep his face straight, and his breathing even as he watched her rewrap her hand, and he trusted in the table to hide his erection. In his mind, though, the things he wanted to do to her. His bed was just one floor up, but if she gave herself to him, they wouldn't make it there. He'd wind up eating her out here on the table, surely as fine as any meal he'd ever cooked, and drink her juices, surely as potent as any wine he'd ever tasted. Then his dessert would be fucking her until her nails clawed gashes into the table's wooden surface, making her scream out his name until even his thoughtless sharks knew what it was. But she wasn't like him, which was part of the allure, yes. And he'd fucked hundreds of humans before. How could he help himself when they were so plentiful and willing? But this place, and the way they were trapped together here, he still had some modicum of honor, probably the size of a grain of sand at this point, seeing as he'd spent centuries grinding it down. But it was still present, rattling around somewhere inside of his cold soul. And watching her tie her sock around her hand, she looked much like a wounded animal might, because that's exactly what she was. He'd spent almost a millennia watching people, friends, humans, shifters, enemies, aging and dying and leaving him. He'd had to harden the remnants of his heart against getting too attached to anyone, and so he knew he had more reasons than most to avoid her. For one, she couldn't seem to stop hurting herself, it seemed. And he'd be damned if he let her hurt him, or stand in his way of relocking the gate. No, he didn't need to fuck her to get the key. That was not the answer to any of his problems, and was almost certain to cause more if he did. How do you know of magic, Samantha? He reached out across the table to push her pie back in front of her. And you should eat. I already know you like it, or you wouldn't have eaten any earlier. She gave him a wary frown, but still picked up her fork. I can't tell you. Why not? Why would I sign anyone else up for this? She gave him an incredulous look as she spun the fork around at her surroundings, and he snorted. Fair enough. Where did you get the stone? Same answer. Her gaze fell to the pie, and she stabbed it a few times without taking any bites. Then she looked up at him. Where did you learn to cook? He tilted his head to look at her. Why do you ask? Because the question game seems fairer if I get to participate. He pulled his piece of pie back in front of himself. When might be the better question, then. Her eyes lit up a little. All right, then, when? In my free time, of which I have a lot. He took a bite and waited for her to do the same. She followed his lead, chewed, swallowed, and asked, Is there a TV with baking shows down here somewhere? Can Comet and I watch? What does he watch, National Geographic? There could be a television if you wanted one. Anything to keep her out of trouble. She considered it for a moment, then nodded. I'd like that. So would I if it would keep you out of my books. He'd noticed the stack of them near her in the tub. She'd been reading them over the side and then carried them back down below. I don't remember them having that many pictures in them, he murmured to himself. What's that supposed to mean? She asked, squinting at him, talking around her fork. Nothing, just that they're written in a language you can't possibly understand. Her eyes narrowed even further. I don't like how you treat me like I'm not very smart. He held his hands up. No. There's a sign on my wall in blood that says you are smart, devious, and apparently willing to escalate. You found it? She asked, frowning. And read it, he told her. No reason not to be honest. Did you wash it off? Her voice was small. It was like he could feel her fading, and he didn't like that one bit. Of course not. It's my very own modern art piece, a Samantha O'Connor original. Her eyes flashed up at him. You're making fun of me again. No, he told her again definitively. I'm trying to make you laugh, for some strange reason. She shrugged and looked away. Why? Probably so you won't burn things again while I'm gone. He bowed his head and leaned over slightly, so she would be forced to see him. I do have some objects here I'm attached to. She gave him a look then, just as sly as his fox could be. Care to point them out? Rax laughed before answering. All of the books, please don't burn them. She picked up her fork again. And what if I only burn the pages with words? She asked with casual menace. I'll teach you how to read them, if it stops you. The words were out of his mouth before he could assess whether or not he truly meant them. It just felt right to say at the time. But then, the look she gave him then, open-eyed, open-mouthed as she breathed. Really? And he knew he couldn't take it back. Nor did he want to. Certainly, if it keeps you even vaguely compliant. When do we start? The majority of the night was left. Rax knew it wasn't too late for him to go back to his casino, but he also knew he needed to spend time here with her if he was going to stop her from further harm. Now, I suppose, he told her. Go pick the book from below you're most interested in. She got up to do as she was told. He moved to be on her side of the table in her absence, wondering what she'd bring back, and he wasn't surprised when it was a bestiary. She sat back down beside him, placed the book between them, and opened it to a chapter on unicorns, another unsurprising choice. He watched her flip the key into her mouth to suck on like it was some kind of pacifier, and he fought not to frown. Do you want me to teach you, or just want me to read it to you? He asked. She looked concerned. Mostly, I think I just want to know if everything in here is real. It's a big book. She twisted to look at him. Don't deflect, Worst. It's unbecoming. Fine, he said with a snort. Everything in here is real. Somewhere else, though, not here. That was safe enough to tell her. She frowned then, and he didn't know why. He was doing exactly what she wanted, wasn't he? He leaned her direction slightly without touching her, and started reading the words aloud, translating them into English. Something about unicorns not really caring about virginity, then glanced at her. Her eyes were following as he read from right to left, the opposite of books in English on Earth. He grabbed her chin and made her look at him. In the light of his kitchen, her eyes were fathomless blue. The kind of blue that started off light and then got darker as the shore dove away. Have you always been able to understand me? He asked in his home tongue. She seemed appropriately confused, but he knew how smart she was. He changed tacks. Your eyes are the color of a sea I want to swim in. She let out a little gasp at that, and he felt her heart rate bound beneath her chin where his fingers held her. You understood me, he said. She yanked her chin away. Don't flirt with me, she complained around the stone. Would you rather I threaten to strangle you to watch your pupils dilate? He asked, tucking a finger beneath the curve of her lower lip to pull the key out of her mouth by its chain, watching her soft pink lips open to let it part, wishing he could push other things between them instead. How long? She swallowed as he set it on her chest. From my first bath. I realized when it was underwater I could read. Which progressed to this, he murmured, looking at the stone shiny from her saliva. What about now? He asked her since the key was safely out of her mouth. She tried for confusion again, emphasis on tried. Earlier in the water you looked like a mermaid I once fucked, he said aloud with a smirk, and watched her flush, shrugging her head and shoulders away from him. He rocked back, thinking of all of her perfect peachy skin he'd seen earlier, dusted with freckles like constellations, marred only by the 3 small scars someone else had given her. Someone he wanted to find and kill. You are a very smart girl, but only a so-so actress. She crossed her arms. Well, at least I'm not a mermaid fucker. You shouldn't knock things till you've tried them, he taunted, then jerked his chin at her neck. Why didn't you tell me you understood? She gave him a baffled look and then guffawed. I'm sorry. Did I miss where we were on the same side? Like, when you were telling your fox you lied to me when you pretended to swear. He groaned as she continued, swiping an angry hand across her forehead where their blood had been commingled. Yeah, I know exactly what you think of me. She shrank away from him even further. Probably better hide your books and tie me down. He watched her try to erase herself right in front of him, making herself small, bowing her head, and he felt like if he tried hard enough, he could watch her hopes rise like the smoke she'd made earlier, to try and disappear. It was all utterly foolish. He was going to be obsessed with her, and there was nothing she could do about it, until she returned his key. He made a thoughtful noise and knew he only had himself to blame. Pretending to swear anything to a human as a dragon, how absurd. And now that that bridge was broken, there'd be no way to cross it with her again. Did he even want to? No. There's more at stake than just your life, Red, which is why I can't promise you a thing. Her fingers found the chain around her neck and wrapped it, lifting it so that the stone swung freely. It doesn't matter, nothing here is real. He found those words coming from her mouth strangely disappointing. He'd been so worried about keeping her body intact when perhaps he should have been more concerned about her mind. I am. She pointed at the books between them. What page of that book are you on then? Rax stared at the bestiary and swallowed. At the rate he was going, it would be hopeless to try to re-assimilate her into polite society, and things might be easier for the both of them if he confessed. All the same, he found his hands hesitant to flip a few chapters back and show her. What if she didn't believe? He had no way to prove he was a dragon, seeing as his had been ripped away from him forcibly with magic, and was now living at the bottom of the ocean in a different world. That's what I thought, she whispered, shaking her head, putting a leg down, getting ready to walk away. 473, he told her in his old tongue to keep her there. She hesitated. That's very precise of you. You would be surprised at all the things I remember. And these books have been in my possession for a very long time. She kept her eyes on his as she flipped to the back of the book, turning over thick and heavy pages with scrawled text framed neatly around pictures until she found the chapter about dragons. She put the stone into her mouth again, and he watched her read, her eyes scanning from right to left until she reached the section he'd torn out long ago, one that had previously had a portrait of him. "Do you believe me?" he asked, feeling an odd upwelling of concern that she might not. "If you're real, and unicorns are real," she murmured around the stone, putting her head into her hands. "I don't know what to believe anymore." He wanted to move toward her, but it seemed wiser to give her space, so he pulled back. "I don't think I can help with that." "Actually, you can." Her eyes dared him to leave her. Then he watched her flip through the book with alacrity, looking for something and finally finding it. "What is this?" She stared at a page for a moment, and then tilted the book to show him. A siren. A single piece of the monster that was behind the gate below. The creatures that had cost him both his brother and his dragon. He shook his head quickly. "That's not what was in your apartment. You were haunted by a drowned one," he corrected her. She pointed a finger at the illustration. "No, I want to know what this is," she repeated. "Why?" She stared at the image with its too many mouths, stricken by something. He couldn't tell what. And he wished he had a corollary to the key on him, something magical he could wear that would allow him to read her moods. "Are you all right?" She shook the book at him, making it jump on the table with a thump. "Is it real? I need to know." He took the book from her and snapped it closed. "Reading about that will only give you nightmares." "More nightmares," she corrected him softly. She took the book away from him. He didn't fight her for it as she moved to stand. He would never envy a human at the best of times, but he particularly would not now. She looked as fragile as the sand castles she collected at her apartment. "I'm tired. I need to sleep." "Of course," he told her, also standing, making sure to stay well out of her way. Other than perhaps a television and pie, pumpkin this time. "What else can I do?" She took a long time to consider this, like her thoughts were hard to follow, and then shrugged, holding out her cloth-wrapped hand. "Probably more socks." "Yes, and I'll get you an actual first aid kit, though I hope you won't require it." She nodded and walked over to the stairs, and he called after her. "If I practice my piano, will it bother you?" She shook her head subtly. "No." He wanted to know what was wrong with her. What had changed, but why ask? She had more moods inside of her than there were waves in the sea. He pushed in his chair and headed to his piano. "All right then, Samantha. Good night."
Sammy clambered into her bed and pulled the sheets up around herself, leaving the bestiary at the end of the couches. She wasn't ready to read the entry yet, even though she could. Because it was real. For years, everyone had told her that she hadn't seen something terrible rise out of the sea to kill her parents. That the flapping things she'd seen in the wind must have been a long coat, like a trench coat. And that the reason she'd never seen the killer's face was that he'd been wearing a hood. But what if all this time she'd been right, and the reason she couldn't have seen it was because he didn't have one? Or he had too many faces to count, too many mouths to count, all of them screaming. Sammy cupped her hands over her mouth to hold in a scream of her own, wincing as her chin hit the cut on her palm. The thing that haunted her nightmares, the thing she'd taught herself to never talk about because no one would ever believe, that other kids mocked her for, and therapists deflected until she gave up on her own memories and nodded. Yes, my parents were murdered by the Sandcastle Killer. A stupid name for a life-destroying crime. Was in this book. Why? How? She held his sheets up to her cheeks, trying to hold everything in, as waves of emotion crashed through her. It had been bad enough when she'd finally accepted that her parents died because of a serial killer, but to find out that their deaths had been caused by a monster from some other reality? She would have run upstairs to the bathroom and puked, only that would have invited more of Janvier's questions, and she didn't want to talk to him. She just wanted to be alone with her sorrow. She'd lost her parents, and then everyone else had told little 8-year-old her that she'd lost her mind, and what was worse was that she'd believed them. She'd told herself she had to survive, to just tell everyone what they wanted to hear. But every time she'd told them she hadn't seen the killer, she felt like a liar, and more of her soul had died inside, until she wasn't sure how much of it she even had left. Mr. Janvier started playing piano up above, a soft song, probably for her sake, if he believed her sleeping. But what she wanted was a loud, crashing piece, something that would feel like chunks of sky falling from overhead, showing a world behind this one, where monsters roamed free and sometimes came over and killed little girls' families. She dove under the covers like she had so many times as a child, like a cotton barrier could protect her from all evil, and quietly sobbed her heart out. An hour or so later, who the fuck knew, she felt like just a shell of herself. Her eyes were dry, and she hadn't moved, but she'd emerged from beneath the sheet to stare at the aquarium, watching the sharks swim inside of it, solitary and strong. She wished she were one of them, a creature that nothing could hurt anymore, able to fend for herself, to ignore things that didn't matter, and to handle things that did. Feared, loathed. She wouldn't mind that either. Other people's expectations would just slide off of her, washed away by endless sea. Janvier stopped playing, and she heard him take the stairs up to his level. It was clear from the way he acted that he was used to living here alone, from the fact that his bathroom door didn't have a lock, to the way he didn't feel a need to be quiet in his own home, even with her here. Maybe he didn't realize how easily sound traveled in this zoo exhibit of cement and glass. And then she heard him repeat the same phrases to himself as he had before, only now she could understand him. "Let all that is dragon in me slumber. May my dragon lock the gate below in times of peace and in times of war, that no one else's ears may hear a siren's terrible song. It is my fate that I should do this and no one else, and I shall do it until the sirens die, or I do." Her jaw dropped, and she reached for the end of her bed to grab the bestiary and yank it open. Chapter 12. After that, she read for the rest of the night. Everything about the sirens that she could find, flipping through the pages of book after book like it was her job. She brought all the history books over to the aquarium's edge and placed her back against it, using its strange blue light to read by. Comet floated overhead, peering down at her, using his suckers to gently tether him to the inside wall. "I'm not burning anything," she whispered, except for the proverbial candle at both ends. But this was the first time in her entire life that she'd felt like she'd ever had a lead. The bestiary only mentioned sirens in passing, but there had been other events in other books' historical pasts. Monsters flying out of the sea with too many wings and mouths, shrieking songs of terrible lies until the people listening died in horrible ways, killing themselves and others to escape the madness. Hunting through the books reminded her of being forced to read the Bible as a child. Each historian had their own slightly different version of events, but the one constant in all of them was that sirens were devastating, killing solo travelers, taking out trade caravans, murdering entire small villages and towns, making ears bleed and skulls shatter. She found that part all too easy to believe. She'd spent so long suppressing what had happened to her parents, but now that she'd opened up the vault to her memories, images kept pouring out. Her parents running with her between them on the beach, her father shouting at her to get in and lock the doors, and the monster that no one would believe existed making her mother bleed out from her ears, right before she opened the door to their Buick and shoved Sammy inside.
Sammy had been screaming the entire time, traumatized, splashed with blood, and she remembered the moment that probably saved her life, when she'd crawled into the back seat, popped the seats down, and hidden in the trunk. She'd pulled the seat closed after her, listening to the thing howl outside. "You're not worth dying for, not worth your dying," until it had finally gone away. And then just sitting here, believing what it had told her. She wasn't worth dying for, yet her parents had, and now she was trapped, because there was no one else at the beach that morning. She'd gotten the courage to go outside and grab the car keys from her father, risking the monster's return, indelibly scarred by the mess of his face. But it didn't help. She could start the car, but she didn't know what to do next, how to hit any of the pedals. She could barely reach them. All she could do was lean on the horn and hope someone heard her. Eventually someone did, and the rest was history. A horrible story splashed across the front page and on the news for 3 weeks straight, until the next bad thing happened, and she was forgotten. Her only mercy was that her name was common enough no one could get anything about her from a Google search. She closed her eyes from exhaustion and emotion. She hadn't borne witness to her parents' final moments. They'd died alone. They didn't even get to know they'd saved her. And she'd been saved. For what? For this? She rocked her head back against the aquarium glass behind her. Comet was still there, watching down. He'd slowly lowered himself to be on her level, draped around her shoulders on his side of the glass, reading along with her. She looked at the mess of books she'd made around herself, using books on top of or inside other books for bookmarks, which was another thing she should probably ask Janvier for. She didn't think he'd want her dog-earing any of his precious pages. But somebody had already desecrated these books ahead of her. Anytime she got close to the end of a story, to what happened, how they stopped them, all the pages were ripped out. Why? "What happened?" she asked Comet in a whisper. His colors flashed in soothing tones, but he couldn't answer her. She stood, exhausted and woozy, worn out from too many emotions, and she desperately had to pee. She snuck upstairs and thoroughly considered peeing in the kitchen sink before sneaking up one more floor. She stood at the landing, listening to the steady sound of Janvier's breath. He was shirtless and turned away from her, with the single sheet she'd left him wrapped around his hips, and she could see the ragged lines of the scars down his back even in the near dark. She tiptoed past him, but he still stirred. "Red?" "Shh," she said, heading for the bathroom door. "Are you all right?" It was a good thing he was facing away from her. "Yes," she lied.
Samantha was still sleeping when Rax got up the next day. He knew both because he didn't hear her and because the first thing he did was go swimming in the cold tank to get rid of his inconvenient hard-on. Doing so let him see straight into a room where she'd made a jumble of all of his books. It was hard to concentrate on swimming after that. "She seeks knowledge," Hachiro told him, rippling up to his side. "She only went to sleep an hour ago." "Any knowledge in particular, or is she just dismantling my rigorous organizational system to irritate me?" "I believe she is interested in learning about sirens." The exact thing he told her not to research, of course. Underneath the water, Rax groaned. Human minds weren't meant to understand the realms, not without magical abilities. The sirens from the Odyssey were an interesting comparison, but visually the closest description he'd found was when he'd bothered to read the Bible a few decades back and recognized the creatures in Isaiah that humans called seraphim. Only instead of singing "Holy, Holy, Holy," sirens from the realms sang words that sounded true, but inspired madness. There were myths of people besting them and learning actual truths, but that's all they were. The only reason Tyrion had believed them was because he was desperate. Rax frowned. He'd purchased swim trunks for the first time this century and had put them on for her because he'd expected to catch her staring again, and he wanted her to know that he respected her boundaries, more so than he had yesterday at least. And now he was swimming in the cumbersome things for nothing while she was sleeping, probably having the selfsame nightmares he'd warned her about. He made his way up in the tank until he finished and stepped out, and found Smoke guarding his phone, his personal cell service in his home provided by his magic.
"It beeped without you,"
Smoke informed him, batting at it with a paw. Rax picked it up and found a text from Namir. "I have the phone and the knife at the links now if you want to pick them up." "I'll be right over," he texted back, then showered, dressed, and set oatmeal into the slow cooker. "Be gentle with her," he warned Smoke, before heading out the door to work. "It's an old enough phone that they didn't have to hurt it much," Namir said, sliding the phone and glass-bladed knife his way over his desk. There was a passcode taped to the phone's case. "You can use that to get into it now." "Thanks," Rax said, fighting the temptation to open it up in front of the other man. "Do I want to know whose that is?" Namir asked. "You could probably guess," he said as he pocketed it. Namir shook his head. "No, I can't, because I can't begin to wrap my head around the thought of you giving a shit about some human." "I do not give a shit about her," Rax said, quoting the other man's tone. "I merely want to make sure my path is clear." "A path to—" Namir began, trying to lead him. "I'm not sure yet," Rax told him. "Just hopefully not down to the bottom of the sea." The tiger shifter squinted at him, then shrugged. "Well, as happy as I was to kick Delphine out a second time and to run the casino myself, if you keep flaking out on me, I'm going to need to get a raise." "Oh, and here I thought my warm companionship was reward enough," Rax told him with a snort, and Namir laughed. Rax opened up one of his desk drawers and pulled out a sheaf of cash, tossing it to the other shifter. "I need you to buy me a very large, very nice television, but you can keep the change as a bonus for your recent efforts." Namir caught the envelope, and his eyes brightened. "Are we going to start sports betting now?" "No, it's for personal use," Rax said. Namir inhaled to speak, but then hesitated. "What?" Rax said, growling lightly. "Most girls would prefer jewelry. Just saying." "Not this particular one," Rax informed him. Rax managed to wait until he was in the parking lot and his car doors were locked before he typed in Samantha's passcode, opening her phone up. She'd missed 30 texts from a friend, someone named Lefty. A drug dealer's name if he'd ever heard one. He then hopped into things to find he was wrong. Lefty was clearly another woman around Samantha's age, who had known Samantha for a long time. "Yo, Sammy Bobamy, where are you? I didn't really get a dress without you, I swear. Text me back or else." Above that were more protestations of innocence, a photo of a flowing white dress and assorted shots of what had to be the Italian countryside. He went through the rest of her phone. Other texts included Samantha sending movies of baby goats to someone who apparently never responded, and not too much else. A series of podcasts that appeared to be all about strangely violent fascinations. It was clear those had given her the idea with all the blood. This Lefty person was the only person he had to worry about clearly, and they were currently in another country. Good. He put his thumbs on the keyboard and tried to imitate Samantha. "I'm so sorry, I was busy and then I lost my phone for days," he typed out, and then added, "I'm not mad, don't worry, we'll talk when you get back." He hit send and tossed the phone into his glove box. When he returned, Samantha was still sleeping, and the oatmeal was stuck to the bottom of the slow cooker. He pushed it around with a wooden spoon, one she hadn't burned, and then decided to go down to check on her. She was nestled inside all of his sheets, sleeping hard. She hadn't even washed off the mark he'd made on her forehead the prior night. She'd been too tired or too distraught. It had been easy to scent her tears while he'd been playing the piano. He just hadn't known what to do about them. He couldn't provide her with any succor or make any promises. He couldn't very well solve her problems when he knew he was their cause. He made a loop of the room, looking at the books on the floor without touching them. Hachiro was right. They were all open to stories about or images of the sirens. He sat on his heels near the last pile, scanning it. Why? What possible interest could she have in the beasts? He'd think she heard his ritual, but she'd wanted to know about them prior to when they were sitting at the table with the pie. So it seemed like something else had triggered this. Out of all the bizarre, glorious, or baffling creatures in the bestiary to read about and then apparently do a deep dive on, why choose the one that he dedicated most of his life to stopping? He'd taken out all the stories that were about him in his books. He just didn't want them out there was all, not even in his own personal copies. He'd gone through them all and torn out the pages and folded them away. They were at the bottom of his altar. He couldn't bring himself to destroy them. They were still artifacts from his past. But he also didn't want to read them ever again, nor for anyone else to be able to. Rax stood up and made his way to her bed again, breathing her cinnamon scent in deep. He knew he'd be able to smell things underwater if he condemned himself to add his magic to his dragons. But that, in the vast darkness of the below, he'd never scent her cinnamon again. Nor would he be able to if he killed her to save himself. His hand found the glass knife Namir had given him in its case in his pocket. The glassmaker had provided a metal tube for it this time, and he'd found a condescending note inside that warned him to be careful with it. The glassmaker was more affronted by him breaking a blade he'd made than by any damage Rax might cause with it. Rax wondered if the glassmaker's opinion would change, if he knew how close it was going to have to come to a certain red-haired girl's throat. Probably not. After all, she was a plain, normal human. A disposable type of creature easily replaced by one of the few billion or more of them in line. But watching Samantha's chest rise and fall beneath the blankets, seeing her eyelids flutter in her sleep and reading the hidden curves of her body, Rax found himself wishing more than anything else that he had some solution that would work for both of them. He hoped that the knife in his pocket, or one of the other two knives that he'd empowered, would work when she woke tonight. Until then, though, at least in sleep she looked untroubled. Too bad she couldn't always look like that. And too bad he couldn't give that peace to her.
Mr. Janvier was not as quiet as his fox, so she knew he was in her room with her. Was this it? The reason he couldn't really promise not to kill her? Because he was going to right now? Should she confront him? Or hide and hope that everything would go away? He watched her sleep for a moment. She could hear his thoughtful breathing, and then she was alone again before she could decide. She opened her eyes and watched him walk up her stairs with his head bowed. Why? Because he felt bad for everything he was doing to her? Project much, Sammy? No. No. Do not assume anything kind or good of him. Captives do that because they're tired of their captivity, exhausted by being scared, scrabbling for kindness to pin their hope on. I have to be smarter than that. She just had to keep figuring things out, was all. The scent of the oatmeal he'd made for her hung in the air. Sure, he couldn't promise not to kill her, but he also wasn't trying to starve her to death. That was a fact. As was their current level of freedom. Unchained, and no cameras had been installed.
and he wasn't pretending that what he was doing wasn't hurting her anymore. He was rational. She just didn't understand his rationale, was all. So that was what her next step had to be, feigning compliance and understanding. Earning his trust, no matter what. Because if she could prove to him that they were on the same team, then maybe she could make him see her point of view, or figure out a way to exploit his in her favor. Sammy waited a good half-hour before going upstairs, using the bathroom, and changing into fresh clothes. Gray fleece leggings and a cream-colored sweater that came down to mid-thigh, before joining him on the living level. "Is it breakfast, brunch, or lunch?" she asked him, heading into the kitchen, trying to sound lighthearted. "There's still pie in the fridge, so it's up to you. No judgment," he said from his position on a couch near where she'd written her name in blood on the wall the day prior. He'd been quietly doing something with a knife, she realized, as he turned toward her. "Not to frighten you," he said, raising it up. "It's a replacement for the one you broke." "I didn't break it," she said, scooping out oatmeal into a bowl for herself as he rose to come nearer. "Technically, that was your stomach's fault." He said, taking a seat at the kitchen table, clearly expecting her to join him. He was already dressed in going-out clothes, dark slacks and a fitted burgundy dress shirt, which brought out the fire in his eyes. "Tell me, what was your plan if it had worked? If you'd strewn all my guts out, what then?" "Well, after I'd stopped puking, then I would have tried to get out." "Nice to know you don't casually go around disembalming people," he said, and then asked, "How?" "Called 911, I guess, with my imaginary phone." She shrugged, sitting down. He set the knife down between them, the handle toward her. This was where it began. She took a bite of oatmeal before picking it up and sawing vigorously at her necklace's chain. She could feel the glass vibrating against the metal links as it grated, but the chain didn't break. He watched her carefully, like he always did, the same way she watched the sharks or comet, she thought. Like she was something curious that he didn't understand. "So eager to be free?" he asked. "Assuming if you get this thing off of me that I get to live, yes." She pretended to contemplate her freedom. "What does it do, anyhow? Surely you can tell me, Mr. Worst." She looked around the room. "I mean, it's not like I can leave here, right?" Janvier put his hand out for the knife, and she set it down on the table for him. He picked it up and flicked its tip up at her, indicating that she should come closer. She stood and walked over to his side of the table to stand in front of him, lifting and holding all her hair up with both hands. He picked up the stone like he always did, chastely, but there was no way for him not to touch her skin, and she was right. His touch did burn. He looped the chain in his hand, ran it over the blade he held, and used 100 times more force than she had, sawing. She knew because the sound of the glass on metal was infinitely louder, even though his hand protected her from the pressure. "May I?" he asked, without explaining himself, with her standing there like she was about to be strip-searched in a prison movie, before he leaned forward and did what he wanted to anyway, catching the dangling stone in his own mouth as he tried to break the chain again. His breath was hot on her skin. She couldn't help but smell him. He was so close, and the stubble on his chin grazed her collarbone. She closed her eyes and froze until he stopped, first releasing the chain and then pulling away, letting her neck tug the stone out of his mouth, to fall back, hot and wet with his spit, against her chest. She stepped back quickly and let her hair fall, blinking at him, torn between pissed off and turned on. His gaze was inscrutable, of fucking course, and she knew she needed to figure out some way to play this to her advantage, fast. She rushed back to her side of the table, glad that her sports bra sweater combo was definitely hiding her peaked nipples from him. But if she was turned on, all the better. Make it seem genuine. "Use this," she growled at herself. She gave him a shy look across the table, the kind that she knew men liked, because it made you seem smaller and them feel bigger. The kind that said, "I'm helpless, please teach me." But the encounter seemed to have had no effect on him. He set the knife back on the table with obvious disappointment and considered her for a long moment. She could almost see him deciding to tell her the truth.
It's part of a key.
She hadn't been expecting that, and broke character with a pout. To like, what? A treasure chest?
Not really.
But what it locks is really important, right? She asked him. I mean, I don't want to get killed for just any old reason, she teased, keeping her voice light. She let her lips part softly, and she let herself give him a look she might have given him if he'd sucked on any part of her under any other setting moments ago without death on the line.
It is important, he confirmed, without seeming affected by her feminine wiles, and then he stood. I've got to run errands before work, but I'll be back in a few hours. Behave.
She let her gaze slide off him in apparent disappointment, and caught a glimpse of a very firm erection straining against his slacks before he could turn away from her. She gave a shrug, more of a very intentional full-body wriggle, and promised, I'll try.
Why do I doubt that? He complained,
picking up his suit jacket off the back of his couch and heading for the door. Sammy let herself unabashedly look at him on his way out, following the line of his slacks down his ass and thighs. Got you. Sammy intended on spending the rest of her unattended evening, or morning, or mid-afternoon, doing two things: creating a sheath for the paring knife that she was definitely stealing from Janvier, and cross-referencing siren stories with a clearer head. The fox had strong feelings about both of those things. It started growling at her in the kitchen, where she'd taken one of Janvier's shoes. He wouldn't notice, he had so many, and began cutting the tongues out of a pair to stitch together with the shoelaces, so she'd have a flat, safe pouch to hold the knife. She knew it wouldn't actually stop Janvier if he got up to anything, but it'd make her feel better to have it on her, especially now that she was playing with... Fuck, she'd graduated from fire to lightning. Flirting with him was lava-level shit. Especially because sometimes his eyes did look like coals. The fox growled at her upstairs in the living area, from across the room, from closer, and eventually she just shouted at it. Just say it! It glowered. Its eyes were copper pennies, lighter versions of its owners. If Janvier was its owner... She glowered back at it, and then started stabbing holes through the leather to sew atop his nice dining room table. I can understand you now, you know. And you must be able to understand me. I've heard him speak to you.
So you know I'm going to tell him you're cutting things up the second he gets home.
She hadn't thought about that bit. So, she pretended not to care.
And a mere knife isn't going to hurt him anyhow.
Double so, she told it. If it was coming at his eyes, he'd blink. Or between his legs, he'd jump. Probably. What are you, anyhow? She asked it, as she worked, poking a waxed shoelace through the holes she'd just made in the leather. The fox stopped growling, at least. A fox. And how do you know him? She asked, setting the leather down for a moment. Are you trapped here, too?
Hardly,
the fox sniffed.
I'm his oldest friend.
A friend who he keeps trapped here all the time? She gave the creature an innocent look. Are you sure you're not a prisoner? It gnashed its teeth at her.
I know what you're trying, and it won't work.
What, he kidnaps lots of women who understand foxes, who then try to get on their good side? The fox kept showing her its teeth, but then it chuckled, a strange, throaty noise that she was utterly unfamiliar with, but was more friendly than any other sound the creature had ever made at her. What do you do here when there are no strange women, then?
I sleep. A lot. I'm quite old.
It ran its teeth through its fur as though chasing a flea, before snapping them up at her for watching. Ah. She finished her sewing, set the paring knife inside its new case, and then tucked it into the top of her leggings at the small of her back. You sure I can't convince you to keep a secret? She asked, standing up.
Not in the least. Plus, I still want to bite you,
the fox told her, trotting by her feet. Why? She paused by the trash. If the fox was going to tattle on her, she might as well throw Janvier's shoes away where he could see.
Because I haven't gotten to bite anybody in a very long time,
it complained, before following her downstairs to the mess she'd made of Janvier's books.
Rax adjusted himself in his garage before he got into his Jag. He didn't need to go into the casino for hours yet. It was only 5 o'clock, but he did need to get away from her. She knew what she was doing, of course. She hadn't come over to stand helplessly in front of him, hands raised, the very image of submission for nothing. Quiet for once, too. He snorted at the memory. He'd known things would eventually come to this. Samantha was too smart not to play all her cards if she felt cornered. And there was no real way for him to make her feel safe anymore. What he needed to decide was what he would do about it from here on out. Take advantage of her? Playing her as she hoped she played him? Or push her away and try to spend his last days above the ocean? Or with her, alive? With honor? He'd taken the key into his mouth, hoping that if it unlocked words for her, maybe it could unlock her for him. But then once he was there, so close to her neck and breasts, breathing her cinnamon in, he reached down to shift his cock again between changing gears. How cruel it was that his last experience with a woman before going to the bottom of the sea might be with one who now thought him loathsome. But that night at Bellissima's, she hadn't. Thinking back, once they'd started, once he'd warmed her up, it was like she'd been in heat. And he'd had no choice but to respond in turn, even if she was a human. He growled at himself for being hard now, and at his mind for betraying him with memories, rolling his side window down to help cool himself and make his thoughts blow away. The casino ran as it almost always did, minus drowned ones and the occasional human who couldn't handle their liquor, smoothly and profitably, but not quite distractingly enough for Rax to forget his problems. He stepped behind the bar to mix himself a fresh drink, wishing that the alcohol had the same effect on him as it did on certain other patrons. "Oh, man, you get demoted?" asked a voice he hadn't heard in quite some time. Rax looked up and over to see a short, wide woman with close-cropped black hair, her eyes almost as black, dressed much the same as Rax was, only with suspenders. At seeing her, Rax couldn't help but smile. "Siku, what are you having?" Deepwater shifters were rare, and what Siku was rarer still. An ucklet, able to shift between orca or wolf depending on her mood. They'd first met in the 1800s, teaming up when Rax had spent a portion of his time sabotaging whaling vessels from aboard them, while, as an orca, Siku had worked from below. Siku gave him a toothy grin and then looked over her shoulder, pointing out a curvy, young-looking woman in a skimpy red dress. "I am having ever so much of that," she said, and gave Rax a leer. "A shot of Grey Goose for myself and a vodka cranberry for her." "Of course," Rax said, intercepting his bartender to pour his friend's drink himself. "What brings you here?" The Selkies asked me to come to town to mediate some dispute." Rax gave her a concerned look. "Did you mishear the word mercenary?" Siku chuckled. "I definitely did not. I'm too old for that shit. But I have a history with several of them on both sides. They asked, and I agreed." Rax grunted. Perhaps Delphine did not need his help so desperately after all. "And then I thought," Siku continued, "where better to take my girl while I was here but the den of iniquity of an old friend." "Sounds like I should thank your girl, then. What's it been, 20 years? He asked, handing the drinks over. "At least." He looked between Siku and the second drink like he might withhold it. "Is she 20? Siku chortled. "When did you start carding, old man?" "Never," Rax said with a grin. "I just haven't gotten to give you shit in a long while is all." He took a sip of his own drink. "How are the fisheries?" Siku worked for the National Marine Fisheries Service. trying to stop humanity from harvesting the ocean dry. Siku said before shaking her head. You read the news, you know how it is. You're lucky, you're mostly illegal. I have to play by the rules, and shit, it sucks. And even when we do the right thing, humans keep fucking it up. And yet, you sleep with one, he taunted her. Siku polished off her drink in a gulp and slammed the glass down. Rax beckoned his bartender to set her up with another one. Look at that ass. Don't tell me you're so old. You're immune. I'm not, he admitted, because his time with Samantha had definitely illustrated otherwise. It's just all the trouble those kind of asses are attached to is all. Humans had been nothing but, beginning with Saris and ending with Samantha. Siku's brow furrowed and she barked a laugh at him. That's half the fun, old man. He made a disparaging sound. You're just as old as I am. Yes, but I'm a bon vivant, she said, pointing at herself before looking at him. Look at you, she said, then making a circle of the room with her eyes. You're managing all of this and you don't even enjoy it. Siku enjoyed the semi-stunned look on his face for a moment before continuing. See? After 2 centuries, I can give you shit back. Probably the only person in a 500-mile radius who can. Rax gave her a rueful expression. Siku didn't know that another dragon, Damien, lived less than 30 miles away. But it would have been pedantic to mention anyhow because she was right. It's a little hard to have fun when I'm running a small empire, he said, trying to defend himself. You know what would fix that? You're going to tell me whether I want to know or not, he said dryly. Siku gave him another toothy grin. Blowjobs. Rax laughed. There was a time I would have agreed with you. Siku's youthful girlfriend ran up, carrying a double handful of chips and beaming, as Siku held a drink out to her. Look what I won, the girl exclaimed. Oh, baby, that's awesome. Dinner's on you, Siku teased, then took a chip from the pile to tuck it into Rax's unbuttoned shirt collar, where it fell down to his waistline, rattling against his abs as it fell. Buy yourself something pretty, she told him with a laugh, hauling her girl to her side. Namir spotted him and made to rush up, assuming the worst of Siku, who he hadn't met before. But Rax suddenly shook his head, laughing and unbuttoning his shirt low enough to pull the chip out. Rax knew Siku could flatten the tiger shifter like a living hammer. And what was more than that, she was a friend. Do you remember my stories from that one night? He asked her. They'd shattered a whaling ship between both their efforts and cruelly left the cold-hearted sailors in the ocean to die, while the two of them had climbed aboard an iceberg and watched the northern lights, talking until dawn, listening to the waves lap as the iceberg melted. He hoped that night had meant as much to her as it had to him. Not that they'd slept together or anything of the sort. Siku's interests had always been in women, but that he'd trusted her with his truth. All of it. She was one of the few people alive who knew everything. Her expression sobered. I do, of course. She leaned over and addressed the girl at her side. Montclair, give us a moment, will you? The girl gave Rax a look, then made herself scarce. Montclair? He asked after she'd departed. Her parents thought it sounded fancy, Siku said and shrugged, then jerked her chin at him. Fess up. He stared at the last fingerful of liquid in his glass. My dragon's time is almost up. No shit, really? Siku asked and glared at him. What about the key thing and the lock? No luck on that front, unless I'm willing to commit murder, and even then it's not guaranteed. Her thick lips pursed. Do they have it coming? Rax snorted. Unfortunately, no. Shit, Siku cursed, extending the shh an unreasonable length of time. Although we killed enough people together, it ain't like I'm going to tell anyone if you change your mind. I appreciate that, he said grimly. She inspected him further and made a show of it, looking him up and down, taking a step to her left and then to her right, and then looked around the room. Rax, what the fuck are you doing here? He frowned deeply. What do you mean? If a clock is ticking for you, if you do decide to go below, is this really where you want to spend the end of it? He inhaled rather than answer her as she punched him in his arm. He took the blow without rocking as she continued. Are you dead? Not yet, he said, twisting his arm. She'd hit him with enough force she would have killed a human. Then figure out a way to fix shit, old man, or at least book yourself something fun or someone fun to do before your funeral. Her dark eyes traced him up and down. I can't have you dying or disappearing. That shit makes me feel even older than I am, you know? Yes. Rax knew all too well, having lost the friends he had over the years. Siku gave him a glare, shook her head, and shuddered. I'm going to have to sleep with 2 girls to make myself feel young again tonight after seeing you. Rax tossed back the end of his drink. How's Montclair feel about that, eh? A slow grin spread across Siku's face. If I let her pick the other one? Just fine.
Hours later, after Sammy'd gotten hungry and made herself a snack, Janvier had definitely stocked his fridge up for her. She felt like a rookie FBI agent on a TV show, with books scattered all across the floor of her room, stories about the sirens arranged in what she believed was chronological order. She'd hoped that she'd been too worked up the prior night to understand things. But now that she had more lights on and wasn't crying, the result was the same. The sirens were awful. They attacked things, and then they eventually went away behind some kind of gate. And then the endings had been torn out of all the stories, leaving her to wonder what had happened in the missing pages. Had the gate opened up? And what the hell was up with the weird prayer he said every night? The gaps at the end of the books didn't seem wide enough to accommodate the passage of much more time. Maybe there had been extra volumes of the tomes, though, and Janvier hadn't paid for the whole set. Well, who would if they kept getting them and all of the important parts were missing? Sammy groaned at her own stupid joke. All of this work had likely been for nothing, because if she asked him anything, he was going to want to know why, and her desire to relive the experience of her parents' death for him was even lower than experiencing her own, because it would require being vulnerable. There was so much already about him and his house and her being here. She couldn't stand the thought of giving him any additional leverage against her. He didn't deserve to know their stories, and besides, what was more, was that asking him wouldn't really change things. It definitely wouldn't bring them back. And having read all these stories about the sirens and seeing their illustration in the bestiary, she already felt 1,000,000 times saner. Shittier about her entire goddamn childhood, 100%. But at least one good thing had come out of all this, she thought, brushing her hand over another lovingly drawn illustration. She'd get to die knowing she hadn't made everything up. She changed into her pajamas, tossing her old clothes into the corner. Eventually, she was going to have to figure out a laundry situation, assuming she got to live that long. Then she went upstairs to brush her teeth. The fox was snoozing on Janvier's couch in the living room. She hadn't seen Comet since he'd drifted by hours ago, and the sharks didn't seem to care what she did. She stretched her wrists out. They were tired from holding heavy books up, and yawned, feeling like a very down-market fairy tale princess as she crawled over the back of a couch to get into her nest of a bed. Before she could fall asleep, though, she heard the door open up just a level above. Mr. Worst, coming home. Had she stayed up late? Or had he come home early? Part of her wanted to go and ask him, but she knew it was a weakness. She only wanted to talk to him because she was lonely. The fox wasn't much of a conversationalist. She bit back a quiet snort. She heard him go about what was clearly his usual nighttime, she thought, routine. Opening and closing the refrigerator, probably eating, then definitely washing a plate off in the sink. Then he walked up to his level. She heard the bathroom door open and close as he showered off his day,
She knew he'd see the washcloth that she'd used earlier, wrung out and hung on the edge of his sink, and find the wet spot where she'd dried her face off if he used the wrong towel. Then he left his bathroom and must have eased himself into bed because she didn't hear his feet again. But a few minutes later, she did hear something else. Sammy had had more than enough boyfriends and shameless male roommates to identify the sound of a man jacking off. His breathing was quiet, probably for her sake, but there was no misidentifying the sound of skin over skin. Maybe this was a daily thing for him, and she just never timed it right before? Or maybe, after what happened earlier between them, he needed to release some tension. He could have had sex with anyone at the club, though, even women who didn't know he was the Lynx's owner. He was too beautiful to refuse. If you were in a happily committed relationship and Janvier tapped you on the shoulder, you'd figure out a way to get a hall pass. So why here? And why now?
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on.
She lay there, breathing quietly through her mouth, listening to her heartbeat in her ears, winding down. She didn't know much except that something, she didn't know what, was going to have to change between them. And soon.
You've made it to the end of the first half of Dragon's Captive. The entire audiobook was 12 hours long and too long for me to put onto YouTube as one file. So make sure that you search for Dragon's Captive's second half, which will also be posted on YouTube. Again, this is Dragon's Captive, written by Cassie Alexander, narrated by Matthew Holland and Bunny Warren.